The story begins in a classroom. As the teacher wished the class good luck for the upcoming exam, a young man sat slouched in his seat, dozing off. To make matters worse, he muttered curses under his breath, repeatedly saying, "Damn it, damn it." The teacher, though used to this behavior by now, had initially planned to ignore it. However, the young man's muttering grew louder than his own voice. In the end, unable to tolerate it any longer, the teacher snapped. With a burst of frustration, he threw a piece of chalk directly at Bai Yi's head. The moment the chalk made contact, a strange voice suddenly echoed, "Welcome to use the services of our company. Please choose your system from the 3 options below." As the voice faded, 3 simulation windows appeared in front of Bai Yi. At the same time, he realized something odd. Time around him had frozen. The teacher was still mid-throw, stuck in the same position, and everything else had come to a halt. The 3 options before him read: Ultimate Spinning System, Wealth Flow System, and Divine Skill System. Bai Yi blinked, uncertain of what was happening. He felt the situation was far from real, but a part of him was intrigued. After all, what if an asterisk was asterisk true? Hesitantly, he reached out and selected the Divine Skill System. After successfully connecting to the system, Bai Yi quickly received a beginner's gift bag. Inside, he found a basic level skill called Where Is He? Bodyguard. This skill allowed him to summon a creature within a 1-kilometer radius by reciting an incantation. The summoned creature would be immobilized for 3 seconds. It could either be summoned randomly or specifically designated. However, there was one limitation. The 2 parties had to be in the same space for the skill to work. At that moment, Bai Yi suddenly felt a rush of energy within him. Is this for real? I was just a bystander who couldn't learn any skills before, and now I suddenly have one of my own. Eager to test his new power, Bai Yi wasted no time. As the brief pause in time ended, he teasingly called out to Teacher Q. Your throw earlier was too weak. Haven't you eaten yet? Teacher Q, immediately enraged, shot back. You've got some nerve, kid. Well, today's the day I teach you a lesson. Seeing Teacher Chu roll up his sleeves and charge toward him, Bai Yi quickly recited the incantation. Where is he? Bodyguard. He expected someone to rush in and shield him, but instead, to his surprise, he saw Teacher Q standing there, momentarily stunned by Bai Yi's strange reaction. Meanwhile, his classmates were stifling laughter, clearly amused by what they assumed was Bai Yi's fear. Kid, you dare to tease the teacher? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. The ruler in the teacher's hand was inching closer. Bai Yi, eager to avoid punishment, whispered the incantation again. This time, it worked. A stunning girl with a curvy figure and long legs suddenly rushed toward him and threw herself into his arms. The sensation of her soft, beautiful body pressed against his nearly made him blush. What mattered most, though, was that she had taken the punishment on his behalf. Teacher Chu, seething with anger, raised the ruler once more. Bai Yi quickly recited the incantation again, and another beautiful girl appeared to take the hit for him. Both girls were livid, confused as to what force had brought them here to shield this troublemaker. Mr. Q, why not hit me a few more times? Bai Yi, with one girl in each arm, looked smug and continued to taunt the teacher. This time, Teacher Q didn't act immediately. He adjusted his glasses and fixed Bai Yi with a sharp, calculating gaze. Have you awakened your skills? Yes, they just came to me all of a sudden, Bai Yi said proudly, puffing out his chest and lifting his head. Teacher Chu was unsure whether to feel relieved or concerned. The class's biggest troublemaker had unlocked his skills, and now he seemed uninterested in disciplining him. Fine, he sighed. Just make sure you're ready for tomorrow's test. The person who noticed Bai Yi's newly awakened talent was not only Teacher Q, but also a classmate with a buzz cut. Bai Yi, did you really awaken a skill? The classmate asked. Yes, Bai Yi replied confidently. He then added, so would you be willing to team up with me tomorrow? After school, Bai Yi returned home, feeling troubled. There was one thing that weighed on his mind. How could he explain to his parents that he had suddenly awakened a skill? If he simply told them he had accidentally acquired a system, they would probably think he had lost his mind, given their personalities. He opened the door and found his mother mopping the floor. After a moment of thought, he decided that being straightforward was the best approach. With a deep breath, he spoke up. Ma, I've awakened a skill. His mother was so shocked that she dropped the mop. She grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously, so hard that Bai Yi felt dizzy and saw stars. Son, you can't be serious. I was still hoping you'd graduate and work at the same company as your father. Just then, Bai Yi's father returned home from work. Bai Yi, still a little shaken, repeated the same statement to his father. Dad, I've awakened a skill. This time, it was Bai Yi's father's turn to be shocked. The cause of their surprise was that their son, who had always been seen as a hopeless case, unable to master any skills, had suddenly claimed to have awakened a new ability. His parents had long accepted this as an unchangeable reality. When Bai Yi came home today and announced that he had gained a new skill, his parents didn't just doubt him. They were alarmed, fearing that he had hurt his head and was now acting strangely. Given their disbelief, Bai Yi chose not to explain further. Instead, he retreated to his bedroom. However, something even more pressing was now on his mind. Tomorrow was the university entrance exam asterisk. He had only just awakened this skill today. With such a minor ability, taking the exam without preparation seemed as reckless as putting his life at risk. Bai Yi decided to review his skill again. A line appeared. Summoned creatures cannot move for 3 seconds, and the effect can be either designated or random. If he could combine this ability with a good weapon, perhaps he could attack freely while his opponents remained immobilized. Excited by the thought, Bai Yi could no longer stay still. He quickly began looking for a weapon that might help him in the exam. His eyes landed on a fruit knife on the table. Even more coincidentally, his father was standing outside the door at that moment. His parents, already concerned about his strange behavior, feared that he might do something reckless. With this in mind, his father decided to step in and offer some advice. By chance, the moment Bai Yi raised the knife and aimed it at himself, his father entered the room. Unfortunately, the knife's position was far too dangerous. Bai Yi's father reacted instantly, even faster than a missile, kicking the knife away with one swift movement. Damn it, he cursed under his breath. Son, if you're going to lose control, at least do it right. You're the only child I have. Don't do something that would leave me without a son, he said, rushing to embrace Bai Yi tightly. I'm fine, Dad. I was just testing some new skills. Bai Yi reassured him. How can you be fine? His father demanded, not convinced. He thought his son had lost his mind and was speaking nonsense. Bai Yi was unsure how to handle the situation, but suddenly an idea struck him. Without thinking twice, he shouted to his mother, revealing that his father had hidden a black fund in the third ceiling panel in the bathroom. He knew this was the only way to turn his father's anger into something resembling affection. His father's fury flared up, and he was about to lash out at him. Without hesitation, Bai Yi calmly shouted, "Guards, protect me." At that moment, his mother, who had been busy in the kitchen, was immediately pulled into the room. She took a punch from her husband on Bai Yi's behalf. Although the punch wasn't particularly hard, just seeing it unfold made it clear what kind of future awaited Bai Yi's father. After the confrontation with his wife, Pai Tong Hong and his wife finally came to believe that their son had indeed awakened his innate talent. By this time, Bai Yi had enough time to come up with a convincing story. He explained that a few days earlier, he had used his all-knowing talent to discover a treasure, which he then exchanged for the skill he now possessed. Just now, both of you witnessed my son's abilities firsthand, especially you, Bai Yi's mother, who was even summoned by his skill, which only reinforced your belief, he added. Gradually, they accepted that Bai Yi hadn't damaged his brain, but had truly unlocked a special skill. Fortunately, both his parents were open-minded. As soon as they saw their son's abilities, they were eager to invest in a weapon for him. This was exactly what Bai Yi had hoped for. Bai Tong Hong allowed him to browse the internet and search for the weapon he needed. After all, Bai Yi's all-knowing talent was best suited to situations like this, allowing him to see through all the details of his potential targets. In the end, Bai Yi decided on a saber. It seemed like a failure, much like him, but hidden within it was a secret power no one had discovered. The weapon had the ability to steal attribute points from an opponent and temporarily add them to the user's own stats whenever they attacked, with a maximum of 20 points that could be stolen. After reading this valuable information, Bai Yi immediately placed an order, not bothering to consult his parents. He quickly confirmed the purchase. As a result, Bai Tong Hong's account was drained of 25,000 gold coins by his son. He could only feel his heart ache as if it were being torn apart, tears streaming down his face. Yet he felt powerless to help his beloved son. The weapon Bai Yi had purchased was called the Spring Beauty Saber. It was made of bronze with a durability rating of 100/100ths. The seller had eagerly described the sword, claiming it had a blade that was 2 feet and 2 inches long, incredibly sharp, and that failing to buy it would be a huge mistake. However, Bai Yi examined it again and again, feeling that the extravagant praise did not align with the pile of scrap metal worth 25,000 gold coins in front of him. The next morning, the students gathered early at the professional square in Dongmu City. Headmaster Q repeated his instructions. When the teleportation formation opens, you must select a dungeon that matches your strength. No one is allowed to blindly choose a high difficulty dungeon. Also, once you enter the teleportation formation, each student will receive a teleportation stone. If you find yourself in life-threatening danger, crush it, and you'll be teleported out of the dungeon within 5 seconds. Although this was a competition, the students all chose to team up for the dungeon challenge. Only Bai Yi's team and a boy with a buzzcut named Daxian were left without anyone willing to join them. Bai Yi had expected this outcome, but he wasn't too concerned. Here's the plan. We'll go straight for the purgatory difficulty and play it out. Daxian gave Bai Yi a skeptical look. Do you really think the two of us can handle it? Before Bai Yi could respond, someone else spoke up. Ha! You're really rushing to get rich, huh? You two are asking for trouble. One level A leading a level E. Are you planning a hand over your lives? The group that had just arrived consisted of Sinba, a sea-level gunner, Chen Song, a sea-level warrior, and Wang Bo, a sea-level mage. While none of them were particularly gifted, their professions were well-rounded, providing a solid foundation for teamwork during battles. In comparison to Bai Yi's two-person team, their group appeared to be more balanced and conventional. Having been accustomed to criticism ever since awakening his talent, Bai Yi didn't feel upset or angered by the words of Sinba and the others. No matter what they said, it didn't affect him. However, Gaixian wasn't about to let his friend be insulted without defending him. While he had been unsure about Bai Yi's decision to pick the purgatory-level dungeon earlier, hearing the others' comments made him determined to choose the hardest challenge available and claim all the monsters for himself. As the saying goes, actions speak louder than words. Without hesitation, Gaixian went to sign up, selecting a Forest of Flesh-Eating Spirits dungeon on purgatory difficulty. Bai Yi, now feeling a bit unsure, said, Hey, Gaixian, I was just joking earlier. Do you think we can handle this difficulty? What are you worried about? We just need to believe in ourselves, Gaixian replied confidently. Then, without further discussion, he grabbed Bai Yi by the neck and dragged him to the teleportation formation. The choice of a two-person team, one with an A-level profession, Earth Warrior, and the other with an F-level passerby, opting for such a high-difficulty dungeon left the surrounding students staring in disbelief. Of course, their astonishment was mostly tinged with mockery, as they thought the pair was being reckless, especially Bai Yi. Since his profession as a passerby had been awakened, and already gained a reputation for being the worst, a forced low-level role that many considered useless. The students gathered outside all agreed that Gaixian was truly unfortunate. Once again, he had been dragged down by Bai Yi, and together they had become the subject of ridicule. Even the homeroom teacher, Q, was so exasperated by their actions that he nearly stumbled over his words. The advice he had given them earlier seemed to have been as useless as water poured onto taro leaves. Were these two really planning to throw away their futures like this? Not long after, the two of them entered the dungeon. After some grumbling, Gaixian sighed with resignation. As expected, rushing things only leads to trouble. Here's the plan, you stay behind me, and when the time comes, I'll fight, and you'll think, maybe we'll still have a chance. Bai Yi gave him a quiet, dismissive glance. Who was the fool just now, boasting about picking the hardest dungeon and taking on all the monsters from Sinba's group? And now, you're acting all helpless. Fine, we're in this now, so we might as well go with it. Bai Yi then pulled out the rusty spring beauty saber from his bag. Ahead of them stood a level 5 man-eating monster. Without hesitation, Bai Yi struck first, quickly defeating it and earning 250 experience points and 500 divine power points. He leaped from level 1 to level 3, with all of his stats increasing by 2 points. Daxian reacted like a teenage girl meeting her idol for the first time. Oh my god, this is Bai Yi, my friend. The one everyone calls the most useless person in history, who couldn't even hold a weapon. Oh my god. Bai Yi, from now on, you're my hero. Nothing special, Bai Yi replied, waving it off. Come on, let me show you some real skills. Now, I'm not even sure who's hiding behind whom anymore. As Bai Yi waited for Daxian to speak, Daxian had already nodded and quickly hid behind him. Earlier, the system had warned Bai Yi about a man-eating monster cooking hot pot on the left side of the path. The two of them cautiously moved toward it. Once they located the monster, Bai Yi called out, "Where are the guards? Protect me." The man-eating monster, unaware of the danger, continued cooking its hot pot, completely oblivious to the fact that its body was suddenly being pulled away. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi charged forward as the monster struggled to regain control. With a swift swing of his blade, Bai Yi sliced the creature in half. The hot pot, still half-cooked, was left abandoned and forgotten. Bai Yi leveled up once again, and all of his attributes increased by a point. The difficulty of Purgatory really wasn't as bad as it seemed. Bai Yi felt a rush of satisfaction from being in control of the situation. However, when he turned around, he saw Daxian's face drain of color. Oh my god, behind you. Before Bai Yi could even turn to see what Daxian was pointing at, a deafening roar rang out. He hadn't noticed when it had appeared, but a much larger man-eating monster had materialized. This one seemed to be a boss, towering over the others. It was ferocious looking, and to make matters worse, it was wielding an enormous wooden log as a weapon, swinging it at them. To make things even worse, Bai Yi was still in his cooldown period. He couldn't use his "Where are the guards? Protect me" skill at that moment, and the massive log in the monster's hands was already crashing down toward them. At that moment, Bai Yi deeply regretted his arrogance. Panic surged through him, and he completely forgot to crush the teleportation stone. Could it be that my first battle will also be the day I die? Bai Yi closed his eyes, almost resigned to his fate, but just as the wooden beam was about to crush him, the man-eating monster was split in two by an immense force. Following the trajectory of the strike, Bai Yi's eyes landed on a stunning girl with platinum short hair. This unexpected savior looked incredibly strong. Still in a daze from his near-death experience, Bai Yi struggled to steady his breathing. After a moment, it was the girl who spoke first. "Are you the one with the F-grade passerby class?" Thanks to his exceptional talent for analyzing everything, Bai Yi quickly assessed her name and information. She was Suruxi level 5 with the Thunderstrike Child's SS grade talent, which granted her immunity to all lightning-based attacks. Moreover, when she used lightning skills, her damage increased, cooldowns were shortened, and energy consumption decreased. All of her attributes were astonishingly high. She was a true chosen one, a legendary figure marked by the heavens. At that moment, Bai Yi had only one thought: to somehow attach himself to Suruxi's side. Both of them had reached level 5, but their abilities were like night and day. Although he wasn't sure whether he would succeed in clinging to this powerful girl and overcoming the challenges ahead, Bai Yi was determined to make an impression on her. After coughing a few times to gather his thoughts, Bai Yi attempted to present himself in the most polished way he could. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bai Yi, the most famous passerby in the city of Dongwu. Bai Yi's way of thinking was far beyond what most people could comprehend. Despite having what was considered the least useful talent, he still took pride in front of Suruxi, even quickly handing her his contact details. Beneath the phone number, there was a tiny line of text that Suruxi nearly missed. "Beautiful sister, please pull me up." She stared at him, speechless, taken aback by his audacity. "If you're really at level F, why are you here?" she asked. The truth? Who knew? Wasn't it because of Duxian's brief moment of impulse that the two of them were now stuck in this mess? Suruxi couldn't be bothered with other people's problems. She told Bai Yi to leave quickly, reminding him that in a dungeon filled with potential danger, they wouldn't always be so lucky to be saved like they had just been. But as she turned to walk off, Bai Yi decided that if he was going to be shameless, he might as well go all the way. Without a second thought, he threw himself onto the ground, disregarding any sense of dignity, and grabbed Suruxi's leg. "Beautiful sister, you can't just leave like this," he pleaded. "What will I do if you go? My home has an elderly mother and young children. I'm the only son in the family. If I log out now, there'll be no one to carry on the family name." His pitiful display left Suruxi frozen in shock. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, Bai Yi had truly managed to spark her compassion. Suruxi thought to herself, "Bai Yi is weak. If I leave him here without help, he'll log off for good. Well, saving a life is better than building 7 towers *. All right, you can follow me, but don't cause any trouble. And first, let go of my leg," Suruxi said, sounding exasperated. Bai Yi, as though he had struck gold, gazed at her with eyes shining brightly, like headlights in the dark. "Understood, goddess." At that moment, Duxian just wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear, or perhaps avoid accepting Bai Yi's friend request altogether. But in the end, he had no choice but to follow them. Otherwise, Duxian would likely be left to die alone in the dungeon. As the journey continued with Suruxi, Bai Yi became more and more convinced that following her was the right choice. The monsters couldn't even lay a finger on her. They simply couldn't fight back. However, Bai Yi had the ability to steal a monster from her. Though she had warned Bai Yi to stay out of trouble, whether by accident or on purpose, just as Suruxi was about to land the finishing blow on a massive monster, Bai Yi used his skill. He shielded the monster, the intended target, and in the blink of an eye, it slipped from Suruxi's reach and into Bai Yi's hands. This scene sent Suruxi into a fury. She immediately charged over and grabbed Bai Yi by the collar. "So, it was you causing trouble, wasn't it?" Bai Yi looked up at her, a sheepish grin on his face. "Beautiful lady, I didn't want to do that, but that's just how my skill works." Bai Yi once again wore a pitiable expression, his face twisted as he spoke. "You see, Duxian is also backing me up. He can vouch for it. Bai Yi really does have the ability to attract all the monsters toward him." Suruxi withdrew her fist and began to think. She realized that if Bai Yi could draw monsters away from her, his strength must be greater than hers. In that moment, surrounded by the monsters of the dungeon, Suruxi made up her mind. "Humph, I want to challenge you." Bai Yi was taken aback. "Didn't you come along with the goddess to tag along? Why are we facing off now? Well, given the difference in our strength, if you manage to defeat more monsters than I do, you win. If I lose, I'll grant you any request you make. Though Bai Yi had initially been reluctant to accept the challenge, the promise of having any wish granted if he lost made him agree without a second thought. What he was thinking remained unclear, but Dexian had a feeling that both of them might soon find themselves in a tough spot after provoking Su Ruxai like this. They then parted ways and set out to hunt monsters to settle the matter. Truth be told, defeating Su Ruxai wasn't going to be easy. Bai Yi realized that Dexian was right. He needed to focus on strengthening himself before worrying about anything else. Fortunately, he had recently gathered enough divine power points to spin the wheel for one of the 3 new skills. The 3 available skills were, in order, Beauty with Reason. When activated, this skill boosts the attribute points of the more beautiful individual, while also doubling your damage output. In contrast, the one with less beauty will see a reduction in their attribute points and their damage halved. It may sound a bit strange, but for someone as stunning as Su Ruxai, this ability was incredibly powerful. The second skill was No Retreat. Once activated, it would bind the target to the user's will, forcing them to follow any command, regardless of the situation. The final option was Escape a Peril. If the user faced a critical attack from anyone whose name contained the character G, the user would suffer no damage and would automatically be teleported to safety. Before Bai Yi could make his decision, another prompt appeared. If the host wants to lock in a skill to appear in future choices, it will cost 2,000 divine power points. Wow, I didn't realize the system had this feature. In that case, Bai Yi can make his choice now, he thought to himself. After selecting the skill, Bai Yi turned to mentally prepare Dexian. Hang on a second, buddy. For both our safety, you absolutely must think of me as the most handsome guy. Don't ask why. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle the truth. This choice confirmed that Bai Yi had picked the first skill. It made the most sense as it seemed the least outlandish of the 3. The hunt to face Su Ruxai one-on-one was about to begin once again. With 2 skills now at his disposal, Bai Yi's monster hunting journey would be much smoother. He could use one skill while the other was cooling down. Dexian's coordination with him was smooth and seamless. Just as Bai Yi had anticipated, as long as his teammates defeated the monsters, he would also receive power points, though a bit fewer than if he had done it on his own. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the live broadcast had begun. The crowd, already intrigued by the skilled players in this group of students, was especially focused on Bai Yi, the so-called worthless player of Dongwu City. They watched in astonishment as he effortlessly cleared countless monsters along the way. Oh my god, this kid Bai Yi is incredible. But doesn't his attributes seem a little strange? How is he doing that? Can someone explain? Even Headmaster Q was taken aback when he saw Bai Yi use a defensive skill in what appeared to be a control-like manner. What was even more surprising was that although Bai Yi had only awakened the skill yesterday, he was already using it with impressive skill and ease. Sitting beside him was a person whose identity remained unclear, but they seemed particularly interested in Bai Yi. Mr. Q, when someone awakens a talent, does it always come with a special innate ability? What's this kid Bai Yi's talent? When Headmaster Q explained that Bai Yi's talent was omniscient and all-powerful, the person appeared disappointed. What a letdown. I was hoping for something better than that. It was easy to understand why the person felt this way. Omniscient and all-powerful did grant Bai Yi access to a wealth of information, but there was a significant limitation. He could only access data from individuals at his level or lower. The other person continued, so against opponents who are even just one level above, knowing everything is useless. At that moment, Bai Yi had no idea that people were talking about him. He and Dexian were drenched in sweat as they relentlessly fought monsters. Bai Yi's "Where are you?" skill allowed him to gather the monsters in one spot for easier combat, but the long cooldown made the process feel slow. Dexian urged him to hang on a little longer, reminding him they only needed to kill 5 more monsters to clear the level. But Bai Yi's goal isn't just to clear the level. He wants to beat Su Ruxai and, most importantly, claim first place. On this point, Dexian thought his friend was being overly ambitious. Bai Yi, how could we possibly defeat those geniuses and claim first place? While that was a reasonable thought, Bai Yi had been eager to prove himself ever since his skill awakening. He had a plan. He wanted Dexian to help him hunt elite monsters. These creatures were far more valuable than the regular ones. Bai Yi and Dexian shared a deep friendship where one would suggest something and the other would go along with it. Even though Dexian knew the risks, he was convinced by Bai Yi's determination. The two ventured deeper into the forest. They hadn't gone far when the system alerted Bai Yi that 6 man-eating elite monsters up ahead were fighting each other. This was the perfect opportunity for him to show what he was capable of. Of course, the monsters wouldn't have been fighting each other unless an awakened person was nearby. Bai Yi and Xian made their way toward the area only to run into some familiar faces. Three sea-level members from Xinba, including Shen Song and Wang Ba. Without exchanging words, the two of them shared a knowing smile, as though they had the same thought at the same time. "It's time for revenge," Xian said, grinning with excitement. "Bai Yi, do you remember the next line in the phrase about someone doing big things?" Bai Yi's grin was even more devious than Xian's. Noticing his friend struggling to recall the answer, Bai Yi quickly responded, "It's by any means necessary, you fool." As soon as he said this, Xian immediately realized that Bai Yi was planning to ambush the Sinbad group while they were distracted fighting the man-eating monsters. At that moment, the mischievous Xian seemed a bit reluctant, as he wasn't entirely comfortable with the idea of an ambush, but that hesitation was fleeting. After all, it wasn't the most honorable tactic, and Xian did have some reservations. However, Bai Yi felt no such qualms. He had long been labeled as worthless, and he believed that for someone like him, a small break from martial virtue wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things. After a quick discussion, Xian was once again convinced by his best friend's reasoning. Bai Yi wasted no time and activated his "Where is the person?" protect the price skill to steal monsters from the Sinbad group, just as he had done before with Su Ruxai. The three Sinbad members were left bewildered, their hearts racing as they searched for the creature that had just vanished. Bai Yi continued his successful monster-stealing streak, quickly amassing both experience points and divine power, all while keeping his eyes on the prize. Seeing the scene unfold, Xian could only offer a sincere thumbs up in admiration. "When it comes to the Seven Virtues team, I have nothing but respect for you," he said. The entire event was being streamed live, and viewers quickly divided into two camps. Some saw Bai Yi as a clever strategist, able to summon monsters even with barely any health left, then land the final blow. Others, however, believed Bai Yi's actions were underhanded, claiming that stealing monsters from others went against the competition rules. "Ha! It's been a while since I've encountered such an interesting student," came a loud, cheerful laugh from the crowd. A tall, slender man with sharp features emerged, Wang Tian, who had come to represent the admissions office of the country's second-best university, Tianfu University. Wang Tian continued to laugh, clearly intrigued by Bai Yi's actions, then casually slipped his hands into his pockets and strolled toward the teleportation formation gate. Outside, the crowd was buzzing with mixed opinions. Even Instructor Q felt that Bai Yi's actions were a bit questionable. However, since they didn't break any rules, Instructor Q would still be pleased if Bai Yi succeeded, even if his tactics became more questionable. While the outside world was in turmoil, Bai Yi remained calm and composed inside the dungeon, thoroughly enjoying the feeling of having the upper hand over the Sinbad group. After clearing the monster lair, the two-person team had raised their total score to 10 monsters, placing them third in the Purgatory level rankings. The goddess Su's speed in defeating monsters is truly remarkable. While Bai Yi and Xian had to team up to defeat 10 monsters, she handles the task alone and still manages to surpass them by taking down 3 more. Meanwhile, Sinbad's brute seemed to have noticed that the sudden disappearance of monsters right before their eyes is unusual. They quickly deduced that someone from outside must be involved. As this thought crossed his mind, Sinbad spotted a shadow moving behind a large tree nearby. Despite Wang Bo's attempt to stop him, he drew his bow and released a powerful arrow aimed directly at the shadow. At Bai Yi's current position, if he didn't dodge, the arrow would surely get him. However, Bai Yi's guardian skill, originally a defensive ability, was now applied to Xian. Xian was pushed forward by the wave of force but remained unaffected. As a warrior of the earth, his sturdy shield held firm against Sinbad's arrow without any hesitation. Though the arrow struck with great force, it caused no harm to either Bai Yi or Xian. After neutralizing the attack, Xian didn't hold back. He raised 2 middle fingers and shouted, "Are you trying to kill us? Instead of fighting monsters, you're attacking other awakened ones. What's that all about?" Sinbad, fuming with frustration, wished he had 4 hands so he could flip all 4 middle fingers at his opponent. Clearly, they were being pushed too far, and now they were being accused of stealing and shouting as though they were the victims. Criticized by Sinbad, Bai Yi didn't feel embarrassed in the least. Instead, he boldly fired back. He was fully aware that the exam rules didn't prohibit any quirks other students might have. Therefore, their actions could only be considered a clever use of the rules. In fact, from a certain perspective, he should probably thank Sinbad. After all, if it weren't for Xian, he would have already been a murderer. Bai Yi emphasized the word murderer to provoke his opponent. At the time, Sinbad had been so furious that he pulled the trigger, but now, given the chance to choose again, he might still act the same way. Meanwhile, his teammate Wang Bo seemed much more composed. While Sinba was busy shouting and fuming, Wangbo calmly used his identification technique to check the opponent's details. That's when they discovered that Bai Yi had reached level 5, yet his attributes were as unimpressive as any random passerby. Wait a minute, Sinba suddenly had a realization. It's you. You're the one with the useless profession who needed to reincarnate, right? He hadn't expected that when he'd been messing around with Bai Yi and Daxian before the exam, they would still hold a grudge over it. What's more, if it really was Bai Yi, then Daxian had, in fact, saved Sinba from a very clear defeat just now. Though Sinba's arrows might not be effective against other awakened ones, it could certainly be deadly to someone with low attributes like Bai Yi. If it weren't for Daxian's shield, the situation could have turned disastrous. Sinba would never want to carry the reputation of killing another awakened one, not even in his worst nightmares. As angry as he was, he had no choice but to bow his head and apologize to Bai Yi and Daxian. With no other option, he reluctantly went off in search of a different area to hunt monsters. Meanwhile, viewers of the live stream continued to mock Bai Yi, calling him a coward. They accused him of not only stealing monsters from others, but also forcing them to apologize. But in the depths of the dungeon, Bai Yi felt a sense of accomplishment. For him, fighting wasn't just about raw strength, it was about strategy and using his mind. He had once been powerless, looked down upon by others, but now he had the ability to make those same people apologize. It was a source of pride, even if they were stronger than him. Having shaken off Sinba, Bai Yi was eager to continue hunting with Daxian. The system had just alerted him to the presence of an elite monster 300 meters ahead in a cave. This monster was stronger than the 6 they had just defeated, already reaching level 7. After surviving several life-threatening encounters and witnessing Bai Yi's brilliant tactics, Daxian had placed complete trust in him. So whether they were facing an elite monster or a super elite one, he wasn't afraid. Together, they followed the map toward the cave. Inside the cave, which was as dark as pitch, Bai Yi dared only to stand at the entrance and observe for a moment, unwilling to act just yet. The super elite monster was undoubtedly within, and confronting it directly would be futile. They stood no chance. Daxian, do you trust me? Bai Yi asked. Of course I trust you completely, Daxian replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. All right then, let's try something exciting. Bai Yi nodded, then instructed Daxian to use his strength to block the cave's entrance. Daxian, however, couldn't immediately understand what his friend was asking. This was no mere thrill-seeking adventure to him. Bai Yi seemed to be recklessly putting his life at risk. Don't worry, I'm not joking with my life. Bai Yi reassured him with genuine seriousness before continuing to haul large stones to seal the cave entrance. His plan was simple. By blocking the entrance, only the two of them would remain inside. This would allow their skills to hit their target with precision and keep their protective barrier intact. Seeing the determination in his friend's eyes, Daxian knew he couldn't stop him. His own strength far surpassed Bai Yi's, and after a moment of reluctant agreement, he too began moving heavy stones to help seal the entrance. Once the task was completed, Bai Yi repeatedly reminded Daxian of one crucial detail. You have to remember, without fail, that you were the most handsome person. The skill they needed was complicated and required a great deal of preparation, but Bai Yi was willing to overlook the inconvenience because the results were worth it. After their discussion concluded, an odd smell suddenly filled the cave. Daxian sniffed the air a few times before he gagged and vomited up his breakfast. What is that stench? Did the monster get stronger from eating human flesh and other things? He complained. Bai Yi wasn't much better off. The foul smell emptied his stomach as well. It took them both some time to recover. Daxian managed to find a piece of cloth with a floral pattern and tied it over his nose. They continued deeper into the cave, where the ground was littered with skulls, bones, and other repulsive debris. It was no surprise that the horrible odor had reached them immediately after they sealed the cave entrance. The unsettling feeling they had been carrying quickly gave way to sheer disgust. Bai Yi took a moment to think. A level 7 super monster that fed on human flesh had gained a new skill and appeared somewhat formidable was certainly a risk worth taking. Though he hadn't figured out all the details, the monster had already shown itself. The creature had a face that could only be described as hideously deformed and a powerful skill called brutal collision. Armed with a large wooden mace, a direct hit from it would almost certainly be lethal. Bai Yi and Daxian both took a deep breath and focused. This time, Daxian would take the lead. He activated his blood surge ability, gripping a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, and charged forward. The monster absorbed the full force of Daxian's attack. That was only the beginning. Daxian's role was to strike first and create an opening for Bai Yi to deliver the finishing blow. With his impressive display of skills, Bai Yi effortlessly overwhelmed his opponent with his curses, causing both his attributes and damage to increase significantly. Taking advantage of the monster's disorientation from Duxian's whirlwind slash, Bai Yi charged forward and struck again. This blow was the final one. Despite its worn appearance, the rusty blade of the spring blossom sword cleaved through the massive creature, slicing it in half. The monster collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the entire cave. Upon defeating the super elite monster, Bai Yi earned 1,200 experience points and 8,000 divine power points. Moreover, a skill stone dropped from the monster's corpse. Duxian's eyes gleamed as he rushed forward, eager to claim the stone. However, before his hand could touch it, the cave trembled once more. The stone wall they had set up earlier at the entrance was shattered by an unexpected arrival. "What's this? I thought it was something serious, but it's just two insignificant insects," a voice mocked. Having dealt with the super elite monster, Bai Yi no longer had any need for the wall, but this newcomer was truly infuriating. His name was Zhu Zidong, a fellow student from the same year as Bai Yi. The only difference was that Bai Yi was a useless S level, while Zhu Zidong was an SS level genius with the renowned Fire Fist skill. His potential, though slightly behind Su Ruxi's, was still exceptional. Zhu Zidong's reason for storming into the cave was clear. He aimed to snatch the skill stone that had just fallen from the boss's corpse, now in Duxian's possession. Of course, Bai Yi had no intention of letting him succeed. While he was often regarded as worthless, he was the type of person who feared no one. With that in mind, he quickly readied his usual techniques, preparing for a fierce confrontation with the young man standing before him. Meanwhile, the stunning Su Ruxi was still busy handling the monsters. Initially, there were two vicious creatures in front of her, and she was about to deliver the final blow. However, at that very moment, an invisible, overwhelming force suddenly yanked her away. The punch meant for the monsters ended up striking Zhu Zidong squarely in the face instead. In that instant, the four people present were left dumbfounded. Su Ruxi had no idea how she had ended up in this position. Zhu Zidong was equally confused, not understanding how Su Ruxi had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and punched him. Bai Yi and Duxian were equally stunned, never having anticipated such an unexpected turn of events. The bodyguard, instead of pulling her toward any of the monsters, had brought her directly to him. What was clear, however, was that Zhu Zidong had just been struck hard, his face now bleeding as tears mingled with the blood. He wiped his nose in frustration and, seething with anger, pointed at Su Ruxi. "Did you just hit me?" he demanded. There are plenty of people in this world who are not swayed by appearances, and Zhu Zidong is one of them. No matter how beautiful this woman is, all I can focus on is the fact that she just punched me like that. Su Ruxi, the goddess, was utterly bewildered. She quickly waved her hand, insisting that she hadn't meant to harm anyone and that she didn't even understand why she had acted the way she did. However, whether intentional or not, Zhu Zidong could not overlook the situation. Without giving her a chance to explain, he immediately summoned his fire powers to accuse her. While the two were locked in their confrontation, the true instigator of the entire incident quietly watched from a corner. For him, the ideal outcome would be for them to destroy each other, so the longer they fought, the better. Returning to the issue of the reward, Bai Yi had no use for the skill stone from the monster, so he handed it over to Duxian. As the loop was divided, Su Ruxi noticed Bai Yi's presence in the cave. Having encountered his abilities before, she quickly realized he was behind everything. A wave of frustration she couldn't hold back surged within Su Ruxi. Ignoring Zhu Zidong, she rushed to confront Bai Yi. But when she prepared to strike, she found no one there. Bai Yi's defense was indeed effective. Just as she was about to attack, he managed to call upon Zhu Zidong to shield him. Once again, Zhu Zidong unwittingly took the blow for Bai Yi. His cheeks were now swollen and tears streamed down his face as he complained, "You three against one. This is really shameless." Su Ruxi once again found herself overwhelmed by confusion. She had always held virtue in high regard, which is why she couldn't bring herself to harm someone who hadn't wronged her. Additionally, she could never bring herself to bully someone weaker by using numbers to her advantage. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Su Ruxi quickly apologized to Zhu Zidong. She then pointed at Bai Yi and Duxian, who were attempting to take advantage of the situation to escape. "This is all because of his skills. It's because he left the game." Zhu Zidong, who had been itching to punish the two in order to seize their skill stone, felt his anger rise like a wave after hearing Su Ruxi's words. With fury in his eyes, he threw another punch, but Bai Yi stood there calmly, picking his nose before casually saying, "Guards, protect me." Now Bai Yi had become so skilled at using this ability that there was almost no flaw in his execution. Sadly, Su Ruxi continued to be used by Bai Yi as a tool to serve his own interests. Zhu Zidong had been hit by 3 consecutive blows, and now he no longer believed a word that Su Ruxi, the goddess, said. "You bastard, you still dare to claim you're not with them? Just wait, I'll deal with you later." Despite being a low-level awakened, Bai Yi had managed to offend two SS and SSS-level geniuses in a short span of time. Yet he remained completely unshaken and unaware of the fear surrounding him, all thanks to his powerful four-character skill. Outside, the audience's reactions were mixed. Some found Bai Yi's abilities intriguing and even considered recruiting him to their own schools. Some people believed that you were resorting to underhanded tactics, and they felt it wasn't worth paying attention to. Inside the dungeon, seeing the confused expressions on Chu Zidong and Su Rux's faces, Bai Yi reluctantly took it upon himself to explain. "Let me be modest here," Bai Yi said with a wry smile. "I'm Bai Yi, and my specialty is that I can always find someone to take the hits for me." Although he used the word modestly, his tone and expression were far from humble. Chu Zidong and Su Ruxai looked surprised as if they had never heard of such a skill before. But before they could respond, a series of numbers suddenly appeared in the sky, a countdown timer showing how much time remained until the college entrance exam at the end of the year. As the seconds ticked down, the students' anxiety grew. Bai Yi was no different. He had been guided by the system to the final monster base, a place inhabited by man-eating monsters. Inside the lair, there was a level 10 boss, 3 level 7 elite man-eating monsters, and 20 regular man-eating monsters. Upon arriving, Bai Yi and Dive Xian could only cautiously hide in a corner watching. Back when he was powerless, he never even dared to dream of facing such a brutal battlefield. But even now that he had awakened his skills and grown stronger, Bai Yi still felt that taking on more than 20 monsters at once was overwhelming. However, Bai Yi wasn't the only one to stumble upon this lair. Behind Bai Yi, a few other students stood. He was willing to let the other monsters pass, but the level 10 boss was a different matter. It was one he had to face directly, no matter what. Bai Yi made no effort to hide his intentions, but the other students weren't so eager to let him take control so easily. "What makes you think the boss should go be you?" they shouted, voicing their frustration. Bai Yi didn't respond or try to explain himself. He simply turned his gaze toward Chu Zidong, who was standing nearby. That look sent a chill through Chu Zidong. Despite his dislike for Bai Yi, he certainly didn't want to be used as a shield again. So Chu Zidong decided to speak up, stepping in to shield Bai Yi from the crowd. "I'm fine with Bai Yi having the final boss. If anyone has an issue with that, they can take it up with me. Chu Zidong." The other students were stunned. Chu Zidong, known as the Blazing Flame Fistmaster, rarely got involved in disputes. They didn't understand why he was defending Bai Yi. After all, while Chu Zidong could easily defeat most others, he knew he stood no chance against Bai Yi. It wasn't just Chu Zidong who spoke up, though. Su Ruxai also took the same position. Her support for Bai Yi made an even bigger impact. Compared to Chu Zidong, Su Ruxai was much more well-known, and her class carried far more prestige. With such influential figures backing him, the other students found it difficult to oppose Bai Yi. Grateful for the support, Bai Yi turned to thank Su Ruxai. She didn't even spare him a glance. "Don't thank me. You still have 10 minutes left." Once Su Ruxai finished speaking, Bai Yi realized there were just over 600 seconds remaining until the competition ended. With her previous agreement still standing and his desire not to lose to Su, the goddess, Bai Yi felt a moment of hesitation as he eyed the swarm of man-eating monsters. However, he had already made up his mind. There was no turning back. One by one, the students nervously ventured deeper into the heart of the monster's territory. The creatures, with their sharp senses, quickly detected the intruders and charged toward them. Among the monsters was a level 10 boss, far fiercer and more dangerous than the others. It wielded a massive iron mace, a weapon far more terrifying than the wooden maces carried by the level 7 monsters. As for Bai Yi, he had already steeled himself and prepared a plan. While the other students looked terrified, he confidently stepped onto the main path and called out loudly to the level 10 boss. "Hey, you overgrown fool! Your opponent is right here." At the sound of Bai Yi's taunt, the monster lord charged toward him, quickly followed by more than 20 ordinary monsters. Bai Yi hadn't anticipated they would stay so tightly packed, and realizing the danger, he signaled for those behind him to fall back, hoping to minimize casualties. This would also give him the opportunity to use his guardian skill. Back and forth, the level 10 boss was now right in front of him. As the mace in its hand came crashing down, Bai Yi quickly summoned a regular human-eating monster to shield him. Thankfully, he acted just in time. If he hadn't, he would have been flattened under the boss's weapon. At that moment, Bai Yi's skill was still on a 5-second cooldown. Though it might sound short, in a situation like this, it felt like an eternity. For now, Bai Yi had no choice but to dodge and evade, waiting for his skill to reset so he could summon another monster to protect him. He ran for his life, but the boss, a powerful level lord, was just as fast. As it pursued him, it continued attacking relentlessly. Bai Yi did everything he could to widen the gap between them. Finally, he reached a quiet spot where only two creatures remained, himself and the flesh-eating lord. His skill was now ready. This was his chance to strike. First, Bai Yi activated his beauty with reason skill. With only the two of them in the area, the system immediately recognized Bai Yi as the one with superior looks. His attributes were instantly boosted, and the damage from his next attack would be doubled. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi launched his counterattack. With his enhanced attributes, he moved as quickly as a squirrel. His smaller size gave him added agility, allowing him to easily close the distance to the boss's vital points. In a swift, graceful motion, he slashed his sword, severing the tendons in all four of the flesh-eating lord's limbs. The group of students witnessing Bai Yi's actions for the first time stared in disbelief. No way, there's gotta be some cheating involved here, right? A random person with all 14 attribute points can really take down a monster lord that devours people. Is he some kind of legendary sword master or what? The boss had already collapsed to the ground, though it wasn't entirely defeated yet. Bai Yi, however, remained calm and collected. All right, let you finish this. Just then, a loud booting laugh echoed as a figure dropped from the sky. Ha ha, the monster boss is mine now. Bai Yi, experienced in dealing with kill stealers, immediately recognized the newcomer's intent. Panic set in and he shouted, "Stop! Get away!" The one trying to claim the kill was Mo Yin, a skilled shadow assassin. He landed on the monster lord's back with incredible speed, drawing his knife and plunging it into the creature. He was confident that this attack would secure the boss's defeat for himself, but that wasn't the case. The moment Mo Yin's dagger sank into the monster lord's flesh, the creature seemed to come alive, as if the wound had never existed. In an instant, the boss's massive hand grabbed Mo Yin, squeezing him with a strength that left him struggling for air. "No! Someone help me!" He screamed, his voice rising in panic as the monster lord's mouth opened wide, preparing to swallow him whole, but no one could intervene. The only sound that filled the air was the gruesome sound of the monster chewing, savoring its meal. The scene left the students who witnessed it shuddering. The most heartbroken was Mo Yin's grandfather, who was watching the live broadcast outside the instance. Seeing his grandson frozen by the monster in that way, even the hardest of hearts couldn't help but tear up. Class leader Chu and the others stood there, unsure how to offer comfort. All they could do was sigh deeply. At that moment, Bai Yi also felt a sense of unease. Even though Mo Yin was responsible for his own actions, Bai Yi couldn't shake the discomfort. His vast knowledge might have provided valuable insights into the monster, but the two offensive skills at his disposal weren't appropriate for such a crowded space. Given the situation, it seemed that the only solution was to rely on the strength of the group. Bai Yi drew his sword and shouted, "The monster has devoured a human and gone berserk. We must all attack together or we're all in danger." Daxian, Su Ruoxie, and Xu Zhaidong were the first to respond to Bai Yi's call. Though they had never worked together before, these strangers quickly picked up their weapons and fought alongside each other. All three possessed strong talents, especially Su Ruoxie and Xu Zhaidong, who were true prodigies. With their relentless attacks, the monster began to grow weaker. Bai Yi was not idle either. The Spring Beauty saber in his hand seemed to dance on its own, and with a final strike, he brought the monster down. The monster lord, which had devoured humans, dropped 2,400 experience points and 14,000 divine power points. As the largest boss in the instance, it also dropped a pile of high-quality equipment after its defeat. The monstrous creatures that feasted on humans typically scattered as soon as they saw their leader log out. Daxian, watching Bai Yi's smooth and effortless movements, could only clap in admiration and marvel at how much Bai Yi had changed since they first started playing. "It's just basic moves," Bai Yi replied modestly. The two of them were experts at exchanging compliments. Daxian had intended to praise his friend even more, but just then, a notification popped up announcing that their team had defeated the boss, unlocking the teleportation formation. With a sense of pride, they stepped into the portal. Outside, the younger students anxiously awaited Bai Yi's arrival, their faces filled with excitement. Among them, the younger female students were particularly enchanted by Bai Yi's earlier performance. "Wow, he's so strong. But didn't I hear he awakened the passerby class? That's impossible. Someone must have made that up. Senior Bai Yi has definitely awakened a high-level class to be this strong." By now, the media attention was almost entirely focused on him, and everyone eagerly awaited the moment when Bai Yi would emerge from the portal. Finally, he stepped through, with Daxian proudly following behind. Bai Yi let out a sigh of relief as he stepped out, finally able to breathe fresh air after the suffocating danger that surrounded him in the dungeon. But you never imagined that taking the university entrance exam would lead to gaining a large following. As soon as the younger female students spotted Bai Yi, they flocked to him like bees to honey. Senior Bai Yi, your performance just now was amazing. That's right, Senior Bai Yi. Do you have a girlfriend? Bai Yi was momentarily overwhelmed by the scent of the girls surrounding him, unable to fully process what was happening. However, when they asked about his relationship status, he instinctively glanced over at Su Ruxi, who was standing nearby. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. It wasn't just these young girls eagerly waiting for Bai Yi. Even Instructor Q had been anticipating his return, ready to offer congratulations and praise for his excellent performance in the instance. Bai Yi scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, thanking Instructor Q for helping him awaken his skills and successfully clear the instance. Clearly, the instructor must have put in a great deal of effort. Once the round of congratulations wrapped up, universities began their recruitment efforts. Naturally, someone like Bai Yi, who had defeated a boss, became a top priority for admissions representatives. He had gone from being a lowly F rank, unnoticed by anyone, to a highly sought-after prospect that top universities were eager to sign. Although he had only recently gained attention, this young man showed no signs of modesty. Faced with so many offers, Bai Yi directly rejected them, stating that he had no interest in universities that were below the silver tier. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp laugh echoed in the air. Ha! It's amusing how someone can lose interest with just one sentence. Kid, I'm Wang Raitian, the admissions representative from Tianfu University, which is ranked among the top 3. Today, I here offer you a spot at our school. What do you say, Bai Yi? Wang Raitian wasn't the only one making an offer. Lai Bin from King Bai University had also entered the race for Bai Yi's talent. In fact, his proposal was even more tempting. Lai Bin promised to arrange a special training program for Bai Yi, with one-on-one sessions from a senior lecturer. On top of that, he would give him unrestricted access to all gold-tier dungeons for practice. These perks were enough to make Bai Yi think seriously about the offer. However, things took a different turn when the president of Manhwa University personally stepped in. His offer raised the stakes even higher, guaranteeing Bai Yi full access to gold-tier materials without any restrictions. With such fierce competition, Wang Raitian was determined not to fall behind. Are you all done? Now it's my turn. Tianfu University can match all these offers, and in addition, will give Bai Yi complete freedom to use gold-tier materials as he pleases. Wow, that's an offer that's literally worth its weight in gold. Bai Yi felt there was no reason to turn down Wang Raitian anymore, but he added one condition. They would also have to agree to recruit Duxian. Wang Raitian agreed without hesitation, even praising Bai Yi for being a young person who valued loyalty and friendship. At that moment, Duxian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Bai Yi had made his decision. He would attend Tianfu University. By chance, or perhaps fate, Su Ruxi had made the same choice. The two of them would become classmates. With his university selection behind him, Bai Yi faced a more pressing task, unboxing the rewards he had received after defeating the flesh-eating monster lord. Among these was a scroll that promised to unlock a secondary profession. Before opening it, Bai Yi clasped his hands together and bowed in every direction, silently praying not to receive another level F profession. Perhaps after all the struggles he had endured, the heavens had decided to show him some mercy. When he finally unfurled the scroll, Bai Yi was stunned to see 3 professions, each with SSF level potential: teacher training, medicine master, and expert examiner. Now he had to choose the profession that suited him best. The teacher training profession was similar to that of a chef in the beast summoning world, helping improve the development of summoned beasts. However, Bai Yi had no interest in such a role. The medicine master profession, while promising, would demand a significant amount of time and energy, something Bai Yi wasn't ready to commit to just yet. After careful consideration, Bai Yi opted for the expert examiner profession, which would allow him to appraise weapons. As soon as he made his choice, the system quickly unlocked the corresponding skill, appraisal eyes. With this skill, Bai Yi could now appraise items regardless of his profession, though each appraisal would consume 5 spirit points. As Bai Yi smiled with satisfaction, his phone suddenly rang, displaying an unknown number. When he picked up the phone, the voice on the other end quickly identified herself as Su Ruxi. Bai Yi's excitement surged, and he leaped to his feet. Oh, Goddess Su, what a pleasant surprise. Are you interested in joining me at the professional guild for a quest? Bai Yi wasn't particularly eager about the quest itself, but his interest in Su Ruxi was another matter entirely. Without hesitation, he agreed to the suggestion, rushing out of the room in his haste, completely ignoring the fact that his zipper was broken. Bai Yi made his way to the professional guild. Apart from dungeons, this was the only place where free attribute points could be earned. He had no idea what kind of quest Su Ruxi was planning, but he knew that as long as he was with her, everything would be fine. Bai Yi, A soft voice called out from behind him. Bai Yi turned around and saw Su Ruxai walking toward him. Wow, he thought she's even more beautiful up close than she was in the dungeon. Passersby were already murmuring about their presence at the guild, but it wasn't just her beauty that caught people's attention. The real buzz came from the fact that Bai Yi had gained significant fame after being crowned the national top scholar. As they walked side by side, nearly all eyes were on Bai Yi, especially those of the young girls in the crowd. Some of them even boldly approached him to ask for his autograph, and to his surprise, some even requested he sign their backsides. Bai Yi, always a bit of a flirt, was tempted to oblige, but then he felt the intense, almost judgmental gaze of Su Ruxai. With a reluctant sigh, he changed his mind and instead signed the sleeve of one girl's outfit. After the first girl, many more young, beautiful girls came forward, eager to ask for his autograph. The change happened so suddenly that Bai Yi couldn't quite adjust in time. Just a moment ago, he was barely known, merely a passerby with no real place in the world. But after a short nap, Bai Yi had somehow transformed into a top student, a popular idol admired by all. He signed autographs for every girl, which took more time and energy than battling monsters in dungeons. Su Ruxi, walking beside him, seemed to enjoy the attention he was getting as well. She understood that it had been a long time since anyone from the city of Dongwu had been recognized as a top scholar, so it made sense that after the recent exam, everyone was admiring Bai Yi. Because of this, Su Ruxai wasn't in a hurry. She patiently waited for Bai Yi to finish with his fans before guiding him to accept the next quest. Before they could proceed, she wanted to assess his combat skills, as the quest had to match his strength. Otherwise, it would be nothing more than a reckless, suicidal mission. Bai Yi hadn't given much thought to this, but since Su Ruxai had suggested it, he listened carefully. The combat test was straightforward. It simulated a real battle, allowing Bai Yi to use his weapons and skills just as he would in an actual fight. Once confirmed, he drew his new weapon, a silver game knife. The space around him began to warp, quickly locking down, and the once simple, featureless room vanished. In its place stood a desolate, treacherous mountain range. Bai Yi's opponent for this test was a level 8 three-eyed wolf with razor-sharp teeth. Their abilities far surpassed those of other monsters of the same rank. Furthermore, these wolves operated in coordinated packs. Bai Yi's exceptional talent subtly reminded him that had this been a real battle, rather than a simulation, he could have easily become prey for these wolves. Once Bai Yi finished preparing, the pack of wolves detected his presence and charged at him. However, their relentless assault was ineffective as soon as Bai Yi activated his signature skill, *whereabouts, bodyguard *. The three-eyed wolves were rendered completely powerless, resembling nothing more than the pet huskies people kept at home. In a blink, Bai Yi effortlessly eliminated them. The small, compact silver dagger in his hand proved even more powerful than the Spring Beauty saber. Bai Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. It was thanks to his secondary class as an expert examiner that he was able to acquire this high-quality weapon from the bustling marketplace. While Bai Yi savored the thrill of victory far away in Dongwu City, Mo Yin's grandfather was still consumed by the sorrow of losing his grandson. He sat at home, watching the news about Bai Yi, his anger growing with every passing moment. It was clearly Mo Yin who tried to ambush and steal a monster kills, yet he failed to properly assess his own abilities and ultimately lost his life. However, his grandfather blamed Bai Yi entirely, and driven by his deep love for his grandson, he was determined to seek revenge. Bai Yi, your mistake was shining too brightly. A talent like yours, Si Shen, must eliminate. With that thought, Mo Yin's grandfather immediately dispatched assassins to deal with Bai Yi. The assassin paused for a moment, uncertain. Do you understand what it would mean to eliminate him? But Grandpa Mo Yin was unwavering. It seemed that once Bai Yi was dealt with, his grandson would return to him. I'll contact the organization. All you need to do is follow my instructions. Su Ruxai, the gifted member of the Su family, was also with that young man. Completing this mission would bring significant rewards with no drawbacks. Neither Bai Yi nor Su Ruxai had any idea that someone was plotting against them. They had just finished their combat strength test. Su Ruxai completed hers in 5 minutes and 58 seconds, earning an A+ overall. Bai Yi finished in 5 minutes and 32 seconds, receiving an S-. Both were completely exhausted, lying on the floor, drenched in sweat. You won this time, Su Ruxai said between deep breaths, having removed her outer layer due to the heat. Hey, it was just luck, Bai Yi replied, his nose bleeding and his eyes darting around restlessly. After finishing the test, they entered the main area to receive their next assignments. There were many missions available, and Bai Yi, easily swayed, struggled to decide. Meanwhile, Su Ruxai had already made up her mind. My target this time is a dangerous figure from the Si Shen sect. He was an expert at targeting exceptional students, and now 5 of them had already fallen victim to his actions. A shiver ran down Bai Yi's spine as he processed this. Asterisk, don't tell me she plans to use them as bait to draw out the enemy. Asterisk, having just been crowned the top scholar the day before, and before even reaching the peak of glory, he had no intention of making any sacrifices. In contrast to Bai Yi's growing unease, Su Rufsai remained remarkably calm. She had come prepared this time, bringing along her personal bodyguard. Following her gaze, Bai Yi noticed a man sitting nearby, his face serious as he sipped his coffee. He was Su Tian Chao, a martial artist at level 48. Su Rufsai had introduced him as her bodyguard, but the omniscient and all-powerful had revealed to Bai Yi that he was, in fact, his future father-in-law. Asterisk, oh my god, asterisk. Meeting his future father-in-law for the first time was more intimidating than facing 2 major bosses combined. Bai Yi studied the man across from him, furrowing his brow before cautiously asking, is he really their father? At this, Ruosai seemed unaware of the misunderstanding and casually replied, not exactly. But then she quickly caught on, glaring at him. What do you mean, asterisk, their asterisk father? He's just my father. Bai Yi chose not to press further, simply shrugging and offering a smile. After all, she had said it herself. He took another sip of tea and reminded her that, regardless of whether they were siblings by blood, the mission still involved both of them. Hearing this, Ruosai sighed and said, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Bai Yi did not stop her. Instead, he stepped aside and checked his system, wondering if there were any new skills he could learn. The system quickly responded, you have 15,900 divine power points remaining. It will automatically select suitable skills for you. A short while later, the system offered him a new skill. Dad, level 1 can summon all fathers to appear before you, but it's limited to once a day. Bai Yi stared at the skill, realizing it was of no real use to him. He fell silent for a moment, then a thought of his fiery father crossed his mind and a small smile appeared on his face. Just then, Rusai returned and noticed his smile. Curiously, she asked, what's making you smile? You look so happy. Bai Yi was slightly caught off guard and glanced at her. He shrugged and casually replied, it's nothing. Then, with a gentle nudge, he added, let's go. He took a step forward, but after a few paces, Rusai called him back. At that moment, she looked a little flustered. She reached out her hand and whispered, right now we're supposed to be a couple. Let's make it look more convincing. Bai Yi, surprised, turned to her. Without hesitation, he took her hand and said, a girl's hand is so soft. It feels nice to hold it. Why not hold it? Together, they walked out, hands entwined, unaware that someone was watching them from the shadows. After they had walked a distance, the figure in black made a call and notified their accomplices to initiate Plan B. The couple wandered until they reached a clothing store. Rusai eagerly tried on a dress and asked Bai Yi for his opinion. Bai Yi, glancing up distractedly, casually said it looked great. However, in his other hand, he was holding a large-sized bra, his eyes shining with interest as he watched her. Ruosai witnessed the scene and immediately lashed out at Bai Yi in anger. However, a sense of something being off quickly washed over her. Without hesitation, Bai Yi grabbed her hand and pulled her toward him, wrapping her in a tight embrace. He glanced over his shoulder and the details of the person appeared before him. The individual's name was Pham Kien Kwang, a level 5 member of the Sishin sect who had just received orders to eliminate him. Upon seeing the information, Bai Yi muttered a curse under his breath. This is bad, and swiftly threw a smoke bomb, enveloping the store in thick smoke. Seizing the moment, Bai Yi dragged Rusai away. They tried to escape, but found themselves cornered. They ran out of the clothing store, and after a brief sprint, came to a halt, realizing they were surrounded by followers of the Sishin sect. Bai Yi clenched his teeth, his face serious as he said, we're surrounded. There are Sishin sect members everywhere. After a moment of thought, Bai Yi shouted, urging Ruxai to use a powerful move toward one side of the store. Ruxai gave a quick nod, drew her sword, and activated the Thunderstrike talent delivery, sending a fierce strike in the direction Bai Yi had indicated. The sword, crackling with Thunderstrike energy, shot out toward the assassins, drawing their attention and causing them to gather in that direction. Bai Yi didn't need to see the outcome to know it had worked. He smirked, they want to challenge you. They're not even close to being strong enough. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi intended to pull Rusai away, but just as they were about to move, a figure suddenly appeared through the smoke. Both Bai Yi and Rusai jumped back in shock, surprised by the unexpected appearance. Rusai remained alert, her gaze fixed on the figure emerging from the mist, slowly approaching them. She quickly moved in front of Bai Yi, glaring at the stranger and demanding, who's there? After a moment, the figure became clearer. A young man with red hair appeared, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The details were immediately evident. This was Su Liang, level 25, a wandering sorcerer with full mastery of all skills and a class A wanted criminal. He clapped his hands, casting an appreciative glance at both of them. The younger generation truly impresses, he remarked. Though Ruifei couldn't see Su Liang's information, she remained cautious, studying him closely. She repeated her question, "Who are you?" Su Liang let out a soft laugh, admitting casually, "I'm the one they've been desperately searching for." He then asked, "Are you happy to see me?" Ruifei's expression hardened as she immediately recognized him. It was, without a doubt, Su Liang. In that instant, Su Liang drew his weapon. His eyes darkened with a murderous glint, and he ran his tongue lightly across the edge of his sword before flashing a wicked smile. "This beautiful face of yours, Ruifei, I'm going to enjoy it." Ruifei tensed, her face growing serious, but Su Liang charged forward without hesitation. "First, I'll deal with Bai Yi behind you," he declared. Despite her concern, Ruifei instinctively positioned herself in front of Bai Yi, speaking firmly to Su Liang. "You can forget it." She knew that if it weren't for her, Bai Yi wouldn't be in danger. Bai Yi, touched by her protection, knew he couldn't let her take the risk. He urged her to step back. Su Liang sneered, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "Give me your life." Immediately after that, Su Liang's spear thrust forward, stopping just inches from Bai Yi. In that split second, as if the world was held by a thread, the winds howled and the clouds spiraled. A violent gust swept through the air as a massive blade shrouded in dark mist appeared in front of Bai Yi, blocking the strike. Bai Yi quickly retreated, his expression turning more serious. Ruifei, too, appeared alarmed and filled with concern. She glanced anxiously at Bai Yi and asked, "Are you all right?" Bai Yi let out a soft, dismissive laugh, brushing off the danger. With his skillful reflexes, he was confident he wouldn't be harmed. Su Liang, hearing this, wasn't angered. Instead, he withdrew his blade, licking the edge casually before sneering coldly, "You're truly arrogant." Bai Yi met his gaze without flinching, replying, "Once you're finished playing the role, it'll be my turn." Su Liang was momentarily silenced by these words. He was taken aback by being called a pretender, and even Ruifei looked surprised at Bai Yi's boldness. Amused to the point of laughter, Su Liang responded, "You're quite the character." He even seemed to appreciate Bai Yi's audacity, suggesting that he should join his Shen sect. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi snorted dismissively. "What could the Shen sect possibly offer me? If I had any interest in you, I might consider it." Ruixi, standing beside him, stared at him in disbelief and asked, "Have you lost your mind?" Su Liang, thinking he could tempt Bai Yi with promises of power, didn't realize that Bai Yi had already attained everything he could desire, including immortality. Unbothered, Bai Yi casually picked his ear and raised an eyebrow provocatively, saying, "Sounds tempting, but maybe you should check with your father first." The words had barely left his lips when Su Liang looked at him, utterly baffled. He couldn't make sense of what was being said, but Bai Yi had already moved, calling out loudly for his father. In an instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through, catching both Su Liang and Ruifei off guard. At the same time, Bai Yi's system signaled that the skill had been activated successfully. His father was being summoned, and they would have to wait briefly. Meanwhile, Bai Tong, who had been in the restroom, was suddenly yanked away by an invisible force. He let out a startled scream, and when he regained his senses, he found himself standing before Bai Yi, looking flustered and disoriented, still clutching a roll of toilet paper. Bai Yi, seeing him, felt a mix of embarrassment and joy. He asked, "You really came?" Bai Tong turned to him in shock. He hadn't expected to find Bai Yi here. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Yi began to tell him about the people from Shen, claiming they wanted him to join them, and explained that he had deliberately called his father to get his opinion. Su Liang, standing at a distance, observed the interaction between father and son. A deep sense of dread washed over him. He realized that this man was no ordinary person. He was a powerful expert. Suppressing the urge to shout, Su Liang cursed inwardly. Asterisk, what's going on here? When the smaller ones can't handle things, they call in the big guns. This is exactly what Fan Dido's asterisk. He clenched his teeth and, without a second thought, turned to run. But just as he was about to flee, a gust of wind rushed past him, and a figure appeared in front of him, telling him to stop. Su Liang cursed angrily. What kind of forest is this? Without hesitation, he swung his knife towards Bai Tong. Provoked by the insult, Bai Tong shot back, "You're being too rude. Your mother's been dead for years." In that moment, Su Liang's heart burned with hatred as he glared at Bai Tong. He was determined to finish him off quickly and leave, but unfortunately, his speed couldn't match that of Bai Tong. Bai Tong narrowly dodged the strike just in time. Before Chu Liang could react, Bai Tong Hong used the roll of toilet paper in his hand to try and wrap it tightly around him. By the time Chu Liang realized what was happening, he had already been punched in the face, sending blood streaming from his nose. Bai Tong Hong quickly pinned Chu Liang to the ground and wrapped him up like a mummy with the toilet paper. Chu Liang lost consciousness in an instant. Bai Yi, who had been standing off to the side, watched the entire scene in stunned silence. Is it over now? Bai Tong Hong, who was quite pleased with himself, wiped his hair back and raised an eyebrow at Bai Yi, as though asking if he looked cool. Bai Yi just smiled and replied, "Take a look at yourself." Su Ruxi covered her mouth, her eyes wide and expressionless. She wasn't sure what kind of mood to call it. One punch, and Chu Liang was out of the picture. It was then that Bai Tong Hong noticed Ruxi standing there and asked her quietly, "Is she your girlfriend?" He laughed lightly and added, "He's almost done for. Go help Ruxi's father in the parking lot." Hearing this, Bai Tong Hong felt a bit dissatisfied, but couldn't argue. He was about to snap at Bai Yi when Bai Yi pushed him aside, saying he'd explain things later. Realizing the situation was urgent, Bai Tong Hong rushed off, though not without telling Bai Yi to explain everything for him. It quickly faded from view. Bai Yi watched as the figure disappeared, letting out a sigh of relief. "If it weren't for my skills, Dad, today would have been the end." Su Ruxi gazed deeply into Bai Yi's eyes, increasingly puzzled by him. She had even prepared herself for death in that moment, but Bai Yi had somehow managed to handle the situation. Annoyed, she asked, "Why don't you just use your powerful skills?" Bai Yi was taken aback, looking at her with a lost expression, his eyes searching for a way to explain himself. Then, without warning, he pulled her into an embrace and asked, "Do you think I'm mysterious? Are you drawn to me?" Su Ruxi's face turned bright red. She quickly turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Then, in a sudden burst of frustration, she swung her fist and punched him square in the face. He hadn't been expecting it, and the punch landed perfectly. Bai Yi, feeling hurt, looked at her with a look of grievance and complained, "You're committing domestic violence." She ignored him, huffing in annoyance and turning away again. 5 minutes later, both Bai Yi and Ruxi sensed someone approaching. They turned and saw Bai Tong Hong and Su Tian Chao coming back. So Tian Chao, badly injured, was leaning on Bai Tong Hong for support. Ruxi, worried, asked, "Are you all right?" He shook his head and replied, "Thankfully, Bai Tong Hong was there to help." Then he turned to Bai Yi, offering his thanks. "Thanks to you." He paused and asked, "How did you manage to call your father here?" Bai Yi chuckled softly and with genuine warmth answered, "That's my secret skill." Upon hearing this, Su Tian Chao was taken aback. Could there really be a skill in this world capable of summoning one's father? Meanwhile, Bai Tong Hong stood proudly, showing off his son. In that instant, Rux's mind wandered back to Chu Liang, still lying motionless on the ground, and she asked what should be done with him. So Tian Chao reassured her, telling her not to worry as they had already arrived. Just as he spoke, the sound of police sirens grew louder. A uniformed officer approached, and upon seeing Su Tian Chao, immediately expressed concern, asking, "Are you all right, sir?" So Tian Chao scoffed, scolding the officer for only showing up after everything was over. Chief Wang quickly apologized, explaining the delay was due to traffic. At that same moment, Manhwa was swiftly informed that the plan had failed. Enraged, he cursed his incompetent team, saying they couldn't even handle 2 children without revealing their identities, which forced him to flee. Yet he could not escape his fate. The pursuers had already caught up with him, and his expression grew serious. Chief Wang presented an arrest warrant and coldly declared, "You are under arrest." After the confrontation with the Xishen sect, Bai Yi said his goodbyes to Su Ruxi and headed home. By the time he arrived, it was already dinner time. As soon as he stepped inside, he was immediately struck by the overpowering stench of manure. Bai Tong Hong sat silent in the living room, his face clouded with worry. He had gone looking for his mother, only to find her in the bathroom, doing something he couldn't quite understand. With a furrowed brow, he asked, "Mom, what's going on?" The sight in the bathroom was enough to make anyone's stomach turn. The toilet was destroyed and feces were scattered everywhere. Bai Tong Hong recoiled at the mess, unable to look any longer. Frowning, he asked, "Mom, why did the toilet explode?" Sang Ping glared at Bai Yi with anger, her teeth clenched as she replied, "That's something you should be asking yourself." Bai Yi stood there, utterly confused. What did this have to do with him? Sang Ping went on to explain that his father had come home, punched the toilet, and caused it to explode. Even the sewage pipe was damaged. As expected, the feces had splattered all over his father's face, forcing him to take 20 showers and gargle 50 times. It had been a complete disaster. Bai Yi's lips twitched, and he silently sympathized with his father. Without a word, he opened the cupboard, grabbed a can of beer, and went to find his father to apologize. He explained it was all because he had nearly lost his life earlier that day, which had led to this chain of events. After hearing everything, Bai Hong didn't push the issue any further, but asked seriously if Bai Yi had something important to say. Bai Yi briefly recounted everything, from Su Ruxai inviting him to meet the Xi Shen sect's ambush, to finally gaining new skills that allowed him to summon his father. Bai Hong's expression grew increasingly serious as he listened. Finally, the family sat down for dinner. Half an hour later, Bai Yi was able to return to his room. He couldn't help but rub his aching shoulders and sighed, "Thank goodness that's over. I'm exhausted." Just then, a notification from the system popped up, informing him that he had completed the A-level entrusted mission. Curiosity piqued, he checked his mission rewards. Upon seeing the result, his eyes widened in surprise. The reward was quite generous. He muttered to himself, then without hesitation, used the reward in the form of spirit stones. Immediately, his body underwent a transformation. His muscles grew significantly stronger, and his stats improved across the board. He had reached level 6 with his strength, physique, agility, and mental stats all rising to 59. His divine power and skill points also increased. Bai Yi could feel the surge of power within him and let out a joyful laugh. "I've hit the jackpot. Who said that random passersby are useless? Now I could easily defeat an S-level genius." After a moment of thought, Bai Yi decided to level up his secondary career as well. The anomaly that occurred years ago had caused Lansing's surface area to expand dramatically. As a result, the territories of every country had grown hundreds of times larger. This expansion also changed the way people traveled, shifting from high-speed trains, cars, planes, and ships to the use of traditional battle formations. However, utilizing these battle formations required substantial amounts of money and resources. Obstacles have never truly been about distance, but rather about money. Bai Yi dressed carefully and made his way downstairs, yawning repeatedly from exhaustion. The night before, he had managed to gather 5 silver weapons, a task that had kept him up until dawn. He wanted to speak with his parents before leaving, to let them know he was about to embark on a long journey. But as soon as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he overheard his parents talking about him needing to go out and face the world. A wave of emotion washed over him, and he thought they might be reluctant to see him go. Eagerly, he rushed down to embrace them, but the words that followed made him freeze in his tracks. Bai Hong, with an unexpected burst of excitement, said, "After 18 years, you're finally leaving." His mother nodded, equally pleased, and added, "Now we can finally open that 1982 wine and celebrate." At hearing this, Bai Yi collapsed to the floor. The sound caught his mother's attention, and she quickly rushed out to check on him. Seeing him lying there, she couldn't help but sigh. Despite her lingering concern for him, it was clear that his parents were no longer able to care for themselves as they once did. And so, 3 days later, Bai Yi and his companions finally set out. The group consisted of Bai Yi, Ruxi Gaxian, and Wang Raitian. Daxian, brimming with excitement, asked, "So, where is the teleportation point?" Wang Raitian spoke as he drove. "This is a military base, and each teleportation gate is managed by the military. That way, no matter where you are, if a beast tide occurs, help can reach you quickly." Before long, their vehicle arrived at the base. They showed their identification, and the guards waved them through without hesitation. A few moments later, they reached a facility marked with strange, intersecting lines on the floor. Bai Yi's eyes widened as he gazed at the pile of crystals inside. There were so many of them. It was hard to imagine how much money it would take to purchase them all. With a smile, Wang Raitian led them further into the facility. He reminded them that the first teleportation could cause some dizziness, but once they got used to it, it would be fine. With that, the 4 of them stepped into the teleportation zone, preparing to travel to their destination. Not long after, Bai Yi opened his eyes. The surroundings had changed. He, along with Ruxai and Daxian, looked around in wonder. Only Wang Raitian remained calm. They had arrived. Wang Raitian asked if everyone was okay. Bai Yi scratched his head, still a little confused by the transition. Wang Raitian gave a small nod, then handed them a notebook. He suggested they head to the new student registration office first and try to secure a good dormitory, as everything here was based on points. Their journey was smooth, and nothing out of the ordinary happened along the way. They followed the guide, who led them to the student registration area. The place was packed with people, all waiting in a long line to complete their registration. As soon as Bai Yi's group arrived, students couldn't help but stare in admiration, quietly whispering among themselves. Bai Yi and Ruxai, with their striking looks and impressive abilities that far outshone the others, quickly became the center of attention. Daxian also listened closely, hoping to hear some praise for himself, as his skills weren't any less impressive. However, to his surprise, the whispers weren't about him in a positive light. Instead, they were filled with criticism. His frustration grew, but he couldn't find the right words to respond. Meanwhile, Bai Yi laughed joyfully, clearly enjoying the whole situation as if it were some sort of game. After what felt like a long wait, it was finally their turn. At the registration desk, an older student with pink hair and long, pointed ears, possibly of mixed heritage, handed Bai Yi a stack of papers to fill out. She greeted him with a warm smile, welcoming him, and kindly asked him to provide his personal details on the form. Bai Yi, taken aback by her beauty, blushed and found himself staring at her for a long moment. After a while, he finally sat down and began filling out the form, making sure to leave space for the other members of his group. Once he finished, the senior began to review the form, checking for any errors. However, what caught her attention was not the information on the form, but Bai Yi's photo, which in her opinion was utterly ridiculous. After witnessing Bai Yi's extraordinary potential, the older sister was so taken aback that she exclaimed loudly, ensuring everyone around her could hear. The other students, upon hearing her, were equally stunned. It wasn't just any scholar. This was someone with elite-level potential. Furthermore, the school had made an exception to admit Bai Yi directly. To everyone's surprise, the person in question was none other than Bai Yi. Determined not to disappoint, Bai Yi casually ran his fingers through his silver hair, adopting a confident, laid-back attitude. Yes, he was indeed Bai Yi, and he told everyone to call him classmate Bai. Watching her friend's behavior, Xian found it hard to keep her composure. Ruixai, no less dramatic, quickly rushed over, shoved Bai Yi aside, cleared her throat with a deliberate ahem. Rather than speak as much as Bai Yi, she simply placed her resume on the table. At that moment, Xian froze, her eyes scanning something in the new student handbook. Bai Yi, too, noticed the shift. Serious, Xian leaned in and whispered something into Bai Yi's ear, but his response was completely different from what she expected. He laughed, as though it was nothing, casually slipped his hands into his pockets and turned to Xian with a playful smile. He then moved closer to where Ruixai was standing. Suddenly, Bai Yi shouted, "No way, no way. Xian, don't tell me I have to stay in a 6-person room." His outburst made Xian blush with embarrassment and grabbed Ruixai's attention. Bai Yi leaned in close to Ruixai, making a suggestive expression. He said, "We're family and families should stick together. Don't you agree?" Ruixai, feeling both embarrassed and irritated, responded, "I'm not angry yet, but you should leave now." Noticing Bai Yi's interest, Xian saw an opportunity to gain favor. He asked, "Should the whole team participate? The competition starts tomorrow, doesn't it?" Recognizing this as a chance to make an impression, Bai Yi replied confidently, not only should they participate, but they must also win first place. The day of the competition arrived, and the registration area was filled with participants. When Bai Yi and his team showed up, many of the other contestants were surprised to see him signing up. They knew Bai Yi had a strong chance of winning, so betting on him could yield a return of up to 20 times the wager. One person overheard the conversation and exclaimed, "So, if you bet 10 points, you could win 200 points. Such talks didn't escape Bai Yi's notice. Hearing about this opportunity to earn points, his eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such a lucky break. A girl with pink hair and delicate features also noticed him, surprised and confused by his presence there. Bai Yi turned around upon hearing his name and immediately felt his mood darken. Standing before him was Sa-Ki-La, a member of the half-beast race, level 26 with SS of potential. Her talent, 1 shot, 1 kill, allowed her to increase her archery speed by 50%. As a Thunderfire archer, her attributes were as follows: Strength 205, Constitution 176, Agility 225, and Spirit 182. Despite her small stature, she was an incredibly powerful force. Sa-Ki-La waved at him as she approached. Bai Yi walked toward her, puzzled, and couldn't help but wonder, is she really the student council president, But what really puzzled him was how her parents had ended up together. Sa-Ki-La confirmed she was indeed the student council president and asked what Bai Yi needed. Bai Yi scratched his head awkwardly and glanced away, unsure of how to phrase his real question. What he wanted to ask was whether it was possible for him to bet on himself. Sa-Ki-La paused, thinking for a moment. Normally, that wouldn't be allowed, but given Bai Yi's unique situation, she stepped closer. "You can use your freshman privilege to place a bet on yourself," she said. She smiled and added, "So I'll make an exception for you." Bai Yi looked uneasy and asked, "I'm not sure how much this privilege will actually affect my score." While he wasn't particularly concerned about the score, the closeness between them made his face turn red. Raising 2 fingers, Sa-Ki-La confidently stated, "I'll give you 200 points. Hearing this, Bai Yi's mood lifted. Minus 200 points was a significant amount. She then took out a contract and handed it to him, saying, All you need to do is sign here. He quickly signed his name and commented on the event. It's so formal, isn't it? Suddenly, a booming voice called for everyone's attention. Was this professional player providing the resources the peak of human combat strength? Hearing this, Bai Yi turned his head. Above them stood a tall figure, reassuring everyone. He introduced himself as Qin Tianfu, the founder of Tianfu University. He was about to explain the rules of the competition. The event would unfold in 2 stages. The first stage was a knockout round lasting 2 hours, while the second phase would determine the finalists and ultimately the champion. Everyone listened in silence as Qin Tianfu outlined the structure of the competition, 100 arenas, each representing 1 participant. For the next 2 hours, the competitors would need to attack and defend to secure their spots among the top 100. After finishing his speech, he officially declared the competition open and gestured for everyone to hurry to the arenas. At the signal, the contestants immediately sprang into action, pushing and shoving as they rushed forward. Someone shouted, "Don't block my way, I'm going for first place." As the crowd scrambled for positions, Xian turned to Bai Yi and said their team should move quickly too. However, Ruxai felt that rushing into it would only lead to injuries. The key was to conserve strength. Bai Yi agreed with her assessment. Xian listened to their conversation, and he too found himself wondering what they would do if they chose not to take part in the arena battle. Ruxai pulled out the recovery medicine she had packed, while Bai Yi inspected their equipment. Seeing his teammates so well prepared, Xian couldn't help but wonder what they had managed to become so coordinated without him noticing. Reaching into his backpack, Xian pulled out something and handed it to everyone. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow in confusion, not recognizing what it was, but Xian explained that it was food he had prepared the night before. While it wasn't as effective as the recovery medicine, it could still come in handy during an emergency. Bai Yi nodded approvingly and complimented Xian for his thoughtful preparation. "Nice work," he said. Hearing the praise, Xian couldn't help puff up with pride. Of course, he responded with a grin, his chest swelling a little with satisfaction. The moment to act had arrived. As Su Ruxi called for everyone to move, Bai Yi, Su Ruxi, and Xian stood ready, eager to dive into the battle and claim first place. The lights above the arena had already been switched on, and it was hard to believe how quickly the space had filled with spectators in just a matter of minutes. Bai Yi and his teammates stood in shock. Xian even wondered if they had made a mistake. But as the crowd's cheers filled the air, it became clear. This was no error. This was the reality they were facing. So, what would they do now? Bai Yi remained calm, turning to his teammates with a reassuring smile. "It's okay," he said. "According to the plan, they weren't supposed to go first." Xian frowned, still confused. "But they have to go up. If they don't, it won't make it past this round." Bai Yi smiled, his eyes gleaming with confidence. "Of course they'll go up." With a serious look on his face, he braced himself and told everyone, "Step aside." He was preparing to use his special skill, and both Xian and Su Ruxai watched in surprise. Bai Yi reminded everyone of the key point in the first phase. The goal wasn't to challenge the strongest, but to avoid them. Xian misunderstood Bai Yi's message, thinking it meant they should stay clear of those already in the arena. He responded, "It's not exactly like that." Bai Yi placed his arm around Xian's shoulders and whispered, 1, 6, 9, 12, and 24 are all new students with SSF level potential. Stay away from them and focus on the other arenas." Su Ruxai asked, "Which arena should we target first?" After a brief pause, Bai Yi said, "We should go for arena number 3. With that, Bai Yi and his team quickly prepared for action. He reminded them, "Let's split up and make sure we take it down before the lights turn gray." Below the arena, everyone was lined up, waiting for their turn. Bai Yi peeked out from behind a group and asked, "Could you all please let me go first?" Some recognized him, while others noticed his strength. People started advising each other to step aside, knowing they wouldn't stand a chance against Bai Yi. It seemed better to let someone else challenge him. In no time, everyone backed off and moved on to other arenas. Bai Yi smiled warmly. "Thank you, and I wish you all the best." On the arena floor, the 2 contestants remained focused, preparing for their match. Bai Yi, still standing outside, stepped in slowly. Where did he even pull a mat from? Just then, the teachers kicked the stones onto the floor. Bai Yi casually enjoyed his candy before putting his feet up, offering a piece of advice to the red-haired competitor. "Put more effort into it. How else do you expect to defeat your opponent?" Perhaps because he had been waiting too long, Bai Yi was starting to feel impatient. He told the 2 rookies to stop playing around, as even watching them was wearing him out. The 2 contestants, one with green hair and the other with red hair, were irritated by Bai Yi's interruption. They felt he wasn't behaving properly. Out of nowhere, a brick flew through the air and struck the green-haired one in the head, leaving both competitors stunned. The green-haired one, furious, immediately assumed the red-haired one had thrown it and began angrily accusing him of dishonesty. The red-haired competitor quickly denied it, and after taking down the red-haired one, the green-haired one looked around, trying to figure out who was responsible for the prank. To his surprise, he saw Bai Yi high up, holding a brick. The green-haired one couldn't understand how Bai Yi had managed to get up there so quickly. Before he could react, Bai Yi tossed another brick directly at the green-haired one's face. It hit him so swiftly that he had no time to dodge. The green-haired competitor was struck squarely. His face bruised and blood started pouring from his nose. Fuming, the green-haired one accused Bai Yi of violating martial ethics, calling him shameless and low. He knew that no martial art, whether Western or Eastern, could match the force of a single brick. Bai Yi, holding the brick in his hand, felt a sense of satisfaction. He thought to himself, asterisk, this is still the most effective method. One blow and you're out, asterisk. Standing confidently in the arena, Bai Yi boldly declared, let the challenge come to me now. At that moment, Bai Yi was filled with excitement, knowing that he was about to earn more points. However, much to his surprise, after everyone witnessed the entire match, they all concluded that only a fool would challenge him. If anyone was going to take him on, they might as well go elsewhere and try their luck. As he saw everyone leaving, seemingly afraid of losing to him, Bai Yi quickly called out, urging them not to go, even offering to step aside if necessary. But no matter what he said, no one came back. Tears welled up in his eyes as he thought to himself, is this what it feels like to be a lonely champion? Desperate, Bai Yi shouted, I hope the leaders can consider adjusting the rules. If anyone manages to defeat me, I will give them all my accumulated points. Hearing his plea, the leadership, who had been discussing their next steps, turned to Qin Tianfu for his opinion on Bai Yi's proposal. One of the leaders nodded in agreement and instructed them to proceed with Bai Yi's suggestion. Qin Tianfu stood up, supporting the idea. Upon hearing the signal, the others immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed toward Bai Yi. They were determined to defeat him and claim the 120 points. Each of them was confident they could win and take those points. As for Bai Yi, he couldn't help but reflect on how true the saying was, people will risk their lives for profit 300%. He thought to himself, the ones charging up here are definitely brave warriors. A girl with black hair suddenly jumped onto the stage from somewhere. She introduced herself as Chu Xiao of Xiao and boldly declared that she wanted to challenge him. Bai Yi barely seemed to notice her challenge, his attention completely absorbed by her figure. His gaze was fixed on her, and he couldn't help but think that even a football might not be as large. He panted, entranced by Xu Xiao's alluring presence. Bai Yi finally spoke, I don't hit women, and you're not strong enough, so it might be better for us to get to know each other and form a connection. Chu Xiao of Xiao, seeing that Bai Yi had made the first move in offering goodwill, mistakenly thought he wanted to give her his accumulated points, and she felt pleased. She introduced herself again, mentioning her hometown, but before she could finish, Bai Yi interrupted, already guessing she was from Xibu City. Surprised and slightly blushing, Xu Xiao of Xiao wondered how he knew that. Had you been there before? Just then, Bai Yi appeared before her, a rose between his teeth, striking a charming pose. He explained that it was his mother's hometown, which was why he had always felt a strong sense of familiarity whenever he saw her. Bai Yi ran his fingers through his hair, adopting a romantic air, and handed her the rose. He thought to himself, asterisk, maybe this is fate, but I wonder if my classmate already has a boyfriend, asterisk. Chu Xiao smiled warmly, waving her hand in assurance. I don't have a boyfriend yet. The audience around them shifted uncomfortably. They had come to participate in a freshman competition, not to witness a love scene unfolding. Some people felt it was extremely unfair during the exam when they suddenly found themselves in such a situation. One person angrily pointed a middle finger directly at Bai Yi, shouting, You're shameless, always flirting with girls. At that moment, Chu Xiao still believed she could secure Bai Yi's score, so she happily adjusted her hair with a delicate gesture. Without warning, Bai Yi turned around swiftly, grabbing a brick and smashing it straight into her face. With a single strike, Xu Xiao collapsed to the ground while Bai Yi stood over her, a sinister smile on his face, holding the brick in his hand. He knew that women only slowed him down when it came to withdrawing the brick. The referee, holding Bai Yi's hand, declared Xu Xiao's challenge has failed. Bai Yi has successfully defended the stage. Those who had been cursing him just moments ago were in disbelief, thinking, what a surprise. How could he strike someone as beautiful as her? And on top of that, he even used a distraction technique. He really has no sense of decency. Seeing that his teammates had successfully taken the stage or were performing well, Su Ruixai, noticing him looking at her, raised her finger to signal that she had succeeded. On her side, everything was also progressing smoothly. The referee announced, contestant Su Ruixai has successfully leveled up. Stage 66 is now closed. As he saw his teammate level up, Bai Yi thought to himself, I need to work harder. Bai Yi pointed down at the arena and asked, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Step up now. Suddenly, a figure jumped from behind, a young man with light brown hair, boldly declaring his challenge to Bai Yi. The crowd in the stands erupted with excitement as they recognized him. It was Gao Huan. No one had expected him to challenge Bai Yi, especially given his A+ potential. The audience thought that this time, Bai Yi had finally met his match. Though he suspected that Gao Huan might be a worthy opponent, Bai Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Gao Huan's attributes, though impressive, didn't quite match his own. Bai Yi slowly walked forward and extended his hand in greeting. But after watching Bai Yi's previous fight, Gao Huan wasn't fooled. He told Bai Yi to be quiet, accusing him of being untrustworthy. Without warning, Gao Huan lunged at Bai Yi and threw a punch straight at his face. Despite the sudden attack and Gao Huan's raw strength, Bai Yi dodged with ease. He couldn't understand why Gao Huan hadn't taken the time to observe before rushing in. The speed of Bai Yi's movement left Gao Huan stunned. Before Gao Huan could react, Bai Yi was already in a new position. Holding his prize brick in hand, he was ready to end the fight in an instant. With one swift strike to the back of Gao Huan's head, the brick caused a sharp thud, and foam began to form at Gao Huan's mouth. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Bai Yi had initially hoped to give him a chance to demonstrate his abilities, but he never expected him to be so ineffective. As the situation unfolded before them, one of the leaders in the group spoke up, asking, did anyone notice anything unusual? Another person suggested, could it be that Bai Yi's attributes are flawed? At that moment, a B-level potential mutant was preparing to face Bai Yi in the next challenge, while the leaders scanned through his profile. Potential forcing the career of a bystander, an all-around prodigy with the ability to perceive all hidden information. Strength 59, stamina 59, agility 59, intelligence 59. The leader dressed in red was so taken aback that he exclaimed, how is this possible? The leader in blue, who had been confused earlier, was equally bewildered. At level 6, how could all his core attributes be 59? How is that even possible? He was stunned. Is this the kind of score an F-level potential should have? As the leaders grew more anxious, the battlefield had become eerily quiet. Only Bai Yi, the referee, and the birds circling above remained. After the battles, Bai Yi still felt drowsy as he had won with little effort. With a single punch, he sent his opponent flying, leaving the referee astonished by the speed. Once he had knocked out all his challengers, Bai Yi stood confidently with his arms crossed, radiating calm assurance. The referee, still in disbelief, announced once again the winner is Bai Yi. In the next match, just as Bai Yi picked up a brick, his opponent was already on their knees before he could even strike, sobbing and pleading for mercy. The referee, visibly tired from repeatedly announcing Bai Yi as the winner, stood proudly on the stage. With a smile, he remarked, being a champion is so lonely. How lonely it really is. Meanwhile, Kao lapped fumed with anger, feeling humiliated for falling into the trap Bai Yi had set. After a tense 10 minutes, the referee raised Bai Yi's hand and proclaimed contestant Bai Yi has successfully advanced to the next level. The next phase will begin in the afternoon, and the results of the battle will be announced once the first phase is concluded. Bai Yi casually slipped his hands into his pockets, his face radiating confidence, and didn't forget to thank the referee. But no sooner had he done so than Ruxai threw cold water on him. With a slow, deliberate motion, she gave him a thumbs down and commented that he was too slow, subtly implying his failure. Bai Yi's temper flared at Ruxai's criticism. A sense of determination washed over him as he vowed that next time he would show her what true speed really meant. As he made his way down from the stage, Bai Yi approached her. Ruxai mentioned that she, too, had no idea how the afternoon's competition would unfold, but she hoped they wouldn't end up facing each other right at the start. Bai Yi wasn't concerned at all. He patted her shoulder and replied, "Don't worry about that. It's over now. Let's go grab something to eat first." After the three of them gathered, they made their way to the dining hall to prepare for their meal. However, when they reached the door, neither of the two young men moved forward. Ruxai was puzzled as to why they both stopped. Bai Yi explained that he wasn't hungry and then turned to ask Daxian if he was feeling hungry. To Bai Yi's surprise, Daxian wasn't hungry either and suggested they leave. It turned out that the buffet in the dining hall charged 1 point per person, and they didn't accept payment in silver coins afterward. When Ruxai realized the reason, she laughed and said, "How about you two call me sister, and I'll treat both of you today." Hearing Ruxai's offer, Daxian felt irritated and couldn't understand why she was joking like that. Even if they went hungry that day, he still wouldn't call her sister. In contrast, Bai Yi had no hesitation. he immediately called Ruiksei's sister, saying, "Don't mind him. Let's just go ahead and eat." Daxian was left speechless, his frustration growing. Once inside the dining hall, the two young men, clearly hungry, started eating quickly and with large bites, leaving Ruiksei at a loss for words. As they enjoyed their meal, a stranger suddenly approached and asked if Bai Yi was him. The man stepped closer to their table, revealing himself as Lin Bo, a troublemaker who had come looking for Bai Yi. However, he was quickly kicked out. Bai Yi held the lobster in his hand, his gaze cold and emotionless. He shook his head slightly and said, "I don't like signing for men." Just as he declined to sign for the man, another man across from him, equally distant and aloof, remarked, "He can come to you for a signature." Bai Yi looked at the man across from him with innocent curiosity and asked, "Do you want to shake hands?" He had casually extended his hand despite the dirt on his fingers from holding the lobster. The man recoiled, horrified, and angrily criticized Bai Yi for offering such filthy hands. Bai Yi, still unfazed, replied, "He doesn't mind." The man, now fuming, watched as Bai Yi raised his hands and wiped them across his shirt. His eyes widened with panic and his frustration grew even more intense. With a self-satisfied smile, Bai Yi glanced at his hands and said sarcastically, "Sorry, my friend, they're clean now." The man's anger was palpable. His face reddened with rage and he looked ready to charge at Bai Yi. He thought to himself, "This guy has really crossed the line, Seeing the man about to act, Bai Yi swiftly called for help, and in no time, a woman dressed provocatively, with a beauty mark on her lip, appeared at his side. The man appeared suddenly in front of him, forcing him to halt in surprise and confusion. However, there was no time to break, and in the process, he accidentally squeezed the woman's chest, instantly creating an awkward and tense atmosphere. Witnessing this, Bai Yi shouted, "How dare you sneak up on a woman who's cooking?" This drew confused and surprised looks from everyone around. The man's hand remained on her chest, his face pale and shaking. He stammered, "If I told you I didn't do it on purpose, would you believe me?" While his unease was clear in his eyes, the woman was furious. Her gaze burned with anger as she demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Without warning, she delivered a sharp punch that sent him stumbling backward in pain and shock. The crowd murmured in reaction, and Bai Yi, unable to stifle his amusement, remarked, "No wonder she's the one cooking. Just watching that slap makes me feel the pain." The comment made several people laugh. Nearby, someone added sarcastically, "With that guy's tiny frame, he'd probably be sent flying if she slapped him again." The man, shaking and looking even paler, tried to defend himself. "I swear it wasn't on purpose." His face still showed confusion, but before he could say more, the teacher stormed in, clearly frustrated. "You two caused this mess, didn't you?" The tension in the room was thick. Bai Yi responded calmly, "It's not his fault. He's the victim here." But the man quickly retorted, "How dare you say you're not involved?" With a furious and determined look, Bai Yi immediately ran over to grasp the teacher's arm and said, "I've always been good about eating my meals, but that classmate came up to shake my hand, and in the process, he secretly hit me." Upon hearing this, the people around them, including the one who had just been struck, all felt disgusted and repulsed by Bai Yi's lies. The person who had been hit, furious, charged forward and challenged Bai Yi. "Why are you dragging the cook into this?" Bai Yi, however, remained calm as he responded, "It was just a skill issue." Everyone standing nearby was stunned by Bai Yi's shamelessness. They were amazed at how bold he was, but when Lai Lai spoke up strongly, they were even more taken aback. The teacher, sensing the tension, immediately spoke, "Did you use the cook as a shield to protect yourself?" Bai Yi shook his head, replying, "His skill was just random, and the school leaders are already aware of it." After speaking, Bai Yi pointed at the other person and continued, "He's the problem. He always overreacts whenever someone says something he doesn't like, completely ignoring the school's rules and the dining hall's order. I propose we punish him by making him scrub the dining hall's toilets for 100 years. Hearing this, the other person shouted angrily, "Bai Yi, you're lying about me." The teacher, unwilling to let the argument continue, raised his hand to silence them and said, "I won't report this to the school, but if you harm a staff member, you'll have to compensate with money." With that, everyone turned and left. Bai Yi, feeling quite pleased with himself, was satisfied that he hadn't been punished. He glanced at his friend and said, "Let's go and get ready for the afternoon exam." He was full of confidence, as if everything was already under his control. His friend could not conceal his frustration and exclaimed, "Bai Yi really is at the top, making everyone notice him." Meanwhile, the other individual seethed quietly, thinking, "Why is it that only I get punished, while Bai Yi seems to escape without consequence?" As they walked, Ruiksei turned to Bai Yi and reminded him, "If we meet in the competition later, don't hold back." Bai Yi responded with a smirk, "Even if I have to call you dad, you still want to settle things with a match, right?" Ruiksei replied without hesitation, "Yes, I want to face you in a showdown, even if that means calling you dad. The atmosphere of the arena was electric, the roar of the crowd reverberating like thunder, filling the space with wild excitement. The teacher's voice rang out firmly, cutting through the noise. The next round will be the final stage of the freshman competition. This announcement made the air in the auditorium thick with tension and anticipation. The teacher's voice emphasized that this was not just any final round, but the battle everyone had been eagerly waiting for, intensifying the excitement and expectations among the audience. Ruosai recalled the moment when she had told Bai Yi with determination, "If we meet in the competition, don't hold back." Back then, Bai Yi had smiled and asked, "So, even if I have to call you dad, you still want to settle this properly?" As Ruosai recalled Bai Yi's words, she slammed her foot onto the ground in frustration. His dominance irritated her, drawing curious glances from the friends around her. In unison, they asked, "What's wrong?" They all thought, Ruosai seems a bit off today, Ruosai shot a glance at Bai Yi, who had his arm casually draped over a friend's shoulder, grinning smugly, completely oblivious to the emotions churning inside her. He raised his hand, gesturing for her to look his way, but instead of calming her, his indifference only fueled her anger, making her more upset. Just then, the teacher's voice echoed through the arena, announcing that, to ensure fairness in the competition, a random draw would be held, and everyone was asked to focus on the screen. A sense of quiet anticipation filled the air as everyone silently hoped they wouldn't be eliminated in the first round. Meanwhile, Bai Yi remained calm and unfazed, unconcerned about what was coming. The first match was set between Bai Yi and Hon-tu, while Ruosai was paired with Bu Kun. A palpable tension settled over the group. Both Ruosai and Bai Yi exchanged relieved looks, thankful they wouldn't be facing each other just yet. In that moment, Ruosai turned toward Bai Yi and called out to him. He looked at her confused. Not meeting his gaze directly, she spoke with determination in her voice. "You'd better give it your all. Don't let anyone defeat you except me." The atmosphere between them shifted, growing both tense and charged with anticipation. Bai Yi was taken aback by Ruosai's words, sensing the contradiction in her demeanor, cold on the outside but warm at heart. Her behavior struck him as endearing, and he couldn't help but smile at her innocence. After a brief pause, Bai Yi turned his head, feigning a cough, and said with a smirk, "Looks like you'll need to put in more effort if you want to make the mood lighter and more upbeat." At that moment, a girl stepped into the arena. It was Huang Lu, a magician with S-level potential and a remarkable natural talent. Her mastery of mystic arts was now more refined and authentic than ever. As she appeared, Bai Yi instantly recognized her as the one he had anticipated. Sensing the power she carried, he stood tall and assuredly said, "Don't worry, I won't lay a finger on a girl." However, Huang Lu swiftly countered, "Not a chance. I will trust you." Bai Yi nodded, signaling that he was ready to begin the fight, and Huang Lu responded firmly, "I'm ready too. Let's see what you've got." She then looked at him sharply and asked, "Are you really the one you claim to be?" Bai Yi casually replied, "Seems like you're being extra cautious." As he fiddled with what appeared to be a valuable artifact he often relied on, he thought to himself, "It looks like having someone back you up doesn't do much for Huang Lu. Her mental strength is far superior to mine, Bai Yi's thoughts turned to concern as he realized, "This isn't good. Huang Lu's power is far beyond what I expected, Bai Yi stood frozen, staring at Huang Lu with a look of confusion, feeling as though everything around him was spiraling out of control. What's happening? He thought, struggling to make sense of the situation. On the other side, Huang Lu stood with her arms crossed, a faint smile playing on her lips. She radiated a confidence that bordered on arrogance. The crowd, watching intently, began to murmur excitedly, speculating that Bai Yi stood no chance against his opponent, Huang Lu. Breaking the silence, Bai Yi spoke with newfound certainty, declaring, "This is just an illusion." He then smirked, his voice laced with challenge as he asked, "You're Huang Lu, right?" Standing tall, Bai Yi's gaze was steady and full of resolve. Inside his mind, he realized, this is all an illusion. I understand what she's doing now. Hina wasn't just about physical strength. Huang Lu also had a keen ability to manipulate her opponent's mind. Without warning, Bai Yi pointed at Huang Lu, his face showing complete confidence. "Out of respect for you," he said, "I'll only use half of my strength to face you." The moment he finished speaking, Huang Lu charged at him, her knife slashing through the air with deadly intent. But Bai Yi was quick to notice the move and reacted swiftly, bracing himself for her attack. The two collided in a fierce battle, the sound of their weapons clashing ringing through the air, each strike executed with speed and power. In the heat of the moment, Huang Lu's frustration boiled over. "Damn it," she shouted, her anger fueling the intensity of her attacks. With renewed fury, she relentlessly increased the force of her blows against Bai Yi. In an instant, Huang Lu vanished, leaving Bai Yi confused. She must have used invisibility, he thought. This only made him more cautious in the fight. Bai Yi let out a frustrated sigh, his anger rising, while Huang Lu, hidden and darting about, forced him to stay alert, constantly anticipating a surprise attack. Yet Bai Yi quickly tracked her position, raised his weapon, and declared with confidence, "I found her." Without hesitation, he hurled his weapon in her direction. Huang Lu, caught off guard, panicked, and narrowly dodged the strike. Still, she wasn't fast enough. The weapon hit her, sending her crashing backward. Inside, she couldn't believe it. Asterisk, this can't be happening. It's just a fluke. I can't let Bai Yi think he has the upper hand. Asterisk. Refusing to back down, Bai Yi pressed on, charging toward her with determination in his eyes. "I got her now," he said firmly. He continued to attack with relentless precision, each strike powerful and calculated, leaving Huang Lu no chance to defend herself. The constant onslaught pushed her further back, and Bai Yi, showing no signs of hesitation, called out, "This isn't over yet." His resolve was unmistakable, his attacks coming in quick succession, preventing Huang Lu from finding any opportunity to strike back or escape. Watching this unfold, the teacher slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Bai Yi has lost control. We can't let this match spiral like this." At that moment, Huang Lu, battered and covered in bruises, trembling with exhaustion, raised her hand in surrender. Her voice barely a whisper, she clearly showed the toll the battle had taken on her. The teacher announced, in this match, Bai Yi showcased his natural talent and defeated contestant Huang Lu, securing a victory. Congratulations to him for advancing to the top 16. Bai Yi, with a confident gaze, looked down at Huang Lu, who lay in pain on the ground. He laughed arrogantly and remarked, "How lonely it is to be the champion." His words clearly reflected his pride in the win. Meanwhile, the medical team carried Huang Lu away on a stretcher as onlookers exchanged confused glances. They couldn't comprehend how the revered Huang Lu could have been defeated so thoroughly, leaving everyone astonished. Two young men were engaged in an animated discussion. The one with long hair spoke first. "Isn't it strange that Bai Yi was able to see Huang Lu after she activated her invisibility technique?" The other replied, "I've seen Huang Lu's invisibility skill multiple times, and it's far from ordinary. But for Bai Yi to see through it, now that's surprising." The sky had turned a warm golden hue, and the soft sunlight filtered through the tree leaves. Bai Yi sat comfortably on a bench beneath a tree, savoring cold ice cream. His face was relaxed, a content smile spreading across his features after the tense match. He tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and muttered, "How beautiful life is." He relished the quiet moments, grateful for the peace after all the intensity he just experienced. After finishing his ice cream, Bai Yi leaned back on the bench, his expression one of satisfaction. But just as he settled into the calm, a group of people suddenly emerged from the bushes behind him. They threw a plastic bag over his head and shouted, "We're going to teach him a lesson to avenge Goddess Huang Lu." It caught him completely off guard, leaving him momentarily stunned and unable to react. Witnessing this, Bai Yi yelled loudly, "Someone protect me right now." The group of people were taken aback, unable to defend themselves against his powerful response. They were beaten so badly that they no longer resembled either humans or spirits. Lying scattered on the ground, they presented a pitiful sight, overwhelmed by Bai Yi's strength. The man holding the plastic bag stood frozen, his face twisted in fury, and shouted, "Who him?" He could hardly believe what was unfolding before him. At this, Bai Yi ducked behind a tree, his face breaking into a mischievous grin as he called out, "Daxian." The tension in the air grew thick, yet there was a touch of humor that made Daxian's face flush with anger. Fuming, he grabbed a knife and charged at Bai Yi, yelling, "I knew it was you. This time, you're not getting away so easily." After a brief pause to catch their breath, Daxian glared at Bai Yi and asked, "Do you have something against Huang Lu?" Bai Yi responded with a smirk, "What I'm doing is still showing her some respect. And do you really think your grand presence has left any lasting impression on Huang Lu?" The scene shifted to the competition venue. The massive arena buzzed with a tense energy, packed with eager spectators. Cheers and shouts of encouragement filled the air while bright lights bathed every corner of the space, preparing for the fierce battles that were about to unfold. On stage, the teacher's voice rang out clearly as he announced, "The top 16 have been determined, and now we will conduct the draw for the next round to determine who will secure a spot in the finals. Everyone, please direct your attention to the screen to follow the results." Everyone's attention was fixed on the screen, the air thick with suspense as they awaited the announcement of the contestants for the upcoming high-stakes matches. It was hard to believe that Bai Yi's opponent this time was a woman. To their surprise, it was Lai Jiale, ranked third on the new goddess leaderboard, which only heightened the tension and excitement in the room. The crowd buzzed with conversation. I can't believe it's Lai Jiaolei, someone whispered. Another person remarked that Bai Yi seemed to have a knack for attracting beautiful women, while a more confident voice declared, Bai Yi is truly a force to be reckoned with. They pointed to the screen, showcasing Bai Yi's remarkable achievements. Li Jiale, a girl with the potential of a level 5 powerhouse, was known for her striking beauty and exceptional talent. Her presence immediately drew admiration from everyone around. Bai Yi, brimming with confidence, couldn't help but think that, with his charm, he was about to make yet another woman fall with just one punch. Or wait, he quickly corrected himself. What excited him more was the respect he had for her, not the punch. The referee stood between the two competitors and asked loudly if Lai Jiale was ready. The tension was thick as everyone turned their attention to her, waiting for her response. Li Jiale frowned at Bai Yi, thoughts swirling in her head. Asterisk, why did I have to face someone like him? Asterisk. The so-called I don't hit girls guy was making her uneasy, and she couldn't shake the feeling that her opponent's true abilities might be more than she had anticipated. Bai Yi maintained a confident smile, undeterred by his opponent's confusion. His eyes sparkled, as if daring them to challenge him, creating a palpable tension that promised an exhilarating match. Li Jiale, however, was secretly unsettled. She thought to herself, this is terrifying. A wave of unease washed over her as she faced Bai Yi's unwavering confidence. After a moment of hesitation, she raised her hand and asked the teacher if she could forfeit the match. Her sudden request left those around her stunned and confused. What's going on? People murmured, looking around in bewilderment. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Lai Jiale, unable to comprehend why a contestant would want to withdraw just as the match was about to begin. When they saw her turn and walk away, Bai Yi quickly grabbed her arm, saying, she's easy to defeat. You should at least give it a try. He hoped she would reconsider, but deep down, Bai Yi sighed in frustration. The competition felt dull when no one seemed willing to fight. At that moment, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting the name of the beloved goddess Ru Xdai. The sound echoed through the arena, building an electric atmosphere as all eyes turned to her, admired and adored by everyone. Bai Yi, taken aback, was left wondering if the arena across from him was Ruxi's stage. A mix of curiosity and nervousness stirred within him as he imagined how she might perform in the competition. On the other side of the arena, Ruxi faced a towering opponent. He sneered, Ruxi, just give up. I don't usually fight women. I prefer them in bed. His arrogant words filled the air with tension, and Ruxi's anger flared. Before she could finish her sentence, Ruxi swiftly raised her hand and slapped him hard, knocking him to the ground. His humiliation was clear as he struggled to regain his composure. She stood tall, her sharp gaze locked onto him, and said, normally, I don't hit men, but you're the exception, just a worthless piece of trash. At that moment, the teacher declared Su Ruxi the winner. The crowd erupted into loud cheers, chanting her name. They not only called her by name, but also referred to her as a close friend, showing overwhelming support for her. Bai Yi, standing nearby, quietly thought with pride, one move to defeat the enemy, truly impressive. Su Ruxi. Her strength and confidence are remarkable. The crowd, filled with excitement, pointed at the screen, which now displayed the top 8 contestants. It hadn't been long, but the list had already appeared, surprising everyone. No one had expected the competition to move so quickly. Familiar faces were among the top 8, and the tension in the air grew even more intense. The list of the top 8 included Bai Yi, Ruxi, Lin Bo, Yvonne Kiet, Ong Duk Kai, Gao Huang Sat, Tran Beck, and Li Thin Kin. Each name was filled with promise, sparking discussions about who would emerge victorious and who might be eliminated in the fierce battles ahead. Still in disbelief, the crowd couldn't believe that Bai Yi had made it into the top 8. He's just an F rank. Nothing special, some whispered. Then someone in the crowd spoke up, urging everyone to stop talking. The match had begun and all eyes turned to the arena, filled with eager anticipation for the intense performances of the top 8 contestants. The first match of the top 8 featured a highly anticipated showdown between Bai Yi and Lin Bo. The atmosphere of the arena was charged with tension and excitement, with the audience's attention fully fixed on the two competitors. Lin Bo thought to himself, asterisk, I can't believe I'm facing Bai Yi right from the start. I need to teach him a lesson. Asterisk, his resolve strengthened. He couldn't allow someone like Bai Yi to make a fool of him. The crowd gathered below the stands, cheered fervently for both Lin Bo and Bai Yi. The roar of the audience filled the air, creating an electric energy. Every eye was locked onto the two fighters. Lin Bo stood tall, a confident smirk on his face as he remarked, well, it's true what they say. Nothing happens by chance. Bai Yi, in contrast, clenched his fists, mentally gearing up for the match. Asterisk, just call me dead. Asterisk, he thought with a grin. His fighting spirit flared up. He was determined to make the most of this opportunity and prove himself. Meanwhile, Bai Yi casually walked through the stands, engaging with the audience as if he were a beloved celebrity. He smiled warmly, accepting compliments on his good looks with ease. Seeing this, Lin Bo was left speechless. He couldn't believe how calm and relaxed his opponent seemed, even with such an important match ahead. Frustrated, he grabbed Bai Yi by the collar, his face flushing with anger at the nonchalance Bai Yi had shown. Bai Yi only smirked, his voice light with mischief. The way you're acting, it almost looks like you want to kiss me. Taken aback, Lin Bo stepped back, his face contorting in disgust as he snapped, "Don't make me feel sick." His eyes seethed with anger and sarcasm. Bai Yi, still playful, taunted him further, "You work in the cafeteria, huh? I wonder if you'll still be looking for him after this." Lin Bo angrily rejected the suggestion and demanded to know if Bai Yi had actually heard what he had said. His eyes clearly showed his frustration, barely able to contain the anger that was rising within him. Bai Yi, however, kept provoking him. "Does the slap still hurt?" he teased. The comment only made Lin Bo more furious. He yelled, "Get lost." The tension between them continued to build. Lin Bo, now seething, asked if they could finally start the match, his hand gripping his blade ready for action. The teacher glanced at Bai Yi and asked, "Are you ready?" Bai Yi nodded confidently. "We can start anytime." The teacher shouted, "The match begins." The air grew thick with anticipation. Bai Yi remained composed, showing no signs of concern, while Lin Bo stood ready, his gaze sharp, as if preparing for an all-out attack. But suddenly, Bai Yi reached out, grabbed the teacher's hand, and raised it high, declaring, "The match is over." Confusion spread through the crowd. No one knew what had just happened, and they exchanged puzzled glances. Lin Bo was equally baffled, unsure if Bai Yi was joking or if something significant had occurred. Then, in a shocking moment, Lin Bo was lifted into the air, his body suddenly beyond his control. A wave of unease washed over him. Asterisk, can't control my body anymore, asterisk, he thought. Everything around him seemed to blur, leaving only the overwhelming feelings of confusion and fear. Bai Yi, wearing his smug expression, looked at him and said, "Thanks for walking right into my trap." A self-satisfied grin spread across his face as he reveled in his good fortune. He couldn't believe how easily his opponent had fallen into his hands. With that, Bai Yi charged forward, unleashing a swift strike that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. Lin Bo barely managed to whisper the word "despicable" before losing all strength to continue the fight. Bai Yi stood tall, his eyes gleaming with confidence as he embraced the teacher's announcement of his victory. "This victory is one I take great pride in," he declared, his voice steady and assured. The crowd buzzed with excitement, a wave of cheers rising up. "Oh my god, I might actually become a fan of Bai Yi. He's an SS-level genius, and yet he defeated his opponent with just one move. If he agrees, I'll gladly support him from now on. I'm really looking forward to his match with Su Ruixai." The cheering didn't die down. Hearing the praise, Bai Yi scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "There are so many talented people here, and I have faced countless geniuses. Being this strong can be a bit of a burden too." With that, he made his way toward the stands where Duxian and Sav Hila were waiting for him. Duxian approached and patted him on the shoulder, complimenting him on how quickly he had defeated Lin Bo. Bai Yi chuckled proudly, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. "Haha, don't you know who my brother Yai is?" Sect Hila, arms crossed and a look of disdain on his face, scoffed. "Umph, someone's really full of himself, huh?" Upon hearing this, Bai Yi turned to Sect Hila with a smirk. "What's the matter, President Xia? Is that all you can say about my performance just now?" She stole a quick glance at him. If she complimented him too much now, he'd become insufferably proud, so she kept it light. "It's all right. Not bad." His face lit up at the praise, his smile stretching wide as he grew even more pleased with himself. "Thank you for the kind words, President Xia. I promise I won't let you down." Having won the championship, his smug attitude only made Sect Hila seethe with anger. She was even more furious than before. "Humph, don't get too cocky just yet." Frustrated, she regretted agreeing to the bet with him. Her teeth clenched, and she even found herself biting her nails as she thought, "If I had known, I would never have taken that bet. Now it's too late to back out. Damn it. I just have to hope Su Ruixai beats Bai Yi." Her gaze shifted to the stands where Ruixai was walking towards them. The referee, clearly exhausted and drenched in sweat, took the microphone and raised Ruixai's hand. "The match on Ring 3 is over. The winner is Su Ruixai." Below, Duxian stared wide-eyed. "Why is it that every time I watch Su Ruixai, the referee always raises her hand? She wins so fast." Bai Yi, standing nearby with his arms crossed, remained unfazed. Su Ruixai's strength is no joke. She's incredibly strong. At that moment, Qin Tian Fu raised his hand toward the screen. "Now, I will announce the top four. Please take a look at the screen. On the screen, the images of Bai Yi, Su Ruoxie, and 2 others appear on the system. Xian, linking arms with both Bai Yi and Ruoxie, grinned broadly, unable to hide his excitement. Quick look, both of you made it through. Bai Yi smiled in response. Wasn't that obvious? Ruoxie, however, looked less than pleased. Take your hand off me. At that moment, Tian Fu took the microphone and announced, everyone will now have a 10-minute break. The competition for the top 4 will begin in 10 minutes. In the break room, Xian, holding a bag of food in his left hand, offered Ruoxie a piece of bread with his right. Here, eat this. It'll give you more strength for the battle ahead. Ruoxie took the bread and was about to eat it when a hand holding a bottle of water appeared in front of her. It was Bai Yi, smiling at her. Or maybe, if we meet again, I'll just give you my spot. Ruoxie immediately stood up, lowered her head, and said firmly, You've said that 3 times now. I don't expect you to give up your spot. I want to compete with you fairly. With that, she turned and walked out, already prepared for the challenge. Bai Yi raised his hand to his nose, a proud look on his face, and his cheeks slightly flushed as he watched her leave. No wonder she's the one who caught my attention. She's so cool. After 10 minutes, the announcement sounded again. Break time is over. The championship match officially begins. Please look at the screen. The screen flickered to life, displaying the matchups for the competition. Ruoxie was set to face the brown-haired contestant, while Bai Yi would compete against the blonde-haired one. Bai Yi scanned the pairings, disappointment evident on her face. She sighed and said to Ruoxie, Looks like we won't be fighting each other after all. Ruoxie responded coolly, What a shame. Whispers quickly spread among the crowd. All 4 of them are exceptional. I wonder who will come out on top. My bet is on Bai Yi. At that moment, the 2 walked forward with a sense of confidence and authority, their presence undeniable. The other pair stood off to the side, eyeing them with disdain. The blonde-haired contestant spoke up, I still think Gao Huang will win. Suddenly, a hand was raised from somewhere in the crowd. It was the blonde-haired guy, his nervous gaze fixed on the referee. I don't think I'm much stronger than Lin Buttle, he said, so I'm going to forfeit. The referee looked surprised, clearly unsure of what was happening. He let out an incredulous sound. The brown-haired contestant raised his hand as well. I don't think I can beat Su Ruoxie, so I'll forfeit too. Both Bai Yi and Ruoxie were taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. This unexpected turn of events had left them stunned. Bai Yi turned to Ruoxie with a smile. Well, looks like we finally get to face each other. Ruoxie grinned back, her expression one of quiet determination. I won't go easy on you. The referee quickly called out, announcing that, with approval from the school authorities, this round would now serve as the finals. The audience erupted into cheers, chanting passionately, Go, Goddess, go, Goddess. With the new match set up, Bai Yi and Ruoxie were invited to step onto ring number 1. The 2 of them stepped into the ring, their eyes locking in a determined gaze. Ruoxie spoke first, her voice steady and confident. At last, we can have a real fight. This time, I won't hold back. Bai Yi pouted slightly and scratched his head. Wasn't it just the last competition when I took first place from you? You look so pitiful, like a child who's been wrongly blamed. As soon as the referee called for the match to begin, Ruoxie surged forward, moving with lightning speed. With a swift motion, she raised her fist, her eyes focused and intense, and aimed a direct strike at Bai Yi. Bai Yi reacted quickly, dodging just in time. He thought to himself, asterisk, if I had taken that hit, I'd probably be missing a few teeth right now. Asterisk, Ruoxie, her eyes wide with surprise, thought, asterisk, I actually missed asterisk. Then, without a second's hesitation, she launched a powerful kick to Bai Yi's back, hitting him so hard that he couldn't move fast enough to avoid it. The impact was like a thunderbolt. He turned his head to glance at her, wondering, asterisk, the SSS level potential really is something else. The difference in attributes is incredible. Unless, does beauty play a part in this asterisk? Around the ring, 10 people were observing, judging the match. To his surprise, when he looked down, he saw a group of men cheering, shouting, Goddess Ruoxie, show that useless fool who's boss. Goddess, you're so beautiful, so beautiful. Bai Yi, upon hearing this, was deeply moved, his eyes welling up with tears. He silently wept, but the fact that 8 others still believed Ruoxie was more beautiful frustrated him immensely, even though it was clear she was stunning. Ruoxie, sensing his distress, taunted him, Is that all you've got? At her words, Bai Yi sneered, shot her an angry glare, and without hesitation, launched himself forward faster than he had ever moved in previous matches. He raised his knee, aiming to strike her directly in the face. But Ruoxie, quick to react, anticipated his move. With remarkable speed, she darted behind him, leaving him stunned. In an instant, she switched to an offensive stance, raised her hand, and delivered a sharp blow to his head. The sudden strike caught him off guard, and he collapsed, wiping the blood from his lips in a hurry. Bai Yi took a deep breath, realizing he would have to give everything he had this time. He locked eyes with Ruoxai and, with a determined smile, said, "If that's the case, I'll give it my all." As his words echoed, dark clouds gathered overhead and thunder cracked loudly, all of it seemingly directed at the spot where Ruoxai stood, sword raised high. Lightning crackled along her arm as she frowned, gritting her teeth. In an instant, she moved with blinding speed, drawing her sword and charging directly at Bai Yi. Bai Yi stood frozen, completely stunned by the sight. Ruoxai lunged at him without hesitation, attacking fiercely, she said. In response, he leaped backward to avoid her strikes. She pressed on with a relentless barrage of slashes, but Bai Yi continued to evade, never attempting counterattack. He moved with impressive agility, but he knew the risk all too well. Ruoxai's strikes carried a potent paralyzing effect. A single touch and his body would become numb, leaving him vulnerable. Frustration built within Ruoxai as she noticed Bai Yi wasn't fighting back. "Is that all you've got? Just running away," she shouted. She lowered her sword, pointing the tip skyward. "Then let's see how you avoid my next move." A surge of lightning pulsed from her body. In one swift motion, she raised her sword high and the shape of a creature materialized amid the swirling, tornado-like currents of high voltage. Even the referee stood in stunned silence, unable to look away. "Is that the Golden Thunder Dragon Toad technique?" he murmured. The audience was equally astounded. This is a move that could make history. Can Bai Yi possibly block it? At that moment, a massive thunder dragon shot toward Bai Yi with overwhelming force. He knew the danger all too well. Asterisk, if I take this hit, it's over. I can't just let it happen, asterisk. She commanded her fierce, bright blue thunder dragon. Watch closely. This is the Golden Thunder Dragon Toad skill. The dragon, its mouth wide open and sharp, fang-like teeth bared, charged straight at Bai Yi. But Bai Yi wasn't about to back down. "Check out my skill. Someone, help me," he shouted. No sooner had he spoken than a figure leaped from the stands, a streak of golden light flashing like lightning. The person immediately took the full force of the dragon's attack, absorbing its tremendous power. The impact left him gasping. "Damn it," he muttered in shock. Before he could finish speaking, a loud explosion rang out, lighting up the sky like fireworks. To anyone watching, it seemed as though the match was over. The referee, stunned, pointed at the fallen figure and declared, "Oh my God, is this really the top-tier genius?" But then, a few keen-eyed spectators noticed something strange. The person on the ground wasn't Bai Yi at all, but another young man, now covered in black soot, emitting smoke like a charred piece of coal. His hair had been completely singed and now stuck out in a wild, curly mess, resembling a pile of instant noodles. Bai Yi walked over, placing a hand on his shoulder and offering a sympathetic smile. "Tough luck, bro." Teen and Fu, his face drained of expression, could only utter, "The competition continues. No one has broken the rules." Ruoxai, refusing to relent, stood firm in her determination not to lose. She threatened Bai Yi, "You can still admit defeat now. It's not too late." But Bai Yi was not someone who would back down, nor did he ever consider giving up. In fact, he responded with a sharp retort, "I hope you won't regret this." He continued with resolve, "If that's the case, I'll give it everything I've got. Be careful, Ruoxai." Ruoxai's face brightened with satisfaction, a pleased smile spreading across her face. "Finally, you're taking this seriously. Too bad for you. It's too late. You're about to lose." With that, she raised her sword once more. The blade crackled with a violent surge of electricity. Below, Stakila watched the scene unfold with a smug expression, clearly confident. "Just as I thought," she said to herself, "Bai Yi is going to lose." Ruoxai wasted no time, launching her attack. Bolts of lightning appeared in the air like a twisting tornado, charging directly toward Bai Yi. The tension in the air was thick, like the string of a bow pulled tight. Bai Yi, its concern evident, thought to himself, "Asterisk, this is bad. If I get hit by Ruoxai's skill, I'll be paralyzed on the spot, asterisk." His face twisted in a grimace, his brow furrowed as he gritted his teeth. Thinking quickly, he shouted, "Where are the reinforcements?" The moment he spoke, Ruoxai froze. Her body went rigid, caught in place, just a few steps away from him. Her eyes glazed over, confused and unable to comprehend what was happening. She stood motionless, staring ahead in a daze. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Yi quickly delivered a sharp slap to her face, snapping her out of her trance. She gasped in surprise as the sudden shock brought her back to awareness. Staggering backward to avoid Bai Yi's swift counter, Ruoxai barely managed to keep her balance. You warn Ruoxai again, telling her to admit defeat, that she's no match for you. But everyone knows that, with Ruoxai's stubborn personality, she would never accept defeat. Without hesitation, she charged forward once more. "I won't admit defeat. If you think you can, knock me out." At that moment, Bai Yi stood firm, holding a brick in his hand, his stance wide and his gaze locked on hers. "In that case, I'm sorry," he replied. He quickly stepped forward, positioning himself to block her. Ruoxei, charging at full speed, was suddenly stopped in her tracks, unable to move. She clicked her tongue, frustrated with herself for being unable to break free. Bai Yi leaned in close and whispered in her ear, "If you don't admit defeat this time, next time I'll slap your backside in front of everyone." Ruoxei, though determined not to give in, found herself unable to refuse. She thought, this guy is really shameless, blushing deeply. She let out an embarrassed scream. "Fine, I admit defeat." Bai Yi acted as if he hadn't done anything wrong, a look of innocence on his face. The referee immediately announced, "Su Ruoxei surrenders. Bai Yi wins." The men in the stands were stunned. "Wait, Bai Yi really won. We just saw history in the making." Even the dog sitting nearby barked in surprise. Saek Hee-la, furious, punched the tree beside her. "Damn it, I can't believe he actually won. This is so frustrating." Her eyes were filled with rage. Tianfu grabbed Bai Yi's hand, proudly declaring, "Then, the champion of this year's freshman competition is Bai Yi." Tianfu quickly turned to him, certain that others were just as confused as he was. "Now, Bai Yi, could you explain this to us?" Bai Yi was caught off guard and hesitated. "Do I really have to say?" Noticing his reluctance, the old man softened his tone. "Come on, just give us an explanation and I'll add 100 points to your score." Bai Yi twirled his ear and raised his demand. "Make it 1,000 points. If you agree, fine. If not, forget it." He said this so casually because in his mind he was thinking, Saek Hee-la still owes me 4,000 points. What's 100 points compared to that asterisk? Tianfu met his gaze and quickly set a price. 300. His tone was firm. Just as Bai Yi was about to ask for 400, the old man interrupted him. "All right, fine. 400. No more negotiation." Unable to push for more, Bai Yi reluctantly took the microphone and casually spoke up. "Let me explain a bit. The reason the referee and Ruoxei can appear before me is that my ability lets me summon them at will." Tianfu, still confused, pressed him further. "Is that really how it works? What kind of ability is that?" Bai Yi crossed his arms and answered, "As for the details of my secret, well, that comes at another price." With that, old Tianfu made an announcement. "All right then, the freshman competition ends here. Now we'll move on to the academy selection." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's face flushed with anger. His entire body was seething, and he nearly exploded. That damn old man. Hearing the insults, the elderly man turned around, his face twisted into a sneer. "What are you going to do about it?" he challenged. Meanwhile, the university's break room, a quiet space bathed in sunlight, Ruoxei and Bai Yi sat together, engaged in conversation. You picked up a glass of water and asked, "Ruoxei, which academy are you thinking of choosing?" She paused for a moment, then answered, "Unless something unexpected happens, I plan to choose the martial arts academy." Just then, 4 individuals entered the room, speaking as they came in. "It's a pleasure to see both of you here. We are the deans of the 4 major academies. Dean Ouyang Mu-Xiu of the Vice Academy, Dean Qi Bu-Yi of the Martial Arts Academy, Dean Yi-Yan-Hu of the Martial Arts Academy, and Dean Nan Gong Yun of the Academy of Skill Research." Qi Bu-Yi approached Ruoxei with a warm smile. "We've just had a discussion, and your skills across various areas make you a perfect fit for our Martial Arts Academy. I'll personally mentor you." He then turned to Bai Yi. "As for you, Bai Yi, since traditional skills aren't your strength, we believe you'd be well suited for either the Martial Arts Academy or the Academy of Skill Research. What do you think?" Bai Yi sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I don't really have a strong preference. Honestly, I don't know much about either of those academies." The moment the words left his mouth, a fierce and intense stare-down began between the 2 directors, their eyes locking in a silent battle. The tension was so thick that it felt like sparks could fly from their gaze, strong enough to break through walls. Yi Yanhu quickly spoke. "If you choose the Martial Arts Academy, I will personally mentor you and make you a martial arts expert. You'll also have complete access to all our advanced techniques." Hearing this, Bai Yi immediately rushed forward, eager to clarify, "Does that include the high-level techniques as well?" The director nodded without hesitation. "Of course, if you're willing to learn, I'll teach you everything." Bai Yi paused, placing his hand on his chin as he thought. While advanced martial arts techniques were tempting, they weren't enough on their own. He then turned to the other side and asked, "What about this side?" The director on the other side smiled and said, "I don't have any flashy offers, but if you're open to it, I could make you my research assistant." Bai Yi, clearly puzzled, asked, "A research assistant?" At once, Director Yan, who jumped up in protest, "Mr. Yuan, that's going too far." Mr. Yuan stood calmly, arms crossed, and replied confidently, "This was approved by Old Man Tan. If it hadn't been, I wouldn't have dared to make such an offer. After hearing this, Bai Yi made up his mind and said, in that case, Director Deep. Before he could finish, Mr. Yi cut him off. Wait, he said, his voice firm. He added, if you come to my martial arts academy, I will also offer you the role of teaching assistant. On the other side, Mr. Yuan was furious. He clenched his fists, his face red with anger as he shouted at Mr. Yi, this is unfair competition. The fiery spirit of Mr. Yuan erupted, intense and uncontrollable, shooting upwards like a blazing flame. Ki Bui, witnessing the battle unfold, stood by, eager to join the conflict, hoping to claim Bai Yi for himself. Seeing this, Mr. Yi rushed in, unwilling to be left out, thinking to himself, I'd want him too, and so, the three of them became locked in a fierce struggle, each fighting to win Bai Yi's favor. Bai Yi is mine, 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 they each yelled. None of them would yield, and the fight escalated until Bai Yi, feeling the tension, rushed to intervene. Teachers, please stop fighting, he pleaded. But his words had no effect. In a surge of frustration, his eyes blazing with anger, he shouted, enough? The three of them froze in surprise, immediately halting their struggle. Bai Yi cleared his throat with an exaggerated cough and then suggested, teachers, let's not let something so trivial ruin our harmony. I have a solution. Children must choose their own paths, but true talent is about maturity. I want all of you. With a proud smile, Bai Yi clenched his fists. Having been showered with such attention, he had grown somewhat greedy. He continued, I'll visit each academy and stay for a week at each one. That sounds perfect, doesn't it? In unison, the heads of all three academies exclaimed, deal. Bai Yi smiled, satisfied with their agreement. Asterisk, that's more like it, asterisk. Just then, Ouyang Mu-Shu, the deputy head of one of the academies, approached and placed a hand on Bai Yi's shoulder. The others have left. Now, shall we talk about our matter? Bai Yi was caught off guard, unsure of what she meant. He looked at the woman who had touched his shoulder, then asked, what does Ouyang Mu-Shu want to say to me? Calmly, Ouyang Mu-Shu took a seat in a chair. She raised her head, met his gaze, and asked, have you activated your secondary profession yet? Bai Yi replied honestly, I've unlocked the SSF potential of the appraiser profession. Daxian has unlocked the A-level potential of the chef profession, but Ruxai hasn't activated hers yet. Upon hearing about Bai Yi's secondary profession, Ouyang Mu-Shu was immediately stunned. An appraiser with SS potential, such a rare talent. After a brief pause, she cleared her throat twice and then suggested, Bai Yi, Daxian, please step aside for now. We'll discuss this in more detail shortly. She then turned to Ruxai, speaking in a soft voice, it's time to activate your secondary profession book. Ruxai gave a slight nod, following Ouyang Mu-Shu's instructions. A flash of white light appeared, and as expected, three promising secondary professions emerged: blacksmith with SSF potential, tailor with SF potential, and trainer with S potential. Ouyang Mu-Shu, seeing this, stood up excitedly, patted Ruxai on the shoulder and smiled, you didn't disappoint me. Ruxai can learn from you tonight. She then announced, Daxian, I will arrange for a deputy head with the chef profession to teach you how to cook. As for Bai Yi, I still need to consider it. Before she could finish her thoughts, Bai Yi interrupted, you don't need to teach me how to craft any gear. I just need a few pieces I haven't refined yet, about 10% of the total. Ouyang Mu-Shu immediately agreed, but noted that she still needed to report the specifics of his secondary profession skills. Bai Yi nodded contentedly and spoke a short sentence in English, confirming his agreement. He felt pleased with the outcome, as it meant he no longer needed to purchase equipment for item appraisal. Soon after, everyone made plans to go out for a meal, but Bai Yi decided to head home and rest. He lay comfortably on his large bed and quickly drifted off to sleep. However, a message notification soon woke him up. He had received 500 points. Bai Yi instantly became fully alert, sitting up to check his phone. This was the amount of points Qin Tian Fu had promised to transfer to him. He still had no idea when Xav Qilao would transfer the 4,000 points he owed him. Just as he finished reading, the doorbell rang. Bai Yi, feeling puzzled, checked the surveillance camera. Sure enough, it was Hila. Just as he had been thinking about her, she showed up. Frowning, Bai Yi looked at her and asked coldly, who are you? Hila responded with a teasing tone, I'm your father. Knowing her well, Bai Yi shot back, who's the father? Without hesitation, she replied, I'm the father. At this, Bai Yi smirked, opened the door, and said with a grin, good girl, come on in. Hila snorted, clearly annoyed, and muttered, you're so annoying. Bai Yi pouted slightly, thinking to himself that she was still too immature to argue with him. Not wanting to waste any more time, he calmly sat down on the sofa and got straight to the point. Where are my points? Hila struck a playful pose, her voice turning sweet and teasing. Don't tell me all you see when you look at me is the points. Bai Yi's face flushed as he stared at her, unable to look away. Meanwhile, Bat Kalak approached him, lightly poking his chest with her finger. She then licked her lips and teasingly asked, "Don't you want to do anything else with me? It almost seems like you're trying to seduce me." Bai Yi met her gaze intently before responding honestly, "You do want something else." Upon hearing this, Hila's face lit up with a smile seductive and playful. "Then hurry up and do it," she urged. Bai Yi hesitated, eyeing her for a long moment before asking, "But can I really do that?" Hila nodded confidently. "Of course. It's like you're meant to do this with me." With her encouragement, Bai Yi no longer held back. He decided to take the next step. Hila agreed eagerly, and Bai Yi reached out to gently touch her head, his eyes glowing with emotion. "I really like this," he said softly. Then, without a second thought, he grabbed her cat ear and squeezed it. But Sohoi wasn't ready to let go. Hila stared, speechless at first, but then finally responded, "Is this really all you want to do? I didn't expect you want to touch this." Bai Yi chuckled lightly and replied, "Not just that. I also want to touch something else." His eyes had already moved to the soft tail behind her. Furious, Hila slapped his hand away and muttered, "Is this something a normal person would do?" With a pout, she finished the points transaction for him. Moments later, 4,000 points were transferred into Bai Yi's account. Upon receiving the score, Bai Yi couldn't hide his happiness. A faint smile spread across his face as he said, "If she needs help with something, she should just ask directly. There's no need for tricks or distractions." Hila, hearing this, finally softened, the anger fading from her face. She smiled and remarked, "It seems you've underestimated him." The two then sat down, facing each other, and began discussing more pressing matters. Hila looked at him seriously and asked if he was aware of the current state of the world. Bai Yi furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and shook his head, indicating that he wasn't. In a quiet voice, Hila explained, "This world is vast. It's not just humans who inhabit it. There are also mutant races such as the beastmen, like your kind. In addition, there are other races like elves, elemental beings, and dragons. These mutant races can either be allies or enemies of humanity. The ones who despise humans are our enemies as well as the enemies of land Sing." Bai Yi's frown deepened as he pointed at Hila and asked, "Isn't that true for you?" Hila's expression tightened and she pouted slightly. "The mutant races are divided into those who are born into it and those who are forced into it. The naturally born mutant races are deeply evil and aim to take over land Sing entirely. But that's not the main point. What I wanted to explain is that most of these mutant races live in hidden realms or forbidden zones. I wasn't sure if you knew about those." Bai Yi frowned again, thought for a moment, and then spoke softly. "There are several hidden realms within the country and 2 forbidden zones as well. One is the Forbidden Zone, and the other is the Fengdu Forbidden Land, not far from Tianfu University." Hila heard this and nodded in agreement. The Forbidden Land of Fengdu is under the control of Tianfu University. Qin Tianfu is its guardian. Bai Yi paused, then suddenly remembered something. He looked at her, his face showing clear panic, and asked hesitantly, "Didn't you tell them to go to the Forbidden Zone with her?" Before she could reply, he quickly acted, pushing her out the door. As he stepped outside and turned left, he muttered over his shoulder, "What is this? You want him to go to the Forbidden Zone?" Hila, still outside and anxious, tried to explain that he shouldn't dismiss the idea so quickly. There were still a few months before the Forbidden Zone opened. Sadly, she had already been pushed out. She still hoped to convince him, as the rewards of entering the Forbidden Zone were substantial, and she wanted him to reconsider. Behind the door, Bai Yi stood quietly, listening to her words. She had a point. When the time came, he might consider it after all. Just as he was about to seek Hila off, Bai Yi suddenly felt a rush of wind, and without warning, he turned to find someone sitting on his couch. Qin Tianfu sat there casually, telling him that he could think about Hila's suggestion. Bai Yi twitched the corner of his mouth in annoyance and scolded, "What are you doing barging into my house like this?" Qin Tianfu calmly poured himself a cup of water and replied with clear indifference, "This is the school I founded. Is there anywhere I can't go?" Bai Yi sighed, irritated at the thought of arguing with this stubborn old man. "What exactly do you want in my house?" he asked. He laughed heartily and spoke about testing your abilities. The night before, he had spent hours researching and finally understood Bai Yi's particularly powerful skill, which was why he had come to confirm it with you. "But you didn't even mention the price," he remarked. He could answer immediately. Instead, he asked, "What do you want?" Bai Yi smiled with a hint of mystery and replied, "I want a celestial star crystal. It's a rare material found deep within the Forbidden Zone and has the ability to unlock a person's potential." Qin Tianfu was so shocked that he spat out the water in his mouth, then fell silent for a moment. This kid really aims high, he thought. He wants to unlock his own potential. While the material is certainly valuable, Qin Tianfu actually has one. He wanted every detail about the skill. Seeing what was in his hand, Bai Yi couldn't hide his excitement and eagerly agreed to answer all his questions. Without hesitation, Qin Tianfu went straight to the point. Your skill can pull anyone toward you within a certain time frame, right? Bai Yi was taken aback, stunned that he had figured it out after just one day. Still, he had nothing to hide and calmly admitted, up to level 50, I can pull anyone to me. At that, Qin Tianfu's eyes sparkled with interest, and he suggested, try it on me. Bai Yi paused for a moment, thinking it over, then nodded in agreement. Bai Yi immediately activated his guardian skill. As the power surged, a familiar white glow flickered. The person who had been sitting in the chair was suddenly yanked toward him, unable to move. Qin Tianfu was truly stunned. This time, it had actually worked. Bai Yi was equally surprised. He hadn't expected the skill to function so perfectly, but without wasting a moment, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a dagger, a sleek grin spreading across his face. He said he wanted to test Qin Tianfu's defensive abilities. Qin Tianfu, both irritated and amused, laughed sharply before slapping Bai Yi on the shoulder. Why don't you let them try it and see how well you escape while I've got you pinned, he said coldly. Bai Yi was indeed pinned to the ground, but he still managed a faint smile. Now that's a dangerous question, he replied. Hearing this, Qin Tianfu shrugged off the dirt and stood up, clearly unable to follow through with his plan. However, what he didn't realize was that while he had been distracted, Bai Yi had already picked up a brick and hurled it straight at his head. Fury surged within Qin Tianfu as he gritted his teeth, glaring at Bai Yi. If you want to make a move, go ahead and switch to a diamond-level weapon, he barked. Seeing that there was little else he could do, Bai Yi pouted in quiet resignation. This was a true powerhouse at the Emperor level, unbelievably terrifying. But Bai Yi remained unfazed, calmly asking for a higher-tier star stone. Without a second thought, Qin Tianfu tossed him a light purple star stone, reminding him not to forget to dispose of it afterward. Swallowing it directly could enhance its potential. Bai Yi gladly accepted the crystal, then turned his attention to the news about the celestial star crystal. This rare gem had the unique ability to gather the energy of the stars. When used, it could enhance one's potential and even alter their profession. After reading through the details, Bai Yi felt a surge of excitement, but the system interrupted his thoughts with a reminder. If you use it, your potential will increase to S rank or higher. Will you choose the system or the crystal? Bai Yi paused, unsure of which path to take. After a long moment of contemplation, he seriously considered consuming the celestial star crystal. But again, the system prompted him, are you certain about your decision? Bai Yi hesitated once more, then sighed, realizing that he would have to live with his F-rank potential for the rest of his life. Qin Tianfu, who had been watching closely, asked with suspicion, what's going on? Bai Yi explained carefully, I can't use this. If I do, your talent will disappear. Qin Tianfu's face tightened in shock, and he lowered his voice. I've never heard of anything like this. Did Tianfu tell you about it? Bai Yi glanced down at the crystal in his hand, a hint of regret in his eyes, then nodded in confirmation. After a brief pause, Qin Tianfu suggested, if you can't use it, why not return it to me? However, Bai Yi declined, keeping the crystal for himself. Although you can't use it, that doesn't mean Daxian can't. Once we've taken something from this old man, it's best not to return it to someone else. Noticing your expression, Qin Tianfu chuckled lightly and suggested that you return it in exchange for another reward. However, Bai Yi remained firm in his refusal, saying, even if I gave it to a dog, it would still be yours. Qin Tianfu truly has broadened my perspective. He looked at you for a long time silent before letting out a chuckle and sighing. This shameless attitude reminds me of myself when I was young. Bai Yi had no intention of wasting more words with him. He offered a polite compliment and made it clear he was about to leave. Indeed, Qin Tianfu had nothing more to offer, but before departing, he still advised, don't let your arrogance get the better of you and try not to overuse your skills in public. A trump card should leave people speechless. Bai Yi understood the advice and nodded in agreement. Qin Tianfu said a few more words before disappearing in the blink of an eye. Watching this, Bai Yi couldn't help but comment, when will you be able to teleport like that? That night, everyone was fast asleep, including Daxian, who was resting comfortably in his warm bed. But at that moment, someone outside the window repeatedly called his name, rousing him from his slumber. Still groggy, he asked, who is it? No sooner had he spoken than Bai Yi appeared inside his room, holding something glowing in his hand. Daxian froze, his face a mix of shock and fear as he stared at the figure in front of him. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice trembling. With a calm smile, the other person responded, "Do you have a desire for power?" Once Daixian regained his composure, he smiled back and nodded. In a world like this, who wouldn't want to be strong? Bai Yi, hearing this, casually tossed the star-sign celestial star toward Daixian. "This will change your life," he said nonchalantly. The object struck Daixian sharply, causing him to wince in pain. He let out a soft groan and, still confused, asked, "What is this?" Bai Yi answered honestly, "This is the star-sign celestial star. Once you use it, it will unlock your true potential." Daixian's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this really the legendary star-sign celestial star?" he exclaimed. He could hardly believe that he was holding such a rare and powerful object. But then, glancing at Bai Yi, he hesitated. "But your potential is lower than mine, so it would be better for you to use it. My potential at level A is already sufficient." Bai Yi pursed his lips slightly. "My astrology doesn't align with this. It's a better fit for you." Confused, Daixian looked at him, then broke into a grin. Bai Yi teasingly added, "You almost let yourself be swayed by him." Realizing it was just a joke, Daixian played along. "It's too scary. You're still more interested in pretty girls, so you should use it right away." With a light nod, Daixian took the star-sign celestial star and swallowed it in one motion. In an instant, golden light surrounded him, dazzling and intense. He screamed out in agony, his body writhing in pain. As the light enveloped him, he squeezed his eyes shut, focusing intently on the changes happening inside him. Bai Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment as he watched the scene unfold. A surge of yellow energy began to envelop Daixian's body. The light intensified, growing brighter and brighter until the entire room was bathed in a dazzling glow. Daixian, his eyes wide with disbelief, asked, "Is this the power of a level S?" Bai Yi nodded slightly, impressed. "He truly stands out." Daixian smiled with pride. "From this day on, he's the strong one." Suddenly, the sound of a doorbell rang out from outside. Bai Yi, startled, quickly said, "Someone's here. Go open the door." Peering through the surveillance, Bai Yi saw Ruixai drinking milk while pressing the doorbell. He thought to himself, "This unusual phenomenon must have caught attention asterisk." He opened the door, pulled her inside, and motioned for silence. "Don't do anything. Just kiss him." Ruixai pushed Bai Yi away. He pouted, saying, "You really don't have a sense of humor." Ignoring his comment, she glanced at Daixian, who was still glowing in the back, and whispered, "Did he swallow his celestial star?" Bai Yi paused for a moment, surprised by her deduction, then replied, "You let him use the star-sign celestial star that Qin Tian Fu gave him." As soon as the words left his mouth, Ruixai, startled, sprayed the milk she had just drunk all over Bai Yi's face. "Is it really the star-sign celestial star?" Bai Yi chuckled softly, his expression still composed. "I always treat my friends and girlfriends very well." Ruixai, flustered by his comment, shot back, "Who's your girlfriend?" At that moment, Daixian walked over from the other side, patted Bai Yi on the shoulder in thanks, and said, "My profession and potential have increased significantly now." Bai Yi nodded and took out Zhang Daixian's information board. He had reached level 6, and his potential had increased its SS rank, with his attribute talents greatly improving. Daixian was equally pleased with the results. At that moment, Ruixai spoke up once more. "The opening ceremony is still a few days away. Now that Daixian's attributes and potential have been upgraded, why don't we head to the Talented Tower to test them?" Bai Yi nodded in agreement, and Daixian did too. He was eager to experience his new strength firsthand. However, Bai Yi smiled and said, "Before we go, Daixian should treat us to a meal." Without hesitation, Daixian agreed. After dressing appropriately, he wrapped his arms around both of them, and they headed out. Bai Yi was excited to show off his martial arts lion's bite technique. He couldn't wait to enjoy the expensive dishes Daixian could provide, like steamed lamb, bear paws, and deer tails. Hearing this, Daixian grew alarmed and begged for mercy. The three of them shared a laugh before heading to the dining hall. Little did they know Qin Tian Fu was watching them from a distance. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he murmured, "This one truly has potential." Just then, a gravelly voice spoke beside him. "If you understand his potential, why not inquire about the Tian Fu Tower?" Qin Tian Fu shook his head, replying, "What good would that do? It would only cause more problems. I'm hoping Bai Yi will surprise me." The shadow let out a quiet chuckle before asking, "Do you think he could take control of the Tian Fu Tower?" Qin Tian Fu chose not to comment, shaking his head as he said, "Focus less on that legend and more on the present. The shadow is reminding you of what truly matters. The situation at the front lines is becoming more dire." With that, the shadow vanished without a trace. Qin Tian Fu, noticing its absence, let out a heavy sigh and muttered to himself, "Humanity doesn't have much time left." As the car continued its journey, it slowed as it neared a lake. The scenery around them took on a surreal quality, shimmering with an almost magical glow. In the distance, a tall tower loomed, radiating a powerful, mysterious aura. Inside the car, the three friends were instantly captivated by the sight of the tower. Daxian had gasped, pointing and saying, "Hey, look over there. Could that be the Tian Fu Tower?" Upon arriving, the three of them stepped out of the car, eager to begin their visit. The surroundings remained bathed in a soft, radiant light. Bai Yi turned his head and noticed the guards stationed at the entrance, standing alert and ready. He remarked, "The guards here are even higher ranked than the regular teachers at their school." Ruixi, hearing this, responded, "You might not know, but every one of them is an active government soldier, stationed here specifically to screen out members of the Xishen sect or anyone else causing trouble." Bai Yi nodded in understanding, replying, "No wonder their training is so impressive." He then suggested to his friends that they should form a line. Daxian, still in awe of the grandeur around them, stood in stunned silence. As they approached, the guards asked for their student IDs. Bai Yi was quick to present his, with the girl following behind. The security guard quickly scanned the card with the inspection machine, which immediately confirmed it as a student ID. He then turned around and asked, "Is this their first time here?" The three of them nodded eagerly, clearly excited. They began to pay close attention as the security guard explained the rules. First-time visitors to the Tian Fu Tower are granted free registration, after which they are briefed on key regulations. Each person entering the tower will face unique trials, but all evaluations and dungeon challenges will still be based on the DSS system. For every floor they conquer, a teleportation formation will appear. Once they enter the next level, retreat is impossible, unless they meet an unfortunate end. However, death here doesn't involve physical harm, but results in some spiritual damage. The security guard then advised, "Make sure you know your limits." He flashed a cheerful smile. "There will be bonus rewards for successful trials. I wish you all the best of luck." After receiving the instructions, the group began to form a line to enter the tower. Bai Yi called out, "Everyone, hold on. There are still people ahead. Please wait a moment until it's your turn." He scanned the area and noticed a stone shield nearby, displaying the levels that previous challengers had reached. Surprised, he muttered, "What kind of terrifying trials are these? Even the strongest person at the 10th base level has only reached floor 48. Seeing Bai Yi's stunned expression, the security guard let out a sigh. Principal Wu has been stuck at that checkpoint for a year now. He comes back nearly every few days trying to beat it again. You were taken aback by the news. The leader of Nation H was stuck for a whole year. The guard continued, "Here, the trials are tailored to each person's potential. Those with ranks like the two principals, well, just think about it. You can imagine what their trials must be like." Bai Yi's anxiety grew, and he began to sweat. He could hear the frantic shouts of his friends as they realized their turn had come. Returning his focus to the main task, Bai Yi stepped into the hall of the Tian Fu Tower. It was an enormous space, so cold and empty, it felt almost barren. He tried to make sense of the situation. What is this? Why is there nothing here? Could it be some sort of system error? As he absent-mindedly tapped his foot against the ground, a voice suddenly echoed in the emptiness. "Welcome to the Tian Fu Tower." The voice continued, "Please respond." The next question came. "What does 'you can't judge a book by its cover' mean?" Bai Yi jumped in surprise. Who's speaking? The system continued to register his wrong answers. The voice added, "Answer incorrect. You need to use your imagination to overcome it if you want a high score." Bai Yi gradually began to calm down. So it's not following the usual rules. Well then, you can't just say you can't use a cup to measure seawater. A bold thought crossed his mind. He quickly followed up with, "You can't use a ruler to measure a pigeon." He said it with full confidence, and to his surprise, it worked. The system congratulated him for passing the first level, awarding him an S+ rating. His reward for clearing the level was 5 points in free attributes. The skill points were recorded, and they then asked him to make a choice. Bai Yi, still in shock from the situation, panicked and responded, "Is that really possible?" But he quickly regained his composure and added, "Well, don't blame me if anything goes wrong." With that, Bai Yi moved on to the second level. The system followed with another question. "What is the name of the mute dance king?" Without hesitation, he replied, "The king of Asian dance." Once again, the system recorded his answer as Bai Yi, still confused, muttered, "Is this really allowed?" Having passed several levels, he moved to the third one. A new question appeared. The white bubble hits the black bubble. What should the black bubble do? He confidently answered the black bubble should show its character. The answer was correct. The fourth level arrived. Why can't you anger a chimpanzee? Bai Yi, pointing upward, responded, "Because it beats its chest fiercely." That answer seemed correct as well. His ranking continued to rise. Outside, everyone was in complete disbelief. The guard, seeing this for the first time, quickly reported Bai Yi has surpassed the highest ranked player in history. At his current pace, he clears a level every 7 minutes. The guard shouted in astonishment, "What did you say?" The players around him seemed equally stunned by the news. Meanwhile, inside, Bai Yi was gasping for breath from all the running. He hadn't anticipated things moving this quickly. He had already reached the 10th level. Let's see what this level holds, he thought. But this level had something unexpected. Bai Yi, still out of breath, noticed a figure sitting there. The person was completely mysterious, their face hidden, and no information was available about them. Bai Yi paused, deep in thought. All right, so this so-called fake god and demon. The demon above shouted with urgency, "Hurry, tell Bai Yi to defeat him, and if possible, pass the test." Bai Yi asked again, "If I defeat him, does that count?" The demon confirmed, "Yes," again. Bai Yi slowly picked up a brick, its mind racing. Humph, doesn't he know that when I'm on my own, I'm practically unstoppable? With a confident smirk, just as Bai Yi was about to throw the brick at the demon, he suddenly froze, his body completely paralyzed. What's going on? The demon, impressed, spoke up, "Not bad. Were you planning a sneak attack with a skill? He might give you another chance." Hearing this, Bai Yi quickly jumped back into a defensive stance. You didn't expect him to use your skill against you. If one skill doesn't work, then let's try combining them. Bai Yi suddenly shouted, "The demon is very strong. You must use all your strength to help me defeat him." The demon, clearly pleased, replied, "Go ahead, start the show." Bai Yi began to gather his strength. Watch closely. He probably hasn't learned this move yet. The demon, intrigued, said, "I'm curious to see what Bai Yi will do next." Bai Yi shouted loudly, "Dad, protect me." The demon was taken aback. Is that all? Suddenly, a man with a thick beard appeared, holding a cup of water, dressed in a bathrobe. Bai Yi looked on with satisfaction from behind him. The demon, still stunned, received a slap across the face. The illusion instantly vanished. After receiving the slap, both Bai Yi and the demon found themselves in a rather uncomfortable situation. Bai Yi quickly tried to explain, "You saw the fly on the demon's face, so the slap earlier was really unintentional. It wasn't meant to happen." The demon suddenly burst into loud laughter. "Haha, this is interesting. Really interesting." Bai Yi, now filled with fear, wondered if the demon was so enraged that he was about to lose control. The demon casually returned to his seat, remarking that it had been a long time since he met someone so amusing. "You've passed the test, little one. If fate permits, we may cross paths again. Just snap your fingers and disappear." With that, the demon vanished. Bai Yi was still confused. "Ha, is that it? Where did he go?" The system's voice chimed in, "Congratulations, you completed level 10 and achieved SS rank. However, you lost some points due to one failure." Bai Yi sighed in relief. Asterisk, few asterisk, the terrifying presence had finally disappeared. The rewards for completing this level included 10 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 500 divine power points. Additionally, the reward for passing 10 levels was the choice between innate talent expansion and facial expression observation. Please select one. The innate talent expansion was linked to facial expression observation, a skill that would allow Bai Yi to better perceive the intentions of others, similar to how a bystander might frequently witness accidents. This skill would help him discern people's true feelings toward him. Bai Yi smiled in satisfaction. Great, this will definitely make my already strong ability even more useful. He then thought about advancing to the next level. I'll give it another go in the next 2 rounds. Outside the Tower of Talent, the guard noticed 2 familiar figures, 2 muscular men, the commander and Principal Qin. Principal Qin inquired about the whereabouts of a young man named Bai Yi. Officer Lion had just reported that Bai Yi had recently completed the 6th level, finishing it in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. The commander standing beside Principal Qin remarked, "This young man is quite intriguing." He continued, "If things continue as expected, Bai Yi has a very promising future ahead." After completing the task, Bai Yi finally decided to take a break. As he walked out, the crowd cheered for him. He felt so flustered by the attention that he momentarily thought he had wandered into the wrong area. But when he saw the rewards, he realized how much the people appreciated him. In the distance, he spotted Principal Qin and froze in surprise. He never imagined that the old man would hold him in such high regard. From a distance, Principal Qin cleared his throat and called for Bai Yi to approach. After a moment, Bai Yi walked over, his feelings a mix of excitement and slight hesitation. He asked, "Why are you here, teacher?" Principal Qin reprimanded him for being disrespectful and then introduced the commander of the Western Military Region, General Q Kai. "Student Bai Yi," Principal Qin said, "please greet Commander Q." The commander complimented Bai Yi, saying, "You're truly an outstanding student from the new group. before asking if Bai Yi had encountered anything unusual inside the levels. Bai Yi, still casual about the experience, replied it wasn't much. The first 9 levels were all just questions. When I reached the new level, I fought against a mysterious shadow. Hearing this, Principal Qin was visibly startled. He quickly asked, was the shadow you saw inside a palace? Bai Yi, confused, asked, how did you know? Is there something special about the shadow? Realizing there were too many people around, Principal Qin suggested, let's move to a quieter place to talk. The 3 of them vanished as quietly as locals blending into a crowd, leaving everyone around them in a state of confusion. At Tianfu University, the commander turned to Mr. Qin and asked, could there be something wrong with the dark shadow? Mr. Qin sighed, his expression thoughtful. I'm not sure who or what that dark shadow is, but I've encountered it several times since I first discovered this tower. He then looked at the 2 of them. Can you guess what happened when I met that dark shadow? Bai Yi paused, then laughed and clapped his hands. Did that person beat you, teacher? Mr. Qin glanced at him, almost confirming the thought, but the commander beside him was visibly shocked. No way, right? Mr. Qin continued, at that time, even though I had reached the Emperor level, I couldn't withstand 3 moves from it. Bai Yi thought for a moment, then shook his head in disbelief. An Emperor-level expert couldn't handle 3 moves. If people find out about this, it will cause a lot of panic. He quickly followed up with another question. So, teacher, what do you think that dark shadow really is? Mr. Qin took a sip from his drink, his expression a little more serious. After several colleagues investigated, they came to a conclusion. The dark shadow might be connected to the spirit tower of Tianfu Tower. Bai Yi frowned, puzzled. Spirit tower? Mr. Qin nodded. Yes, and it's possible that one can only encounter it for a second time after completing the trial. With a glance at Bai Yi, Mr. Qin asked, Bai Yi, have you passed the trial involving that dark shadow? Bai Yi blushed slightly, his voice hesitant. Is it really okay to talk about this? Mr. Qin, sensing the discomfort, assumed that Bai Yi had failed and offered reassurance. Don't worry about losing face. It's just a matter of being beaten once, right? We've all been through things like that. Bai Yi immediately admitted that he had slapped him once. Mr. Qin, upon hearing this, choked on his drink and exclaimed, you little rascal, what did you just say? The commander, curious, repeatedly asked Bai Yi for details about what had happened. As he listened, Bai Yi found himself liking the commander more and silently hoped that the commander wouldn't develop any feelings for him. Bai Yi then explained the trial for X given by the Dark Shadow was to defeat him within 3 moves. If I succeeded, it would count as passing. Bai Yi casually sipped his tea, his skills well known to Teacher Tan. With a bright smile, Teacher Tan asked, so you used those skills to defeat him? Bai Yi shook his head. No, not at all. The Dark Shadow was very strong. During the First Love War, he copied your techniques and countered my moves directly. Mr. Qin's interest was piqued. He copied your techniques? Meanwhile, the commander looked rather puzzled. Bai Yi continued, yes, exactly. I was surprised myself, but as you know, Teacher Tan, I'm someone special. When things get tough, I stay calm. The calmer I get, the stronger I become. And the stronger I become, the calmer I get. It's a cycle. The 2 men seated farther away were still clearly confused. Losing patience, Mr. Qin snapped, just get to the point. Bai Yi quickly complied and went on, explaining that he had then used a combination skill and casually slapped the Dark Shadow across the face. At this, the commander immediately complimented him on his skill. Bai Yi, feeling a little shy, politely responded. Mr. Qin then asked, what was the reward? Bai Yi replied, innate talent expansion. Mr. Qin paused for a moment, then said, so, your ability has developed a new effect. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he quickly left, casually remarking that simplicity was exactly what it appeared to be, nothing more to it. He also requested permission to leave early. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Ru Sai, who had an unusually high affection rating for him. Bai Yi was taken aback by this sudden increase. Does Ru Sai have feelings for you? Bai Yi asked, his face turning red. He turned around to bid farewell to Mr. Qin and the commander, flashing them a bright smile. Both men understood the situation clearly. The commander thought that young people these days were full of surprises, while Mr. Qin couldn't help but think that this troublesome kid was beyond saving. Ru Sai was walking when she spotted Bai Yi. Surprised, she asked, Bai Yi, what are you doing here? Did the principal take you away? Bai Yi couldn't stop staring at her, making Ru Sai blush. Is there something on my face? She asked. Bai Yi couldn't believe what he was seeing. Her affection score had gone over 100 points. Does Ru Sai really like me? He wondered. Just as the 2 were having a quiet moment, ready to talk, Dexian suddenly appeared, breaking the atmosphere. How come you 2 are here? Dexian asked, thinking it was impressive how quickly they had gotten there since he had been searching for them for hours. Embarrassed, Bai Yi shouted, Dexian, get that stupid lamp out of your mouth. Noticing Dexian's high affection score, Bai Yi, still confused, asked, are you really not gay? Dexian looked at him, puzzled, while Ruixai seemed uncomfortable beside him. Bai Yi's confusion deepened as he realized Dexian's affection score had shot up to 135 points, higher even than Ruixai's. Dexian asked again, Bai Yi, what are you talking about? This time, thanks to their efforts, he had earned 60 points in free attributes and a golden skill book. Bai Yi was thrilled to hear that. Even Dexian had 60 points now. The two of them were overjoyed. Ruixai asked, how did the two of you get your ratings for clearing the level? Bai Yi responded with a smug grin, you got an S, and Dexian did pretty well too. He got a B. Ruixai looked confused. So you two are. Before she could finish, both men shouted in unison, we're SB. Ruixai felt a headache coming on, already embarrassed to be associated with them. Bai Yi, meanwhile, turned to check his own information. He realized his divine power had built up enough, and it was time to roll for a new skill. He opened the skill selection system. He was given 3 choices. Option 1, the magic door. Once activated, the body consumes energy to travel anywhere in the world, though the destination is random. Option 2, a chicken must train. When used, this skill triggers a 3-hour training period. During that time, in a solo situation, whatever the person does will succeed at least halfway. Option 3, want to get rich? Cut the tree first. When activated, cutting trees for a certain period of time will yield large amounts of gold. If you're lucky, you might even receive extra rewards. Bai Yi groaned upon hearing this. I want to pick all of them, but in the end, he decided to choose randomly. After thinking for a while, Bai Yi sighed in frustration. It was so annoying, but he picked one without much thought. Then frowning, he closed his eyes and clicked on a random option. Whatever I get, I get. The artifact materialized and a massive door crashed down, causing Bai Yi to jump in shock and fall to the ground. Oh my god, he muttered in disbelief. He glanced around, unsure whether to look up or down, back and forth, unsure of what to do next. A wave of hesitation swept over him as he wondered how to use this strange thing. The system quickly provided a helpful tip to activate the spell. Picture the destination clearly in your mind before summoning the magical door. The more specific your vision, the better. Bai Yi's eyes lit up at the advice. This is definitely a useful item. I can't wait to try it out, he said, determination in his voice. A mischievous glint appeared in his eyes and a dangerous smile spread across his face. He slowly approached the door, placing both hands on it as he closed his eyes, concentrating on the location he wanted to reach. After a brief moment, he opened the door. What he saw immediately made his heart race. It was Ruixai taking a bath. The soft mist enveloping her body revealed her flawless, pale back. Bai Yi froze, panic flooding his veins. His face turned red and a cold sweat broke out across his skin. This was a disaster. If Ruixai saw him now, it would be the end of him. And now that he had already seen her, he couldn't let her find out. Desperately, he tried back away and escape quietly. But the moment he moved, Ruixai noticed him. Who's there? She shouted, her voice filled with alarm. Hearing her cry, Bai Yi's body went cold. In the next instant, Ruixai hurled the soap she had been holding directly at him. He barely managed to dodge it in time, but the fear gripping him was overwhelming. Goosebumps covered his skin as he muttered to himself, damn it, I'm in deep trouble. Ruixai emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, her face flushed with anger as she fixed her gaze on him. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, stammering, hello, Ruixai. Thinking he was intimidated, she didn't let up and continued, Mr. Ruixai, I didn't realize you were so bold. Her words darkened his expression and his face tightened as if he were about to snap. Bai Yi, sensing the tension, lowered his head and apologized, saying, I'm sorry. Ruixai smiled, and for a moment, he thought he was off the hook. But in an unexpected move, she swung her arm and slapped him hard across the face, her palm leaving a mark that made his face twist in pain. 5 minutes later in the living room, Bai Yi tried to explain himself, though reluctantly saying the whole thing earlier. It was really an accident. I was just experimenting with some new skills. Ruixai, still furious, crossed her arms and shot back. An accident? What a coincidence. Our house has 3 bathrooms, and yet you just happened to be in the one I was using. Bai Yi, attempting to explain further in a hoarse voice, only made things worse. With no other choice, he stood up and said, all right, enough of the excuses. I'm going to tell you everything. Ruixai, still fuming, but now a little puzzled, Ivan warily. Tell me what? Perhaps it was the slap that had knocked some sense into him, but Bai Yi spoke with new clarity. I love you. Ruixai's face flushed bright red. She closed her eyes, turned away, and tried to appear indifferent. I don't care about you, she muttered, but you're going to make it up to me. As soon as she turned her face back, Bai Yi pushed her gently against the wall. His kiss was intense, leaving her feeling both shy and stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. Bai Yi, however, seemed to savor the moment, not worried in the least about being rejected. Flustered, Ruxai pushed him away, her face burning with embarrassment. I didn't mean for this to happen. Bai Yi wasn't about to let the moment slip away, so he took her hand. Ruxi, hold my hand tightly. Leaning in closer, he whispered softly, Ruxai, I've liked you for a long time. Let's be together. Ruxai's face turned as red as a tomato, her heart pounding in her chest. She was momentarily speechless before she managed to reply, Bai Yi, I don't deserve someone like you. Trying to escape from her growing embarrassment, Ruxai quickly changed the subject. Is your new skill really powerful enough to take us anywhere? Of course, he answered, his gaze fixed on her. In his mind, he couldn't help but think, Ruxai looks so cute when she's shy like this, Ruxai smiled brightly at his response. Really? Well, I was planning to head home for a while. Would you come with me? Bai Yi's face flushed crimson, and he scratched his head nervously. Are we meeting your parents already? Seeing his cheeky grin, Ruxai scolded him teasingly. What are you thinking? As Ruxai changed clothes, Bai Yi collapsed onto the sofa, grumbling, Oh my god, just a little bit, and it costs 30 mana points. He continued to grumble about the frustrating system when Ruxai's voice called out, I'm ready. We can go now. Bai Yi turned around, his eyes widening in awe as he saw her. She had changed into a stunning dress that highlighted her perfect curves. His jaw dropped. Wow. He immediately began showering her with compliments. Ruxai, how did I not realize before that you're so beautiful? Did I really dress up and put on makeup like this just because of you? Ruxai's cheeks flushed, and she could only remain silent in front of this bold and shameless young man. Before she could respond, he grabbed her hand and pulled her toward the mysterious door. Come on, let's go to my house first. My parents need to meet their future daughter-in-law. Ruxai snapped, Who's your wife? The scene shifted to Dongmu City, the Bai family home. Bai Yi stood in front of the door, about to open it, only to find it led to the bathroom in his house. Seizing the moment, he defended himself. See, I told you. This door always ends up in the bathroom. It really is a magical door. Ruxai glanced around, still processing the situation. Bai Yi continued, eager to prove his point. Still don't believe me. Suddenly, a strange sound filled the air. Huh? What's that noise? It seemed that Bai Yi had brought his girlfriend home just as his father was correcting his work and his mother was practicing spelling. Hubby slow down a bit. Not there. Hold on a moment, darling, just a little longer. I'm about to speed up, hang in there. Slow down a bit, or it'll mess up. The sounds of slapping echoed through the house. Bai Yi stood frozen, utterly embarrassed, and at a loss for words. Damn it, what a coincidence. I forgot to tell my parents I was coming home. His father, hearing the noise, rushed out of the room and shouted, Who's downstairs? At the sound of his father's voice, Bai Yi's whole body tensed, clearly terrified. Oh no, I think I'm about to get a beating. Ruxai, standing beside him, was utterly confused and had no idea what was happening. The father hurried down the stairs, his footsteps thundering with anger as if each step reflected his fury. As he descended, he muttered under his breath, How dare anyone sneak into the Bai family's home at this hour? He didn't forget to grab a hammer on his way down, prepared to defend his home from any intruders. His eyes narrowed as he approached Bai Yi, his gaze cold and threatening. Raising the hammer high, he snarled, You're clearly asking for trouble. Bai Yi's face went pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He shouted in panic, Dad, it's me. As soon as the father recognized his son, his expression softened and he halted. Son, what are you doing back here? Still dealing, Bai Yi quickly played his part, tears streaming down his face. I've missed you both so much, he said, his voice trembling. Then, turning to Ruxai, he added, By the way, Dad, this is my girlfriend, Ruxai. The father's stern face brightened with a smile. Oh, Ruxai, you're back too? Ruxai politely nodded, Hello, uncle. Bai Yi's mother, holding a half-repaired photo frame, looked as if she might throw it at her husband in frustration. Bai Tonghong, you fixed half of this frame and then disappeared, and now Xiao Yi brings his girlfriend home. The father muttered a reply while Bai Yi and Ruxai stood behind, exchanging awkward smiles. The scene shifted, and the whole family had gathered in the living room, chatting casually. It turned out that the photo frame was something Ohu had been working on. Bai Yi smiled contentedly as he looked at the picture of the three of them together. His mother quickly moved to sit between him and Ruxai, gently taking Ruxai's hand as she asked, How did you two manage to come back from school? Bai Yi sniffed proudly and replied, "Why ask? Of course, your son has learned a new skill." Ruixai, it's already so late. Stay here with us tonight, Bai Yi's mother said with a warm smile. Ruixai, however, softly declined. No, I should head home for a bit. Bai Yi stood quietly behind them, unnoticed like a mere shadow. He looked rather despondent. Is anyone even paying attention to you? His mother scolded, her voice sharp. Stop standing there. Go find something to do. He left silently, his disappointment clear in his posture. After a while, he returned with a sigh. Before he could sit down, his parents immediately began their questioning. Son, don't you have anything to tell us? How are things progressing? Isn't it time for you to focus on your own future? Bai Yi was frustrated, but his parents remained indifferent. They didn't seem to care about his feelings as usual. Shrugging it off, he began to boast about his academic achievements. I've done really well in school lately. I'm now working as a research assistant and helping a professor. Clearly, he had repeated this boast so many times that his parents barely reacted, only mumbling "oh" as they carried on cleaning their ears and noses. Realizing his efforts were in vain, Bai Yi shifted tactics. Name: Bai Yi, level 6 thief, experience points 2500/3600. Strength: 191 stamina, 191 agility, 191 spirit, 191. He leaned back, grinning smugly. His parents, however, exchanged a nervous glance, clearly uncomfortable. This really is our son, isn't it? How can anyone be so incredible? Can anyone fake this? Not even 99.99 gold would make it seem this real. His father responded, shaking his head in disbelief. The father still appeared unconvinced, gripping the collar of his shirt with one hand while the other remained raised, ready to strike. Son, tell me the truth. Did you secretly take any banned substances behind our backs? Bai Yi raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, calm down, both of you. My condition is purely due to my natural talent. He then went on to explain his abilities and the events at school to his parents. That's how it happened. Oh my God, you have no idea how terrifying it was. This huge dark shadow came rushing toward me, and I was just swishing, trying to defend myself. It was unclear if his parents fully understood, but they nodded as he spoke. His father raised his hand, signaling for him to stop, and then spoke in a firm voice. All right, Xiao Yi, you've been reckless. You're older now, and there are some things we can finally share with you. Bai Yi looked confused. What things? Dad, does this have something to do with my background? His mother intervened. Your father, do we really need to tell Xiao Yi this? The father responded sternly, yes, this needs to be discussed. It all started a few days ago. Bai Yi furrowed his brow and thought, a few days ago. His father poured some orange juice into a glass before continuing. That's right. That night, with the moon bright and a breeze cool, you weren't home, and something did happen here. Someone came to the house. At these words, Bai Yi felt a sudden unease. Someone? The father nodded. Yes. Bai Yi took a moment before asking, who was it? His mind raced. Asterisk could it be that I'm not really her child? Is this it, Dad? Have I finally discovered the truth? No wonder I'm so talented, asterisk. The father set the cup of water down a little too abruptly, causing Bai Yi to jump in surprise. Both parents, now standing together, exchanged a warm, affectionate embrace, their faces glowing with happiness. Together, they announced, Mom is going to have a baby. Bai Yi froze, feeling as though time had stopped. His voice was low and measured as he responded, Is that all? Your mother seems concerned. See, just as I thought, Xiao Yi isn't happy. The father said, gently placing an arm around the mother's shoulders, offering her comfort. I'm not unhappy, Bai Yi retorted, trying to sound unaffected. The father went on, there's 1.2 million gold yuan here. You two can use it for the household. The parents embraced each other again, both overcome with emotion. Xiao Yi, a mother called softly. Bai Yi, feeling a mix of confusion and responsibility, made his way upstairs to his room. All right, I don't need the money for school, he said. The mother watched him leave, her face full of love and concern. Bai Yi shut the door behind him as he entered his room on the second floor. He closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. He thought he was mature, but surprisingly his emotions soon took a sharp turn. Ah, I'm going to have a little sister. I should celebrate, he suddenly exclaimed, his mood shifting completely. I'm going to have a little sister, he repeated, his laughter ringing through the room. Aha! He began jumping around with excitement, stomping his feet so hard that the floor rattled, sending dust drifting down to the floor below. The mother turned to the father, still looking a little worried. Honey, do you think Xiao Yi is really okay? The father looked up at the ceiling, then sighed. We might need to fix that ceiling, he replied with a hint of amusement. The next morning, Bai Yi stood before the magical door, preparing to leave for school. His mother called out to him one last time, Take good care of yourself at school. I know, Mom, I'm off. Bai Yi replied, waving goodbye as he stepped through the door. The scene shifted to the school's dormitory, where Bai Yi was holding hands with a girl, clearly flirting with her. Classes start tomorrow, he said. Let's not get together tonight, just the three of us. Rusai agreed. If it's fine, then it's fine, but are you planning to tell Jang Daxian about us? He replied confidently, if we're going to talk about it, we might as well. We're not celebrities, there's no need to play games with love. Just as they were discussing it, Daxian, who had been nibbling on a bread roll, called out to them. Bai Yi, Su Ruoxai, you two are something else. You were here this morning, and now you're together again. Daxian's eyes widened in surprise when he saw Bai Yi and Ruoxai smiling and holding hands. He stared at them for a moment before exclaiming in disbelief, when did this happen? Bai Yi raised Ruoxai's hand proudly, a grin spreading across his face. Surprised, it happened last night on a beautiful night with a clear moon and a gentle breeze. As Bai Yi was about to continue, Ruoxai noticed he was about to say something inappropriate and quickly pinched its hand. Be serious. Bai Yi chuckled. All right. Daxian raised both hands in the air, his face a mix of panic and astonishment. He laughed alongside and shouted to the sky, when will I ever escape being single? Bai Yi immediately placed a hand on Daxian's shoulder. Actually, I had a fortune teller read your future. At this, Daxian's eyes widened even further. The fortune teller had bitten into a lotus root. Hearing this, Daxian cracked his knuckles in frustration. Are you saying I'm too scheming, like some kind of ghost? Bai Yi stayed calm and shook his head. No, you're wrong. It's because you're just too ugly. Daxian was furious. I feel like beating you up right now. Ruoxai quickly stepped in to calm them both. All right, stop teasing Daxian. Did the dean ask you to report something? Bai Yi turned and responded, that's right. I need to hurry. He walked toward the director's office at the Skill Research Institute and knocked on the door. Student Bai Yi here to report, he called out. A voice from inside answered, come in. He was now reporting to Mr. Yuan. The teacher said, I received the documents you sent me yesterday. Here is your certification. Our institute has 9 levels of authority. With this certification, you can access areas up to level 3. There's a yellow certification card on the table as well. Bai Yi took the certification and asked, what does this mean for me? Mr. Yuan replied, our Skill Research Center is a great place. With the right authority, you can freely use the Institute's equipment and materials to modify or combine your skills. Of course, you will need to pay with points as the Institute still needs to cover its costs. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's eyes widened in surprise and he simply nodded. Mr. Yuan glanced at him and said, how about we try modifying your skills now? Don't worry, the first time comes with a 20% discount. Bai Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, maybe I'll give it a try. He thought to himself, modifying my skills? It seems like he has something in mind. Mr. Yuan took Bai Yi's certification and walked over to a machine. As he inserted the card, he added, fewer than 5 people in the entire institute have access to this laboratory. Bai Yi responded calmly, then I'm truly honored. Once inside the laboratory, the director handed him a helmet. All right, put this on, then use your skill on the test subject over there and wait a moment. Bai Yi spoke. He said, this hat is all-powerful in every way. It's a top-tier device. Perhaps we can try to see if we can extract your abilities. Bai Yi immediately put the hat on. I'm ready. Let's get started. The director had already sat down at the computer. Then I'll begin releasing the elderly now. An elderly person charged towards him. He tightened his grip on the hat and called out, come on, the person escorting should not be left out. Mr. Yuan, who was operating the computer, looked startled. What's going on? This is a device that can even extract skills at the starry sky level. Bai Yi noticed his aunt's laptop smoking heavily, sparks flying. Panic set in. Ah, is it going to explode? Do I need to pay for this? The director shouted, quiet. As soon as she finished, Mr. Yuan grabbed the malfunctioning laptop and ran off, leaving Bai Yi stunned. This is bad. Saving the data is the priority now. With no other choice, the aunt threw the laptop out of the window without hesitation. A loud bang rang out as a massive explosion erupted in the sky, sending a fireball soaring. The aunt burst into tears, grieving the loss of the laptop. I haven't even finished paying off my 8-year loan yet. Hoo-hoo. Bai Yi stood behind her, trying to offer comfort. Director, please bear with it. As people often say, old things are hard to let go of. Suddenly, the director held up a small device, tears still streaming down her face. It's okay, luckily I managed to save the data. Let me check the skill data for Bai Yi. Nangong Yuan quickly pulled up the data for examination, but what appeared on the screen left her staring in shock. There's nothing here. She frowned, muttering to herself, why is there nothing? Bai Yi, standing behind, was straightforward and admitted that he didn't know the skills level either. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yuan frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, if I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have let this kid take part in the experiment. After a brief pause, Nan Gong Yuan, looking somewhat pitiful, tried to comfort him. Forget it, just go ahead and join the new students class with the other teachers today. Bai Yi nodded in agreement, not putting up any resistance. A moment later, Nan Gong Yuan led him to the professor's office. Long Zhong introduced him, saying, "You're the competition champion. From now on, you'll be assisting them." Bai Yi scratched his head, offering a polite smile. "I hope everyone will take care of me." A round of applause followed in the office. Nan Gong Yuan then asked, "Who's in charge of welcoming the new students?" A woman looking to be in her early 30s immediately raised her hand. "I am." Bai Yi turned to look. The woman had very narrow eyes, but what really caught his attention was the low affinity level above her head. "Only 36? Does she have something against you?" Nan Gong Yuan recognized her and quickly introduced her as Lin Yu Yu, a mid-level researcher. Despite the low affinity level, Bai Yi extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill, hoping for guidance. However, Lin Yu Yu didn't seem interested. She glanced at his hand casually, then spoke with a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "You might have impressive combat skills, but here you need to stay humble and learn. Don't act too high and mighty." He felt a brief moment of embarrassment, but who was Bai Yi? He was not somewhat easily shaken. With a dismissive snort, he flashed a mysterious smile and said, "You don't understand my skills." Bai Yi had witnessed the secret of her inappropriate behavior with Zhao Di in the teacher's dormitory the previous night. He withdrew his hand, still smiling slightly, and added, "I know something, but I'm not sure if I should share it." Lin Yu Yu was caught off guard. She hadn't expected him to know. With a dismissive tone, she replied, "Stop pretending and just say it." Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and, still smiling, teased, "Oh, do you really want me to say it in front of everyone?" At that moment, a wave of unease swept over Lin Yu Yu, but Bai Yi simply sighed and said, "We are colleagues, after all." Then, with his remarkable speed, Bai Yi appeared right in front of Lin Yu Yu before she could react. She found herself frozen, unable to move. Bai Yi gave another cryptic smile. "I guess you don't need me to explain about you and Zhao Di." Instinctively, Lin Yu Yu's gaze shifted to Zhao Di, who was standing not far away. She felt relieved that he hadn't spoken up in front of everyone, or it would have caused a major scandal. After all, both of them were married, and their actions were a clear breach of traditional values. Taking a moment to compose herself, Lin Yu Yu looked at Bai Yi and asked, "How do you know about this?" He simply grinned and answered, "Your talent is in your ability to get away with anything, so I'm sure you have no doubt about my abilities, right?" Lin Yu Yu was silent, choosing to ignore her own reaction. Bai Yi chuckled softly before extending his hand again. "Sorry," he said with a smile. "I hope she'll guide me more in the future." Lin Yu Yu's demeanor shifted instantly. With that, she carried the secret she now shared with Bai Yi as they made their way to the freshman classroom. As they walked, she asked, "Is it true that your talent allows you to know everything?" Bai Yi gave a slight pout, then responded coolly, "What if it does? You don't even know me." Not feeling the need to ask further, Lin Yu Yu led him to the door of the classroom. "There's a freshman welcome session today," she explained. "You'll be joining the class." Bai Yi was initially taken aback, but his curiosity quickly piqued. He nodded in agreement. Together, they entered the room. Bai Yi cleared his throat and greeted the class. His voice, clear and steady, immediately caught everyone's attention, causing the entire room to turn and stare. Though they all knew him, they were puzzled as to why he was standing at the front. With a quick glance around the room, Lin Yu Yu introduced herself and then introduced Bai Yi as the research assistant for the week's class. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of protest erupted from the students. They doubted whether Bai Yi was truly capable of taking on such a role. The murmurs spread quickly through the room, but Bai Yi, standing calmly at the podium, didn't seem bothered in the least. With a composed tone, he addressed the class. "I'm here because I have the answers to your questions. If you don't believe me, feel free to come up and ask." The students in the front row exchanged glances. After a moment, one male student stood up and, taking the lead, called out, "Classmate Bai," and said he had a question to ask. However, Bai Yi quickly interrupted, correcting him to address him as Teacher Bai. This shift in tone made Bai Yi less inclined to respond. The male student looked at Bai Yi, then at Lin Yu Yu, who stood silently beside him. Realizing his mistake, the student adjusted his address to Teacher Bai, hoping for an answer. Bai Yi nodded approvingly and gestured for him to continue. The student then asked, if a wind attribute skill and a fire attribute skill collide, and they merge to form a more powerful ability. As soon as the question was asked, Bai Yi smiled. This was exactly the query he had been anticipating. He pointed at the student who had been asked the question and handed him the role of class monitor. The student, caught off guard by this sudden responsibility, paused for a moment before thanking Bai Yi. Bai Yi, having spoken, turned to Lin Yu beside him and instructed her to prepare a bronze-level wind skill and a bronze-level fire skill. He intended to demonstrate how to combine them into a new skill. Lin Yu, surprised, asked, "Are you sure?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi nodded confidently. "I know my limits." He furrowed his brows, projecting a quiet self-assurance. Seeing this, Lin Yu, though concerned, didn't press further. She sighed softly, then called out for everyone to follow her to the research department. The group moved in unison toward the newly established research department. Lin Yu opened the door to a research room, led Bai Yi inside, and walked over to a machine next to the door. "This is a simulation machine," she explained. "You don't need to use your skills here." After careful consideration, Bai Yi quickly activated two skills, the Great Wind Blast and the fire-breathing technique, preparing them to work in tandem. Seeing this, Lin Yu immediately intervened, urging, "Be cautious. A single mistake could cause the skills to counteract each other, leading to a massive explosion." Bai Yi, fully aware of the risks, gestured for her to remain silent and simply watch. He then focused all his attention on controlling the two skills until they were nearly in sync. The two glowing spheres representing the skills began to vibrate with increasing intensity. As they slowly moved closer together, tension filled the air and the onlookers could feel their hearts racing. The new students, seeing the danger unfolding, grew anxious, their faces paling with fear. They had never anticipated such a terrifying sight. As the two energy spheres almost merged, emitting faint glimmers of light, everyone held their breath, waiting with bated anticipation. In that crucial moment, just as the spheres were about to collide, Bai Yi suddenly shouted, "Watch out! Get down now!" As if on cue, a massive explosion erupted within the lab. Most of the students dropped to the floor instinctively, curling up to protect themselves, closing their eyes and muttering under their breath. Some even hid behind the person in front of them, hoping to shield themselves from the blast. Only one male student had the courage to open his eyes, trying to assess the situation, but after a few tense seconds, the explosion they had feared never came. Slowly, Bai Yi walked toward them, holding a single energy sphere that now fused both wind and fire. Standing before the group with a smile, he said, "All right, everyone, you can get up now." Your reaction was far too dramatic. The group watching Bai Yi's actions was left utterly speechless. Lin Yu, feeling slightly awkward, crawled closer to ask if he had truly succeeded. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, and with a smug smile replied, "Of course, this is only natural." Lin Yu, still in disbelief, couldn't fathom how the two skills had merged to form a new fire-type skill at the white-silver level. "I had no idea Bai Yi was such a genius," she murmured. Bai Yi gently stroked the skill stone in his hand, feeling a sense of pride. He had indeed managed to create a new fire-type skill. Quite impressive. Suddenly, Bai Yi turned and pointed to the newly appointed class president, handing him the skill stone. "Here, try it out," he instructed. The boy, stunned, looked at him and asked, "You really want me to try it?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi nodded. The boy didn't argue. Instead, he bowed respectfully and began absorbing the skill stone. As he held it, the stone began to spin, signaling that the absorption had begun. At that moment, Bai Yi turned to Lin Yu and motioned for her to prepare a test subject. She immediately understood, nodding in agreement, and went outside to fetch the dummy. Everyone watched with eager anticipation, eager to see just how powerful Bai Yi's newly combined skill would be. The class president closed his eyes to concentrate, his hands quickly forming seals. Within seconds, a wave of intense heat began to radiate from his body. He shouted aloud, activating the fireball technique, a fire teleportation skill. With a roar, a surge of fiery flames shot from his mouth, hitting the dummy with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of the impact echoed as the flames caused noticeable damage to the target. The examination finally came to an end. The results reveal a long-range skill at the white-silver level, with a damage range fluctuating between 1075 and 1262. It was suitable for all long-range combat professions. Everyone gasped in surprise, and even Bai Yi couldn't hide his reaction. However, beneath his astonishment, there was a tinge of regret. Had he known this earlier, he would have kept it for himself. Unfortunately, the system prevented him from doing so, crushing any hopes of learning the skill. Lin Yu, feeling a mix of excitement, approached Bai Yi and asked, "Are you planning to handle the skill stone materials yourself, or would you prefer to inform the academy and submit it to the school board for a processing fee?" Bai Yi paused for a moment, then decided to let the academy take care of it. He had little interest in such matters. Upon hearing his decision, Lin Yu nodded eagerly. "I'll take you to complete the formalities after school." Bai Yi wasn't particularly concerned about it. He casually added, "As long as they're students of this class, they can buy this skill for 2 points. It's a little benefit I'm offering to everyone." The moment the words left his mouth, the students erupted in excitement, cheering and praising Bai Yi for his generosity. Later that evening, after the day's lessons had ended, Bai Yi returned home. He was exhausted but relieved that the day was over. However, as soon as he reached his residential area, he spotted Qin Tianfu standing at the gate. Why is he here again? Bai Yi thought, dreading another encounter with the old man. But with no other choice, he reluctantly invited him inside. Unable to resist, he joked, thinking the old man would simply wait in his room. The old man gave a cold snort and replied that he highly respected the privacy of students. Bai Yi glanced at him and pouted. You didn't say that last time. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Qin Tianfu wasn't holding back either, acting as if he were at home. He poured himself a glass of water, took a sip, and then said, in 2 weeks, there will be the annual National Freshman Exchange Competition. This year, it's being hosted by Tianfu University, and they haven't won first place in a long time. Bai Yi wasn't particularly concerned about the rankings and replied casually, if it's not first place, then second place. Qin Tianfu grew irritated and insisted, you have to win first place. I'll give you an extra 1,000 points if you do. Bai Yi scoffed, clearly unimpressed. That's an insult to you. Qin Tianfu raised the reward to 1,200 points, but Bai Yi's anger only deepened. He shot back. Haven't you heard of the super genius from King Bai University with SS level potential? This isn't about points, it's about honor. If we lose, it won't just embarrass you, it'll bring shame to the whole school. Qin Tianfu frowned, thinking for a moment before reluctantly offering 2,000 points. If you do it, fine. If not, forget it. At that, Bai Yi grinned slyly and said, you're being too polite. What happens at the school is your business. I'm sure you'll teach those who don't know their place a lesson. Qin Tianfu laughed, shaking his head and teasing, don't you want the points anymore? Bai Yi quickly adjusted his attitude, saying, well, if I don't get the points, then there's no motivation. Without motivation, nothing gets done. Qin Tianfu understood exactly what Bai Yi was after. He sighed in defeat, then picked up his phone to transfer the points. Soon, Bai Yi's phone pinged with a notification. Bai Yi's point wallet has received 1,000 points. Bai Yi stared at the points on his phone, speechless, clearly pleased. Qin Tianfu explained that it was just an advance, and once Bai Yi secured first place, the remaining points would be transferred. Bai Yi responded with a smile, it's just first place, you'll definitely make it. This time, Qin Tianfu had fully entrusted the decision-making to Bai Yi, giving him the authority to choose 6 members for the team. Apart from himself and Ruoxai, the rest were left for Bai Yi to select. The competition would be split into 2 stages, an individual survival trial in the secret realm, where Bai Yi was expected to secure first place in every category. Truly worthy of the title, Bai Yi remarked, surprised to hear that first place was required in 2 categories. Qin Tianfu chuckled, took a sip of water, and casually confirmed exactly. He had assumed it would be an easy victory, but it was only then that Bai Yi realized he had been outsmarted by this clever old man. As a result, Bai Yi locked himself in his room to carefully select his team. It took him 2 full days to finalize his choices, and when he finally finished, he let out a deep sigh, feeling exhausted. But recalling Qin Tianfu's instructions, Bai Yi still felt a pang of frustration. He had taken a significant loss this time, and was determined to make a great gain in the future to make up for it. Although the requirement was for participants to be level 10 or below, Bai Yi knew that talent was the most important factor, so he decided to go all in. A week later, the national freshman competition between universities finally kicked off. The team leaders were called to pick up their numbers. Bai Yi, along with Ruoxai and Dagxian, made their way there eagerly. The venue was crowded with people. Behind them were 3 more members, Sin Ji, an insect master, Chen Yanghan, a silver moon assassin, and Huang Lu, a mage. Tavy looked at Bai Yi in uncertainty and asked, do you think they can really do it? Bai Yi, confident in his choices, replied, of course they can. You'll see for yourself that your judgment was right. A week before the competition, the scene rewound. Bai Yi entered a cafe, walking in at a relaxed pace. Ru Sai immediately called out to you with excitement when she saw you. Someone said, not just her, but the other 4 you picked are already here. Without hesitation, Bai Yi hurried to Ruoxai, eager to embrace her. But as soon as she saw him, she became irritated, raising her hand as if to strike him. Stay serious, she scolded. Bai Yi laughed softly, then got to the point. He wanted everyone to be each other properly. While Ruoxai and Dagxian already knew each other, the remaining 3 hadn't met yet. GD ever eager immediately introduced himself, making sure to compliment Bai Yi along the way. I've watched all of your matches, he said. They're truly impressive. Yang Han, in contrast, wasn't as enthusiastic. With a cold tone, he asked, what kind of competition is this? Bai Yi took a moment before explaining. The first event is an individual competition, followed by a survival challenge in a hidden realm. The goal is to win both events. The rules of the individual competition are simple. The 6 of us will compete one by one. Based on the results, one person will be eliminated after each round, and then we'll draw lots for the next match. GT barely paid attention after hearing this. He trusted Bai Yi's skills and believed that as long as Bai Yi was involved, victory was assured. Daxian added his thoughts, but Bai Yi didn't think things would be so easy. At that moment, Rupsai spoke up, mentioning the 3 new students from King Bai University who had recently challenged the release of level 6 golden skills. These students were now seen as serious threats. One of them had managed to continuously unleash 2 golden skills in a row. Bai Yi knew immediately who she meant: Wu Da, the second son of the principal at King Bai University. Rupsai added, I might not be able to defeat him. JD listened closely, his face showing signs of concern. 2 golden skills. This person was truly a prodigy. Bai Yi, sensing the growing anxiety among the group, quickly reassured them. Don't worry too much. Leave the main trump card, hand back to me. Also, I heard they've already reached the Thandong Thai Luyan dungeon and are lacking decent weapons. As he spoke, weapons materialized in his hands, their surfaces gleaming. These were specially prepared by him to ensure no one would be limited by their class restrictions. Upon seeing the shimmering weapons, both Cat Duck and Zhongham's faces lit up with excitement. They jumped up, repeatedly giving Bai Yi enthusiastic thumbs up. Bai Yi gave a subtle nod, smiling, and said, each piece of Bactingian ultimate gear is worth 20 points, and your shop also offers prepayment services. At these words, both Cat Duck and Duongham were struck speechless, retracting the thumbs up they had just given. The crowd around them buzzed with activity as the students immersed themselves in the lively atmosphere of the ongoing festival. The air was filled with the sounds of chatter, and the occasional burst of fireworks lighting up the sky. Bai Yi and Daxian had evidently been there for some time, having already taken a walk through the fairgrounds. Daxian sighed deeply, his wallet now empty once again. He stared sadly at it, while Bai Yi, walking ahead, remained calm and composed. Hearing his friend's complaints, Bai Yi turned around, a grin on his face. He wasn't teasing Daxian, but rather found it amusing how naive his friend seemed. The items here were nearly impossible to buy outside for just 100 points. In reality, Bai Yi was the one who had made a considerable profit. Just then, 2 young individuals introduced themselves as reporters from the Bakthan TV station. They stepped in front of Bai Yi and Daetian, politely asking, we have a few questions. Would you 2 be willing to answer them? Just point the microphone like that. Bai Yi sighed, clearly irritated. Once again, these people were bothering him. He firmly refused it was fine this morning, and it's already convenient enough. They were relentless. The somewhat awkward female host, frustrated by his refusal, decided to take a chance. She raised her voice over the crowd. What do you think of Bai Yi in this competition? Unknowingly, she had just triggered the one person she shouldn't have. Bai Yi's mood soured, and he turned to her with an irritated look. What do you think? He shot back. The girl, seeing that he was finally willing to stop and say something, couldn't hide her excitement. The guy beside her continued to focus on recording, but she persisted. So, what do you think of Bai Yi? With a smirk, Bai Yi leaned over and faced the interview team, turning his back toward them. What do you think? Would you like a better look? The people around them burst into laughter at his unexpected response. The reporter stood there, speechless. I can't take this anymore, she warned him, clearly frustrated. This is a live broadcast shown nationwide. I expect you to have some self-respect and think about your image. Her tone was sharp. Bai Yi wasn't fazed. He grabbed the microphone from her hand and, still confident, shouted into the camera, sending the cameraman into a panic. Without missing a beat, he raised his middle finger. If you're so good, why don't you go to school and complain about me there? On the live broadcast, Bai Yi puffed out his chest confidently. Lin Bo, the people from King Bai University are the ones you despise the most. Big brother Bai Yi is going to take care of them today, he said, pointing a finger challengingly. On the other side of the screen, Lin Bo nearly choked with frustration when he heard his name. The reporters, clearly embarrassed, left in a huff. But as they turned to leave, one of them glanced back and muttered, she won't let this slide. She'll definitely file a complaint. Bai Yi didn't seem to care in the slightest. In fact, he waved cheerfully at the departing group. Daxian, who had been watching all of this unfold, couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Ha ha, this kid Bai Yi is truly a troublemaker. Bai Yi wasn't about to back down. It wasn't his fault. Lin Bo had started it. The two hadn't finished their exchange when a voice interrupted them from behind. Hello, the student called, having overheard Daxian and Bai Yi. The person who spoke was a rather handsome young man, smiling as he introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Wu Ling from King Bai University. With that, he raised his hand in a greeting. Bai Yi wasn't taken aback by the stranger and grinned. What a shame. This guy's father isn't Wu Song. Wu Ling blinked in surprise. How do you know my father's real name? He changed it to Wu Zai Qi now. His smile slowly faded and a more serious, cautious expression took over. How could he know that? This is odd. Could it just be a coincidence? Realizing he may have revealed too much, Bai Yi quickly adjusted his tone, chuckling awkwardly. He then threw an arm over Ling's shoulder to lighten the mood. Bai Yi asked, Ling, are you truly happy to meet me? Just how happy are you? Exactly. Ling's favorability towards Bai Yi was a mere 18, a result of some lingering doubts. He felt a bit uncomfortable hearing that and could only respond awkwardly. Yeah, I'm really happy. Bai Yi, noticing this, decided to turn the situation around. He thought this person was rather amusing and took a step back, realizing Ling might have gotten a little too excited. Seeing Bai Yi's shift in behavior, Ling quickly added, Oh, it's just some polite words. Don't take it the wrong way. At last, Bai Yi felt it was time to speak more seriously. No more small talk or playful banter. It was time to truly get to know each other. Ling, still standing close, listened intently. Bai Yi continued, You fix things and asked if I want them fixed. But Ling, you're no amateur either. You read fortunes. How about telling you mine? His look was daring, almost challenging. The two of them were now locked in a verbal contest, as though they were preparing to throw punches. You've learned fortune-telling too, but what kind of fortune could you possibly predict for someone like Ling? Bai Yi teased. Onlookers were beginning to take notice of the bizarre exchange, whispering to each other. Are these two the strongest or something? This is unreal. After their verbal back and forth, Ling sent a message to Bai Yi. You're quite fascinating. I hope your skills live up to that sharp tongue. Bai Yi, not one to back down, thought Ling was merely putting on an act. With a smirk, he replied, Why don't you just wear some underwear to complete the show? Provoked to the brink of fury, Ling's face flushed a deep red. Wait for me here, Bai Yi said, his voice filled with satisfaction. At the university's competition arena, the announcer's voice boomed across the packed stadium. Good day, everyone. The National Freshman Exchange Competition, our annual event, is officially beginning. He continued, This competition is organized by TNFU University. Now we invite the teams representing the freshmen from universities and colleges across the nation to take the stage. The crowd eagerly turned their attention to the entrance. Bai Yi's team stepped onto the stage, greeted by an eruption of cheers. For every clap you make, I'll match it. Today, TNFU is taking first place. 5 claps from you, 5 from me. Bai Yi led the chant. His team members looked around, and Bai Yi flashed a grin, waving to the excited crowd. Xian laughed. Brother Yi, look at how much they adore you. They even made a slogan just for you. Lost in thought, Xian imagined a future where he could have the same fanfare. He even came up with his own slogan. Xian, leading the way. Xian shines and welcomes. Bai Yi heard this and couldn't help but cringe. The awkwardness so intense he felt it down to his toes. Soon, Ling's team appeared. Ken claps twice, I'll clap twice, and King B can only claim second place. From a distance, Ling made a show of signaling his challenge, sending a clear message to Bai Yi. You're done for. Unfazed, Bai Yi provocatively flashed Ling the middle finger in response. The announcer's voice rang out again. Is everyone ready? Now may I invite the president of TNFU University, the commander-in-chief of the Western Military District, the mayor of TNFU City. The competition began with a fierce battle for control of the arena, and everyone was prepared. Bai Yi turned around and gently reminded, Ruxi, be careful. Don't get hurt. Ruxi nodded in response, her voice soft but sincere. Bai Yi, you be careful too. Her eyes were filled with warmth and affection as she looked at him. The stadium was packed with spectators, and the air was alive with cheers and excitement from all sides. Bai Yi issued a challenge to his opponent, knowing he had only one chance to strike. If he missed, there would be no one to blame but himself. His opponent, a handsome student from Bai University, was a skilled fighter. He was strong, armed with a sword, and his power surged through him as he faced Bai Yi. With a confident nod, he said, I understand. Without another word, he launched his attack, channeling his strength into the move Liat Tram *. The sword glowed brightly, releasing a surge of energy as he shouted, Die. The attack sped toward Bai Yi, but with his combat experience and quick reflexes, he calmly slipped his hands into his pockets. In an instant, he dodged the strike with ease, and using a sudden burst of speed, he appeared behind his opponent. He gave the student a light tap on the head and declared, You've lost. Next. The young man stood there stunned. His opponent's speed had been unimaginable. Within a minute of starting the match, Bai Yi had already sent the representative of Manhwa University flying out of the arena. It was unbelievable. The announcer raised his hand to signal the winner. Arena No 55. The winner is Bai Yi from TNFU University. Bai Yi stood tall, surrounded by the excited murmur of the crowd. Wow, is Bai Yi really that strong? He's already taken out one opponent, the representative from Manhwa University. I'd almost call them the brick-breaking war god. The TNFU University team exchanged uncertain looks, wondering just how powerful Bai Yi really was. Principal Qin's son asked, is Bai Yi really that impressive? Principal Qin responded thoughtfully, this kid is no ordinary player. He might only be at level 9 right now, but his attributes are far beyond what you'd expect from most 10th level professionals. He's on a completely different level from regular students. On another platform, Ling was swiftly defeating his opponents, leaving them in a defeated, helpless state. Observing this, the commander-in-chief remarked, Bai Yi has certainly made progress, but Ling is a tough opponent as well. Principal Qin's son added, from the current stats, Ling's talent has 2 powerful abilities. Principal Qin reassured him with a calm smile. It's fine. Bai Yi is more capable than they think. Now we just have to wait and see which of these 2 has more tricks up their sleeve. He nodded confidently. Back at Bai Yi's platform, the crowd erupted in excitement. Oh my god, everyone! Look at contestant number 4 from Manhwa University. He's facing Wang Pei from TNFU University. Bai Yi's eyes widened as he recognized the figure under the hood. Surprised, the man hadn't expected to run into Bai Yi so soon. He pulled off his hood and pointed directly at Bai Yi, who was momentarily taken aback. The man sneered, I'll show you the cost of angering me. The man from Manhwa was seething with anger, feeling that Bai Yi had played him for a fool from the start. He had always been manipulated by Bai Yi, like a puppet on a string. His words, along with his glare, were full of resentment. Bai Yi immediately raised a hand to stop him. That's nonsense, he said firmly. Please don't say things that could confuse others. The man beside him was still furious, but Bai Yi's words only seemed to fuel his anger further. I warn you, Bai Yi, stop talking nonsense, he spat, nearly losing control. The fire is rising now. Bai Yi could see the flames growing out of control, and his heart sank. Asterisk, what the hell, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, is this guy really going to go this far? Why is he burning himself like this, asterisk? The man stood tall, unshaken, radiating confidence. He explained that his fiery assault technique had been enhanced and would automatically burn any enemies nearby. His eyes gleamed with malice, almost demonic in their intensity. Despite already suffering some self-inflicted harm, he was eager to see if Bai Yi would dare to challenge him. As the flames grew hotter, the man continued to taunt, his words sharp and mocking. Bai Yi had had enough. Asterisk, is he out of his mind? Asterisk, he thought, irritated. Deciding to push back, he grinned and said, go ahead then, let me see just how well your little fire trick works. He gestured provocatively with a beckoning hand. The man, now losing all sense of control, shot forward like a rocket, fists swaying, thinking Bai Yi would stand his ground. With a tremendous force and lightning speed, an explosive blast erupted, tearing through the air, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. In the end, Ma Yuan succumbed to the flames and perished. Bai Yi let out a sigh. Is this person really that foolish? Can it be this bad? Below, the opponent was suffering from heat shock caused by the intense temperature of the explosion. The medical team quickly arrived and moved him onto a stretcher for immediate care. Despite this, he continued to groan in pain. Bai Yi muttered under his breath, such a coward. He got exactly what he deserved. Send my regards to the poor soul, all burned up like that. Principal Qin, watching the scene unfold, exclaimed, now that's a tough student. Truly impressive. Bai Yi had proven he was full of surprises. The crowd around him was once again treated to an exciting display. They couldn't help but marvel. What kind of technique is that? I don't understand it at all. Having advanced to the second stage, Bai Yi received congratulations. He appeared pleased, but humbly credited his success to the support of everyone. In the second stage, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Bai Yi, eager to speak, addressed the person. So, how's it going? Still interested in getting to know me a little better? It was Ling, his formidable opponent, whose impressive results had been highlighted on the main screen. Standing confidently, he seemed to relish in showing off his achievement. He wanted to make sure Bai Yi knew he had beaten him by 2 seconds. With a look of triumph, Bai Yi couldn't resist teasing his opponent. Che, clearly irritated, silently reminded himself that his eyesight wasn't the best. He then asked, Ling, can you tell me how many seconds it took you? He made sure his words were loud enough for the cameras to capture Ling's reply up close. Ling, never one to back down, answered confidently, I took 3.21 seconds, his expression full of pride. Encouraged by Ling's unwavering confidence, Bai Yi announced to the crowd, classmate Ling completed it in 3.21 seconds. truly worthy of the title fastest man in the country. A hint of embarrassment crept into Bai Yi's tone as he made a subtly suggestive comment, which made Ling realize he'd misspoken. His face flushed bright red, then quickly turned purple with anger. Stung by the remark, Ling couldn't hold back his fury and let out a loud curse. Unfazed, Bai Yi walked away with his usual confident swagger. Was he really that proud of being the fastest? As Bai Yi left the stands, a few fans approached him, eager to take pictures. A young woman asked the announcer to snap a photo of her with Bai Yi. Before he could fully process what was happening, the camera had already captured the moment where her arm was around his, while Bai Yi appeared slightly embarrassed. It was a perfect, candid shot. When they finished, the girl gave Bai Yi a warm smile and left, but not before sending him a message. Good luck. I'll always support you. He ran off with a lighthearted step, and Bai Yi, feeling a little awkward, thought to himself, is this really good enough? With a smug grin, he announced, being this handsome is truly a troublesome burden. The main screen soon displayed the official results. Bai Yi from TNFU University was declared the winner of arena number 20, but not everyone seemed pleased. A few guys, clearly frustrated and envious, were unhappy with the way Bai Yi had won. From below the arena, they began to shout insults. If you're not even going to fight, fine, but now you're taking pictures with people. It's obvious they're just jealous and angry about the participation fee. One of them grumbled. Other classmates seemed even more upset, grumbling about how Bai Yi appeared completely unscathed. What's he even bragging about? As if to add fuel to the fire, Bai Yi was speaking loudly too. If it weren't for this spectator area blocking him, he would have been the first one to leave. Bai Yi overheard the comments. Using his teleportation ability, he appeared instantly in front of the loudmouth. The senior clearly hadn't had time to process what was happening. Bai Yi stood before him, a frown on his face, and demanded, "What exactly is your problem with me? Are you trying to make a move or something?" The senior was clearly caught off guard. How is he so fast? What just happened? I'm terrified. I almost lost my color. Run fast? This senior is so spineless. He immediately made up an excuse about something happening at home and then vanished without a trace. Bai Yi sighed. It seemed like it had all been for nothing. He returned to the main screen once again, ready to challenge the envious and resentful crowd. Is there anyone here who's not convinced? Bai Yi asked, flashing his signature middle finger. Either send your contestant to fight me, or better yet, come up here and fight yourself. The stadium, packed with spectators, was still buzzing. Bai Yi, however, had already gone to rest early. As he recharged, he received news about Ruoxai. Ruoxai had already won 9 matches, leaving only one more before she could claim victory. Clearly, she was waiting for her friend. Just as Ruoxai returned, it was announced that Daxian, too, had only 1 match remaining. Bai Yi greeted her with excitement. Without hesitation, Ruoxai sat beside him, and the two of them immediately caught the attention of many. It was clear that these two remarkable contestants, now sitting together, had a strong bond. Ruoxai turned to Bai Yi and asked about Ling's abilities from earlier. Bai Yi thought for a moment, recalling the refusal to repeat. It was certainly a tricky talent to handle. Ruoxai met his gaze and reassured him. Beating Ling isn't as hard as it seems. Bai Yi nodded in agreement. It was just a matter of choosing the right card to play. He was feeling a bit worn out when an announcement rang out, signaling a break to rest and recharge. The Bai Yi group had gathered together, and he was handing out items to his friends, saying, "Take plenty, the next round will be tough." Before long, the announcer's voice rang out, outlining the rules for the second round, an individual elimination round. This time, it would follow a knockout format. Those who lost would be eliminated on the spot, and the winners would advance. The pairings were about to be announced. Bai Yi warned his group, "This round is do or die, so be careful. Don't get caught off guard." As they made their way to the arena, a young woman named Fanger appeared. "Hello, Hishen," she said, introducing herself as one of his fans. She asked if they could take a picture together. "Don't worry," she assured him. "Once the photo's done, I'll admit defeat right away and won't waste your time." Just as Bai Yi was about to step onto the stage, a large man called him back. The man seemed to believe that Bai Yi was underestimating his opponents. People around them quickly recognized him and whispers spread. It was Wang Pei from King Kao University. Some even seemed excited that this fierce battle of Wang Pei was happening earlier than expected. Bai Yi glanced at him briefly, barely giving him any attention. He simply muttered a quiet "oh." Wang Pei scoffed and angrily muttered, "Worthless." Bai Yi ignored him, quietly studying the information on his opponent. The opponent's name was Liu Tu Ren, an SS-ranked player with the profession of lion assassin, and his special skill was called Summon Head Helmet Man. When Bai Yi saw the mention of the Head Helmet Man, he was taken aback. He, a warrior of pure heart and love, couldn't believe it. The audience seemed equally displeased with Bai Yi's attitude. They shouted together, "Down with Bai Yi, the show-off." However, some voices in the crowd defended him, saying Tianfu is strong, Bai Yi is the best. Feeling encouraged by the crowd's support, Wang Pei grew more confident. He cracked his knuckles and, getting into position, asked, "Do you really enjoy showing off?" Bai Yi didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he calmly warned, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Release your move quickly, Wang Pei, or this may be your only shot." Wang Pei wasn't intimidated. He mockingly mimicked Bai Yi's voice, raising it to an exaggerated, high-pitched tone. The sound made Bai Yi shiver in distaste. Unable to stomach it any longer, Bai Yi said, "That's repulsive. I will let you down." Bai Yi swung his arm, holding the brick, aiming directly at Wang Pei's face. However, in that instant, something felt wrong. Instead of taking the full impact of the brick, Wang Pei swiftly dodged, and suddenly, a golden figure appeared from nowhere, hurtling toward Bai Yi. Luckily, Bai Yi managed to move just in time, dodging toward Wang Pei. Wang Pei let out a loud laugh and taunted, "Bai Yi, aren't you going to surrender your life yet?" As the golden figure hit the arena floor, a massive explosion erupted. If Bai Yi hadn't reacted so quickly, he would have been caught in the blast. Wang Pei, acknowledging Bai Yi's quick reflexes, also realized that his opponent had more skill than he initially thought. Bai Yi, for his part, had underestimated Wang Pei from the start. The tension between the two was palpable in the arena. Wang Pei sneered, "Do you think you've already won?" It turned out that Wang Pei had studied Bai Yi's battle videos dozens of times. Every day he focused on finding ways to counter his opponent's moves. Having thoroughly prepared for this moment, he now intended to put an end to the legend of Bai Yi once and for all. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive humanoid bull with fiery red eyes appeared behind Wang Pei. This was the golden artifact technique, summoning the head of the continent. "Wang Pei," commanded the bull-headed figure, "don't just stand there. Crush Bai Yi now." At his command, the figure's eyes blazed with fiery intensity as it let out a deafening roar. Bai Yi heard that Wang Pei wanted to defeat him, and the thought of it left him unsettled. He knew that Ruixtai would not appreciate such an outcome. Rather than being afraid of losing his position, Bai Yi was more concerned about damaging his appearance. "Honestly, if I were in his shoes, I'd probably feel the same way," he thought to himself. With that, he steeled himself and decided to put all of his effort into this fight, believing that Wang Pei had forced his hand. Indeed, his appearance was important. Both Bai Yi and the bull-headed man were carefully watching each other's next move, analyzing the risks of the upcoming attack. When Bai Yi heard the term risky victory, he didn't quite understand its meaning. Irritated, he muttered, "What the heck is a risky victory?" He didn't forget to throw in a couple of rude gestures with his middle fingers. Despite the bull-headed man being towering and far stronger than him, Bai Yi felt no fear. He was determined to show Wang Pei something new. Gripping his massive hammer, he focused his strength, ready to demonstrate the power of a true-hearted warrior. The audience below watched in stunned silence, barely daring to blink as they witnessed the unbelievable. Bai Yi, wielding an 80 kilograms hammer, had shattered the bull-headed man's horn. They couldn't believe their eyes. How had Bai Yi managed such a feat? After all, this was a golden summoning beast with 200 attribute points. Wang Pei, however, was unfazed by the damage. He continued to command the bull-headed man to charge, intent on crushing Bai Yi once and for all. The massive ox-headed man swung his fist with overwhelming power toward Bai Yi. Instead of stepping back, Bai Yi charged forward, his fist clenched tightly, ready to meet the ox-headed man head-on. When their fists collided, Bai Yi's strike, though delivered by a hand smaller than the ox-headed man's, carried equal force. The impact sent the ox-headed man stumbling backward. Bai Yi stood calmly in the arena, a look of boredom crossing his face. He smirked, gripping his massive hammer, eager for the ox-headed man to surrender, or worse. With a swift motion, Bai Yi rushed at the ox-headed man, hammer raised. He struck again and again, muttering, "First, deal with him," using the big hammer. At this point, the ox-headed man was covered in bruises. Watching from the sidelines, Wang Dao was horrified by Bai Yi's merciless attacks. He couldn't comprehend how Bai Yi had managed to overpower the giants so quickly. But Bai Yi paid no attention to Wang Da. His focus remained on the ox-headed man, hammering away relentlessly while repeating 40-40. After a series of crushing blows, the ox-headed man's body was battered, his face swollen with lumps from the strikes. Instead of lying still in the dirt, it was the ox-headed man who now crumpled to the ground. Satisfied with his work, Bai Yi stepped back, finally ending the fight. You turned to face Wang Da, your eyes meeting his. The confidence he once displayed had completely faded. He now saw Bai Yi, who was trembling so badly he could hardly speak. Bai Yi pointed the axe at Wang Da, offering him a choice. Would you walk down on your own, or should I help you fall? Without hesitation, Wang Da immediately surrendered. The moment he spoke, the referee announced, "Congratulations to Bai Yi from Tianfu University for successfully leveling up." In the audience, Principal Qin and the commander exchanged glances. Bai Yi had truly impressed Principal Qin, and the commander also realized there was much more to Bai Yi than they had initially understood. Meanwhile, in a dark room, a group of individuals sat around a table deep in discussion. The person at the head of the table addressed the group, "Have you thoroughly investigated the fox demon?" A woman wearing a fox mask responded, "Lord Hai Long, we've looked into it. The only participant from Tianfu University in the National Freshman Exchange Competition is Qin Tianfu. If Lord Hai Long is willing to act, we have the strength to capture all these freshmen in one swift move." Another man donning a dragon head mask spoke up. "They think the dark sect has been quiet for years, but it's time for them to witness the power of Lord Xi Shen once again." At that moment, everyone rose to their feet, made an odd gesture, and together shouted, "May the glory of Lord Xi Shen endure forever." The principal of King Kao University could hardly believe the story he had just heard. Witnessing his students' defeat, Principal King Kao was on the verge of losing his temper. Meanwhile, the dean of the martial arts academy at Chengbai University was speaking with Yi Anhu, the dean of Tianfu University. The dean inquired, "Do you know what attribute Bai Yi from Tianfu University has right now? I never expected he'd be able to chase down someone with a bull-headed personality." Yanhu paused for a moment before replying, "Bai Yi's attribute isn't particularly high. It stands at 132, which is still a bit lower than Wu Delang from your university." The dean could hardly believe what he had just heard. Those listening in from outside began to murmur, "Wait, Bai Yi's attribute is 132. How can someone with F-level potential have an attribute value that's comparable to someone with SS-level potential?" Some began to speculate. Could it be that the will of the blue star is malfunctioning? The dean shared a confidential thought with Yan Hu. In future recruitment, we might need to pay closer attention to those with F-level potential. Yan Hu, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Do you really think so?" The dean crossed his arms and nodded confidently. "If it weren't for humanity's future, do you think I'd be telling you this secret, Yan Hu?" Yan Hu responded, "Once we return, they'll definitely study whether this is feasible." Meanwhile, Bai Yi was relaxing and drinking water after the recent battles. He thought to himself, "There's no need to worry about Ruxe's side anymore, but I wonder how things are going on Daxian's side." On the other side, Daxian was also in the midst of a fierce fight. He shouted at his opponent, "Come on, use more strength. Trade your humanity for a beast's heart." When his opponent was finally worn out, Daxian pulled out a handkerchief and, with a hint of mockery, criticized them for being too weak. The referee then declared that Daxian from Tianfu University had won. With a smile, Daxian eagerly asked, "So how was it? Did I make you proud?" Bai Yi slipped his hands into his pockets and replied, "Not bad. That moment reminded me a bit of the younger version of myself. By the way, Ruxai is almost done too. How about we check on how Huang Lu and Sin GD are doing?" Suddenly, Daxian shyly looked away, acting almost like a bashful young girl, and said he wanted to ask Bai Yi something. Seeing his friend's delicate behavior, Bai Yi was instantly filled with a sense of discomfort and couldn't quite figure out what game he was playing. Bai Yi casually draped an arm around Daxian's shoulder and thought, asterisk, he's probably going to ask for points, right? That's easy enough, asterisk. But Daxian, blushing, gave a cute look and repeatedly denied it. "It's not that," he insisted. Then, in a quiet voice, Daxian leaned in and whispered in Bai Yi's ear, "Well, there's this friend of mine who recently started liking a girl. By now, everyone reading will know I'm talking about myself, not some other friend." Bai Yi instantly realized what his friend was getting at and said, "Just admit it, it's about you." Daxian didn't argue anymore, falling silent. His expression was genuinely amusing to watch. "You pulled a pink book from your backpack. It was a guide to advanced techniques in love." Bai Yi turned to Daxian and said, "Follow what's in here, and I promise you'll win over your crush." Daxian raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with doubt. Is that really possible? The next day, everyone gathered together. Daxian's gaze, full of affection, was fixed on Tianlu. Noticing his intense stare, Tianlu wondered if there was something on her face, which was why he was looking at her so intently. Bai Yi, who was sitting nearby, observed the situation and immediately recognized that Daxian had feelings for Tianlu. He nudged Daxian's shoulder and whispered, "Come on, read the book. You need to act fast." Without hesitation, Daxian, following the book's advice, tried to sound cool. "Tianlu, you're even better than the thing I just stepped in." Tianlu was caught off guard by his words and didn't know how to respond. Trying to steer the conversation away, she quickly said, "Ruxai, the competition is starting soon. Let's go." She completely ignored Daxian's comment. Feeling disheartened, Daxian shot an annoyed glance at Bai Yi. Bai Yi simply crossed his arms and said with confidence, "My methods always work." As the time drew closer, Bai Yi stood up and walked ahead, while Daxian stayed seated, continuing to flip through the book with determination. When they entered the arena, their opponent had already arrived. Bai Yi's rival was Shen Baiku, a half-dragon from a 9th-tier race, with SS potential and a powerful, noble, innate bloodline talent. She possesses an exceptional ability to heal quickly and boasts impressive resistance to all forms of elemental damage, along with a 40% reduction in skill cooldowns. As a dragon warrior, her attributes are as follows: Strength 188, Constitution 154, Agility 132, and Spirit 114. Her Dragon Tribe bloodline accounts for 3.141592% of her heritage, making her barely human. Upon seeing the half-dragon, Bai Yi couldn't hold back and muttered, "Dan, a half-dragon?" The referee quickly intervened, sternly reminding him, "Watch your language. This is a national live stream." Baiku turned to the referee and her opponent, asking if they could begin. The referee turned to Bai Yi and inquired, "Are you ready?" With confidence, he answered, "Anytime." Once he confirmed, the referee officially declared the competition to be underway. The audience erupted in cheers and shouts of excitement. Bai Yi pressed forward, launching himself at Baiku, a brick in hand. Despite his relentless assault and threatening moves, Baiku stood her ground unshaken. After a brief moment, she spoke calmly, "Bai Yi, are you finished attacking? Because now it's my turn." He was stunned, thinking, "Damn it." Without even flinching, Baiku launched her counterattack. Her hand grew in size, effortlessly shredding Bai Yi's clothes. Bai Yi shouted in anger, "She's shameless. I can't believe she dares to tear your clothes off in front of everyone." Baiku didn't say much in response. In her mind, she thought, "Is that all you can do? Just pray." Without hesitation, Baiku launched herself toward Bai Yi once again, demanding his immediate surrender. Her attack sent him flying across the arena, perhaps for the first time encountering a true adversary. Bai Yi crashed to the ground near the edge of the arena, and the intensity of the battle only grew. After a moment, he regained his composure, adjusting his stance and breathing. Once he felt steady, he picked up his weapon, determined to press on. Like a flash, he charged at Baiku again. But instead of moving, Baiku stood firm, waiting to see what he would do next. Despite his full-force attack, she didn't move an inch. Her body remained as steady and unaffected as ever. Growing impatient with Bai Yi, Baiku suddenly appeared behind him, catching him completely off guard. He couldn't understand how she had moved so quickly. With a swift and powerful strike, she drove her elbow into his back, sending him crashing to the ground. Bai Yi's confidence had vanished. His body was bruised and battered, and he murmured, "Is this what the evil sect is really like?" Baiku mocked him, "You're supposed to be the trump card of TNF University, and this is the best you can do." The system's voice chimed in, "Pay close attention to her skin." It was her movement technique known as Dragon Flower. Bai Yi quickly read the message, then glanced up sharply, piercing through Baiku's coat. Beneath it, he spotted dragon scales shimmering on her skin. Baiku was furious. During the match, Bai Yi had the nerve to lose focus. She attacked him, but this time, Bai Yi skillfully dodged her strike. Holding a brick in his hand, his demeanor shifted entirely. Realizing he had found a weakness in his opponent, Bai Yi's confidence grew. He recognized the courage Baiku was showing despite her frustration. Baiku assumed Bai Yi was trying to buy time. She told him to stop wasting words and launched another downward strike. Instead of standing his ground like he usually did, Bai Yi gathered his strength and leaped behind her, narrowly avoiding her attack. Without hesitation, he grabbed her by the hair, leaving her momentarily dazed. Before she could react, she saw his large hand heading straight for her face. Bai Yi slammed her head down into the ground, pinning her with one hand while controlling her with the other. "You should surrender," he said coldly. "If not, I'll show you what real ruthlessness looks like." Baiku struggled fiercely and replied, "I'll never give up." Bai Yi said nothing more. He turned to the referee, asking if it was allowed to use some less than honorable tactics in the ring. The referee didn't answer, as no rules had been broken. Baiku demanded to know what he was planning to do. Without delay, Bai Yi's expression grew more devious if he didn't clarify his intentions. His face made it clear to anyone watching that he was up to something underhanded. Embarrassed and angry, Baiku warned him not to be reckless. The referee intervened as well, reminding them both that this was a serious competition. Meanwhile, in the audience, the dean was livid. He wanted the match stopped immediately and turned to Yanhu, asking, "What is Bai Yi planning to do?" Yanhu calmly sipped his tea, oblivious to his words as he addressed the director. "You should ask Bai Yi." The director responded sharply, If something goes wrong in the competition, Yanhu, be prepared for the entire country to turn against you. Meanwhile, Bai Yi's face flushed bright red with embarrassment. She let out a series of whimpering sounds, pleading for Bai Yi to stop. It soon became clear that Bai Yi's plan was to tickle her feet, an approach I hadn't even considered. He gently picked up a single strand of hair and began tickling the soles of her feet. Has she had enough? Bai Yi asked. Bai Yi was laughing uncontrollably, her hands slamming against the floor as tears streamed down her face. Help me, she screamed, desperate for a break. It seemed she was on the verge of losing her composure entirely. The audience below watched in stunned silence, with some even murmuring, her pants are nearly falling off, and she's letting him do this? Others were impressed, thinking Bai Yi really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. After what felt like an eternity of relentless tickling, Bai Yi asked, "Do you concede?" Through fits of laughter and tears, Bai Yi gasped, "I can't take it anymore. I concede." The host immediately pushed the microphone toward her. "Are you sure you want to concede?" Still laughing, Bai Yi nodded, her voice clear. "Yes, I concede." The referee promptly declared, "Contestant Shen Bai Yi from Mai Yuan University concedes. Congratulations to contestant Bai Yi from Tianfu University for advancing to the next round." Bai Yi stood basking in the applause, his face beaming with satisfaction. But what I really want to know is, when did he change clothes? Bai Yi, clearly embarrassed, slunk off to the side in a rather playful manner, accepting Bai Yi's victory with a hint of good-natured resignation. The official list of the top 16 teams has been announced, with the following universities represented: Tianfu University with 4 participants, Chengbai University with 5, Mai Yuan University with 3, Nankai University with 2, Saitian University with 1, and Dongfang University with 1. The audience erupted in applause, cheering. No surprise, they are the top 5 universities after all. The host then announced we will now officially schedule the first round of 1/8, which includes Wu Lang and Yun Yi Han, Bai Yi, and Zhang Daxian. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur, wondering what's going on here. Is there something suspicious at play, or is this part of some hidden strategy? How could Tianfu University be so clever as to pit 2 of their own teams against each other? Bai Yi turned to Daxian and asked, "Do you think we should both go and check it out, although it seems like you're not too eager about it?" Daxian replied, "Is it really worth wasting so much energy for nothing?" With a grin, Daxian proposed a different idea to Bai Yi. But before he could finish, Bai Yi, wearing a mischievous smile, stopped him, already having a clever plan of his own. As he introduced the idea, Bai Yi waved the tablecloth, and the folds of the fabric swept through the air with such elegance that it felt like time had briefly paused. The 3 then were left speechless, their eyes following Bai Yi with curiosity. In surprise, they asked, "What are they trying to do?" Their expressions were full of amazement, as though they had just witnessed something extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room, a man in glasses was skillfully preparing a dish, his movements precise and smooth, each step showcasing his expert mastery. Bai Yi, observing the scene, awarded the man a perfect score of 10, impressed by his talent and focus. In the final step, the man sprinkled the seasoning over the dish and presented it with confidence. The rich aroma filled the air, causing Bai Yi to marvel, though his 2 companions were still buzzing with excitement. "Teacher, you haven't tried it yet, have you?" Bai Yi said, urging him, "You should eat while it's still hot." His friend nodded, proudly declaring that he was an A-level chef. The teacher, hearing this, couldn't help but feel intrigued. When the teacher finally took a bite, the dish's delicate flavors spread on his palate, leaving him stunned and in awe. He thought to himself, asterisk, what kind of divine dish is this asterisk? The 3 of them sat on the stage, enjoying the meal heartily, which only fueled the frustration and envy of those watching from below. They couldn't taste the dish for themselves. Bai Yi and his friend turned to the crowd below and called out, "Come up here, isn't it your turn? Come on, step up and fight." The teacher joined in, asking, "Should we be taking this more seriously?" Bai Yi then shifted his attention to another match, his eyes scanning the arena as he wondered if Ruxai was fighting there. Across the ring, Ruxai was locked in battle with the water dragon of impermanence. Her strikes were fierce and precise, each one radiating her determination and willpower. The teacher was taken aback by Rux's energy as she fought with unmatched courage, creating an electrifying atmosphere that filled the ring with tension. Eventually, her opponent collapsed, unable to continue. The teacher immediately declared the contestant is no longer able to fight. "I call for the medical team to assist." As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, all eyes shifted toward Ruxai. Standing confidently before the crowd, she felt a surge of pride as the announcement was made, declaring Su Ruxai of Tianfu University the winner. This recognition felt like a well-earned reward for her tireless efforts and unwavering dedication over the past months. The scene then moved to the outskirts of Tianfu City, where the air was fresh and serene. Rows of trees lined the streets, their shade providing a cool refuge from the heat, creating a peaceful contrast to the busy city life. The soft afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on the ground, while the scent of wildflowers in bloom filled the air. A man, watching the battle screen showcasing Ruksai's performance, marveled at the talent of this year's group of students. Their abilities are truly impressive, he said, and it fills me with pride to see this new generation rising with such strength and skill. Nearby, two vast individuals spoke in low voices. One of them commented, "But if it's in the secret realm, it wouldn't be the same." A sense of mystery and tension began to build around them. The focus then shifted back to the stage, where a teacher stepped forward. With a serious tone, he declared, "The drawing for the top 4 officially begins." This announcement drew the attention of all contestants and spectators, filling the air with a palpable sense of suspense and excitement. The long-awaited moment arrived as Bai Yi prepared to face off against Wu Delang, while Su Ruxei squared off against Jin Fei Yi. The tension in the stands was unmistakable, as everyone eagerly awaited the impressive performances from these standout contestants. The announcement reverberated throughout the arena. The next match is between the brilliant Bai Yi and Wu Delang, the son of the leader of Nation H. Wu Delang quickly stirred the crowd into a frenzy of anticipation, with the audience eager for a thrilling clash between these two remarkable young talents. Social media was flooded with posts praising Bai Yi and his previous performances. From in-depth analyses of his skills to images capturing his moments of brilliance, his name quickly became a sensation, attracting a growing legion of fans. Below the stands, the crowd chanted Bai Yi's name, proclaiming him the strongest with lively, spirited slogans. Like sunflowers turning to the sun, shout loud, "Bai Yi is the strongest. Eradicate evil and injustice. Those who walk the righteous path will thrive, while those who oppose it will fall." This created an electric atmosphere, as if the entire arena beat in unison, filled with pride for the young talent. At that moment, Bai Yi stood on the stage, smiling and thanking the crowd, saying, "I love all of you." Across from him, Wu Delang spoke up, "At last, I get to face Bai Yi." His words only heightened the tension and excitement surrounding the upcoming battle. With confidence, Wu Delang continued, "Someone once told me that in order to become the top new student of Nation H, I must defeat Bai Yi. So now I'm really curious to see who has built up your reputation to such heights." Bai Yi couldn't resist replying with a grin. "Looks like a lot of people have good judgment." Wu Delang then drew his weapon, his expression resolute as he declared, "Today I'll show Bai Yi that he doesn't belong on the same level as me." His words, charged with challenge, set the stage for an intense and exhilarating battle to come. Bai Yi remained calm as he spoke. "You have a question you want to ask him." Wu Delang coldly shot back, "What trick are you trying to pull now?" The tension between the two thickened, their preparations for battle only intensifying. With a mocking smile, Bai Yi stretched out his hand towards Wu Delang and taunted, "Is it your arrogance that makes you think the Animal Protection Association will shield you?" The sharp words hit their mark, and Wu Delang's temper flared. He shouted loudly, his anger erupting as he summoned the power of the elements. Energy surged violently around him, waves of force rippling through the air, making it heavy with a promise of an explosive clash. Seeing this, Bai Yi calmly turned to the teacher, complaining that Wu Delang was cheating by using his powers before the official start of the match. His tone was both playful and challenging. The teacher, hearing this, immediately spoke up, "The competition has not officially begun. Contestant Wu Delang, please withdraw your elemental power." Wu Delang hesitated for a moment, his face flickering with displeasure, but he knew he had no choice but to follow the rules. With a smug look, he remarked, "I'll give Bai Yi one move." In response, Bai Yi simply smiled, his confidence unshaken, and said, "Soon enough, you'll see who the real clown is in this fight." The crowd, energized by the exchange, only grew more excited. The teacher glanced at the clock, his voice sharp and commanding as he announced, "The speaking time is over." He then turned to face the two contestants, his eyes steady as he asked, "Are you ready to begin the match?" Both opponents responded at once, their voices confident and unwavering. "Ready." Their gazes locked, each one brimming with determination. They were both fully prepared to give everything they had in this highly anticipated battle. Wu Delang fixed his cold stare on Bai Yi, his voice cutting through the air as he declared, "The moment you became my opponent, your fate was sealed." Bai Yi remained unfazed, a subtle smile playing on his lips as if the threat had no impact on his unwavering confidence. Wu Delang began to summon his power, swiftly shaping a 5-pointed star from the elements around him. Without warning, Bai Yi hurled his weapon toward Wu Delang with precision. In an instant, Wu Delang used his power to shatter the weapon into countless shards, sending fragments of light scattering through the air. Without missing a beat, Wu Delang unleashed a spike chain toward Bai Yi. The links of the chain glowed with a fierce blue light, slicing through the air like venomous snakes ready to ensnare and overpower their target. Bai Yi reacted in an instant, drawing his weapon and striking with force at the oncoming chain. Each strand was severed effortlessly, bright flashes of light bursting as the fragments fell to the ground. Not only had he avoided the danger, but he had also demonstrated his remarkable skill and speed for the crowd to witness. The teacher observed the scene before him, his surprise evident at Bai Yi's speed and reflexes. It seemed as though the boy had far exceeded anything he had anticipated. The two teachers standing at the sidelines of the battle turned to each other. One remarked, "It's not just Bai Yi with a hidden card. His opponent, Wu Dalang, is the principal's son. He shouldn't be underestimated." The other teacher looked taken aback, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Something feels off. Wu Dalang's ability to control power might be beyond what we've seen. One of the teachers spoke up. Principal Wu is a top-tier alchemist from Nation H. The mention of Wu Zaiqi's name caused the second teacher's expression to darken. His face grew serious, and he fell silent, listening intently. Wu Dalang, seeing Bai Yi's rapid movements, couldn't help but ask him confusion. How was his speed so fast? His face was a mix of disbelief and suspicion. Bai Yi, however, quietly thought to himself, "Asterisk, you're using a skill hack, and he's using a physiology hack, asterisk." Excited by the challenge, Bai Yi boldly said, "Let's see whose hack is better." His gaze was filled with determination, his will resolute. He wasn't going to let his opponent dominate the battle. As Bai Yi charged forward, Wu Dalang swiftly gathered his energy to form a solid shield, while also summoning thorny vines to trap his opponent. He glanced at Bai Yi coldly and said, "I admit Bai Yi is strong, but this is where it ends." His voice was confident, tinged with arrogance, as though he was certain the fight would end in his favor. Bai Yi shot back sharply, "Is ending here your way of admitting defeat?" Wu Dalang laughed arrogantly, his eyes gleaming with a defiant spark, as if Bai Yi's words had failed to even dent his confidence. He raised his weapon with ease, his gaze sharp and icy, his voice booming with authority as he summoned the Avatar of Destruction. His war stirred a dark, ancient power, causing the air around them to vibrate, carrying a chilling threat that was aimed directly at Bai Yi. The crowd fell silent, awestruck by the overwhelming strength emanating from Wu Dalang. His power was not only dominant, but possessed an eerie, majestic beauty, the very essence of the Golden Swordmaster. Grinning with satisfaction, Wu Dalang taunted Bai Yi, "Admit defeat, or you won't even be able to imagine what 2 million of his beasts will do." Bai Yi, undeterred by the pressure, took a step back, his composure unwavering. Almost in disbelief, he asked Wu Dalang if he was done with his performance. His eyes betrayed no fear, no trace of concern. Nothing in his opponent's display seemed to have unsettled him. Wu Dalang, seizing on Bai Yi's calm, pointed at him, his voice thick with challenge. He declared that the outcome was already decided and suggested raising the stakes. If Bai Yi somehow managed to survive and escape the stage, Wu Dalang would call him father from that point onward. Still unflustered, Bai Yi calmly replied, "You can just call me grandfather." Wu Dalang smirked, his eyes flickering with a cunning gleam, as though he had already devised a plan to make Bai Yi regret his arrogance. Without further delay, they both surged toward each other, the very air seeming to crackle with tension with every step they took. Bai Yi, his gaze as cold as ever, uttered, "If that's the case, you'll choke on your own words." Under the stands, Ruxai turned to a friend and said, "Wu Dalang is about to lose." Her friend glanced up at the arena and after a moment of thought asked, "Is Bai Yi's move really that powerful?" Bai Yi, full of confidence, began his strike and said, "Watch closely. This move is called Dad." Meanwhile, Wu Dalang remained unfazed, sneering that's just some flashy trick, showing off and refusing to back down. A loud explosion suddenly rang through the air, shaking the stands and sending dust into the air. Startled, Wu Dalang looked around and asked, "What was that?" His eyes quickly turned to Bai Yi, sensing the overwhelming power in the attack. A sense of unease settled in, realizing that his opponent's counterattack was far fiercer than expected. Then a man appeared on the stage, shirtless. Wu Dalang couldn't help but laugh in surprise. His expression shifted between confusion and amusement. The man was Bai Yi's father. It turned out that Bai Yi had woken his father up in the middle of sleep to fight someone, leaving the older man disoriented, his eyes half closed and his face a picture of bewilderment. The audience couldn't help but laugh at the absurd and comical scene. Realizing what had happened, Bai Yi's father shouted, "Next time, give me some warning before you drag me into a fight. I'm still in my underwear." This only added to the laughter, and the atmosphere grew even more lighthearted. Bai Yi turned to his opponent and said, "A person facing my dad just called him trash and let 2 lions loose to attack me." At this, Bai Yi's father, now aware of the situation, asked, "What's going on here?" He was a mix of frustration and concern, realizing how awkward and strange everything had turned out. Bai Yi continued, saying even if his father isn't very capable, Wu Delang can't just say that out loud. This left Bai Yi's father still trying to understand what was happening. Surprised, Wu Delang asked, "Is this Bai Yi's father?" Unable to believe his eyes, he stared at the man standing bare-chested before him, and the atmosphere on stage became more humorous than ever. Bai Yi confidently confirmed that's definitely his father. Meanwhile, his father quickly slipped into a suit. Feeling frustrated, Wu Delang turned to the teacher asking, "Is this allowed?" It was clear the situation violated the rules, leaving the teacher just as puzzled about how to respond. But Bai Yi quickly cleared things up, saying it's not his father anymore. It's actually his fierce sister up on stage. Bai Yi turned to his father asking, "Isn't that right?" Reluctantly, his father confirmed, though he was clearly embarrassed by the awkward situation. The teacher then declared, "That's acceptable." This announcement sparked even more excitement in the stands as people began discussing Bai Yi's father's sudden appearance. Stepping forward with confidence, Bai Yi's father called out in a booming voice, "Who dares to bully my son?" This created a tense and dramatic atmosphere in the stands. Wu Delang immediately summoned his beast, shouting to his lion, "Hold Bai Yi's father back, no matter what." Determined not to let his opponent steal the spotlight, Bai Yi's father clashed with the lion. The tension soared as the sounds of roaring and powerful blows echoed through the air. Each side showed immense strength and determination, refusing to be overpowered. Bai Yi's father landed a powerful punch on the lion, sending saliva flying as the beast was thrown through the air. The scene was so intense that the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. No one could comprehend the extraordinary power of the man standing in the arena. As the lion crashed to the ground, Bai Yi's father turned to face the other lion and asked with confidence, "There's still one left, right?" His eyes held a challenge as if to state the fight wasn't over. The remaining lion, unable to resist Bai Yi's father's strength, was also struck fiercely, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Bai Yi let out a soft laugh and remarked, "There's still one beast left over there." Seeing this, Wu Delang was filled with fear and shouted, "Bai Yi is going too far. This is unbearable." In response, Bai Yi repeatedly tapped Wu Delang on the behind, leaving him both in pain and surprise. The moment was both comical and awkward. When Wu Delang was hit on the tailbone, Bai Yi turned to his father and said, "Let him take care of it." His eyes sparkled with determination, excitement rising within him. The teacher, caught off guard, turned to Teacher Qin, asking if they should intervene. But Teacher Qin calmly replied, "There's no need. This is a competition, a place to display each participant's strength and skill." As Wu Delang happily enjoyed his porridge, Bai Yi's father asked, "Isn't this a bit harsh?" Bai Yi smiled and asked in return, "Has Wu Delang surrendered yet?" A sense of challenge hung in the air, adding to the already tense atmosphere of the match. Bai Yi's father stood frozen, his body trembling as he looked at Wu Delang, who had collapsed and lay motionless on the arena floor. Realizing his opponent had fainted, Bai Yi quickly called for the medical team to assist. The tension in the air was palpable, mixed with the lingering excitement from the incredible battle that had just unfolded. The teacher's voice rang out, "Bai Yi from Tianfu University has won." A wave of cheers erupted from the stands, followed by a chorus of jubilant celebrations. People jumped and danced in excitement, some even volunteering to cover the costs for the celebratory dinner later that evening. The atmosphere was infectious, and the crowd's joy spread like wildfire. As Bai Yi watched the medical team carry Wu Delang away, his father, still processing the events, turned to him with suspicion. "Who is this person?" he asked. "What pushed Bai Yi this far?" Bai Yi responded calmly, "He's nothing special, just the son of Wu Zaiqi." His words were casual, almost dismissive. At this, Bai Yi's father let out a laugh, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "The son of Wu Zaiqi? Huh?" he muttered, clearly entertained. But before he could finish his sentence, his mood shifted drastically. His eyes flared with anger as he shouted, demanding that Bai Yi be punished for the situation. In response, Bai Yi quickly used his old trick. "Someone step in to protect me," creating a shield of protection around himself. He smiled confidently, unwavering in the face of his father's fury. Without hesitation, the principal stepped forward, blocking the slap that was aimed at Bai Yi. Bai Yi's father stood in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "Is this the strongman from the Qin Tianfu level?" he asked, confused. Despite the swelling on his face from the slap, the principal smiled warmly and replied, "I am the principal, and Bai Yi has been raised very well by you." The two of them turned to shake hands. Bai Yi's father was introducing himself, but before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly vanished, unable to leave a parting word as the summoning time had run out. The principal saw this and chuckled, saying, "Your father has a great sense of humor." Bai Yi scratched his head, smiled slightly, and humbly replied, "He's just a little slower than you." The principal left the stage, reminding Bai Yi that he would visit his home later. Bai Yi nodded and added, reminding him to use the front door since there were people at home. After that, he turned to the referee with a determined expression and asked to begin the final match. His resolve was clear, ready to face whatever challenge awaited him. The teacher immediately turned to ask, "Is Su Ruixai ready?" But Su Ruixai shook her head and replied firmly, "There's no need for the final match. I've decided to withdraw." Bai Yi was taken aback, but Su Ruixai calmly explained that, in her opinion, she stood no chance of winning against him, so she had chosen to forfeit. An announcement rang out officially declaring Bai Yi the champion of the National Freshman Exchange Competition. The whole arena erupted in applause. Everyone rose to their feet, celebrating his remarkable achievement. Bai Yi then spoke. The prescription consists of 4.56 grams of dried tangerine peel, 36 grams of Pinellia rhizome, 0.96 grams of licorice root, and 36 grams of Poria cocos. All of these should be added to 3 large bowls of water and boiled down to 1 bowl of liquid. The teacher, caught off guard, asked, "Is this medicine meant to be taken orally?" Bai Yi responded, "It's meant to be used while still hot and then thrown at the opponent, leaving everyone in confusion." The scene shifted to Bai Yi's house. By now, he had returned home and announced, "I'm back." Noticing his father sitting on the sofa, visibly angry, Bai Yi quickly reassured him, "Don't get too upset. Principal Qin will shamelessly show up at our house later." He then added, "Dad, remember to say you've come to set up a teleportation array." With a smile, Bai Yi tried to lighten the mood. His father, taken aback by the comment, was still processing when, just then, Principal Qin appeared. Bai Yi laughed and greeted him by saying, "Cow cow," adding a bit of humor to the situation. Principal Qin walked in, his face beaming with a broad smile, eyes shining with the pleasure of the warm welcome from Bai Yi and his father. He then said, "Bai Yi, go ahead and speak first, and I'll consider your reward." His voice was filled with excitement and eagerness. Bai Yi's father, now intrigued, urged him on. "Go ahead, son." Bai Yi began, "Your first skill is to judge who has the better looks among the people around you. If your appearance outshines your opponents, you'll gain a stat boost when fighting them." Teacher Tam, realizing something, clicked his tongue and said, "Ah, so that's why Bai Yi could rely on his physical strength to beat Zhao Huan, the Golden Beast Summoner, and Bai Ku from Maiyuan University." Bai Yi continued, "The second skill is that you can summon even your father, who will stand beside you and fight for you for half an hour." Principal Qin was taken aback, his eyes wide in surprise, and he thought to himself, "This is a skill with no shame. If the smaller one can't win, call in the bigger one." The teacher inquired whether Bai Yi's adoptive father could be summoned, then promptly insisted on becoming his adoptive father. This unexpected suggestion caught Bai Yi off guard. Eagerly, Bai Yi looked at him and said, "Beg me, and I'll agree." But before Qin Tian Fu could respond, Bai Tong Han, who was standing beside him, slapped him on the head, silencing him. He then angrily told Bai Yi to agree right away. Even if Bai Yi didn't want to, he would still have to. Seeing this, Qin Tian Fu nodded in approval. Bai Tong Han then stepped forward, addressing him politely, "Take care of Bai Yi. Don't hold back. If he needs punishment, punish him. If he deserves a scolding, scold him. But when he needs help, make sure you provide it." Qin Tian Fu chuckled lightly, replying, "Bai Tong Han, no need to be so formal." At that moment, a notification from the system suddenly echoed. Adoptive father Qin Tian Fu has been successfully linked. The next summoning can select the summoned target. Bai Yi was slightly surprised when he heard it. "So, it's done now?" Qin Tian Fu walked over and draped his arm around Bai Yi's shoulder, speaking with a tone of authority. "From now on, I'm your adoptive father. If anyone dares to bully you, just let me know and I'll handle it." Hearing this, Bai Yi raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Tong Han with a smirk, teasing, "Next time, before you try anything, make sure you know if you can actually take on my adoptive father." However, Qin Tian Fu reminded him to be cautious with summoning, warning that it could be exploited by malicious individuals. After offering this advice, he said no more, then added that Bai Yi should be at training field number 1 at 8 o'clock a.m. the next day for assembly before heading to the secret realm. With that, he vanished before either of them could respond. At that moment, only the two of them remained in the house. Bai Tong Han pouted and said, "Now that you've got an extra helper, there's no need to drag him out to bear the brunt anymore." Bai Yi shot him an irritated glance. "Can't you expect anything better from me?" Bai Hong held back his comment and urged him to open the magical door to go home for dinner. With a sigh, Bai Yi nodded and opened the door to head home. The next morning, everyone had gathered at Training Field No. 1 right on time. A crack had appeared with guards positioned on either side. Bai Yi studied the crack in front of him and asked in confusion, "Is this the secret realm of Bai Yin?" Ru of Se, standing beside him, nodded and cautioned him not to be careless. It was completely different from the instant's dungeon. Hearing this, Bai Yi didn't ask any more questions, but suddenly felt a pair of hostile eyes boring into him. Behind him, a group of people was approaching, all staring intently at him. He muttered, "Doesn't that guy have some weird obsession or something?" Ru of Se noticed his expression and asked if something was wrong. Bai Yi subtly shook his head, reassuring him it was nothing, before making his way toward Wu Delang to speak with him. However, as soon as Delang saw him, he visibly flinched in fear, as if he'd seen something terrifying. He tried to back away quietly, but Bai Yi caught him before he could escape. Leaning close to his ear, Bai Yi whispered, asking why he hadn't greeted him when he saw him. Delang broke out in a cold sweat, but stubbornly responded, telling him not to push it too far. Shui Lu, who had been standing nearby, overheard the exchange and nodded, saying in a cold tone, "You should be more tolerant. Even if Wu Delang loses, your victory is hardly something to brag about." Bai Yi let out a cold snort. "Hey, brother, has your wound healed yet?" Shui Lu looked at him, clearly confused. "What do you mean by that?" Bai Yi smirked, his tone laced with mockery. "Yesterday, Ru Xi shocked you so badly that you lost control of your bladder. Just thought I'd remind you to be more careful next time." Shui Lu's face turned red with embarrassment and anger, but he couldn't find the words to respond. Seeing the tension between them, Delang felt a bit helpless but wasn't one to stand by and do nothing. "If you're a gamble, you should accept the consequences. Now that he's lost, what's your plan to cancel the bet?" Bai Yi frowned as he thought for a moment. Then, casually slinging his arm around Delang's shoulders, he spoke quietly. If Delang agreed to one thing, Bai Yi would consider the bet null and void. He would make things harder for him. Without hesitation, Delang agreed. With his goal achieved, Bai Yi didn't linger on the matter. He gave Delang a brief, encouraging pat on the back, turned and walked off, telling them to meet again in the secret realm. Moments later, the host took the stage to announce the survival rules for the secret realm. This time, the secret realm is the new Bai Yin secret realm, full of dangers and countless monsters. The survival competition will last 1 day. Your objective is to earn points by hunting. The teleportation will begin in 5 minutes. At this point, everyone would be randomly transported to different areas of the secret realm. The bracelets on their wrists would track their progress, recording both the scenes and their monster kills. If they faced a danger they couldn't handle, they could use the bracelet to teleport out. However, it's important to remember that using the teleportation function would disqualify them from the competition. Life offers only one chance, so gathering points quickly is key to success. After explaining everything, Bai Yi wished them good luck and immediately sent them into the secret realm. Before leaving, he turned to the group of Ruxai behind him and said, "Don't wander off when you enter the secret realm. Wait for me to find you." The group responded promptly and then entered the secret realm, one by one. Inside the secret realm, they found themselves in a dense, poisonous forest, teeming with wild beasts and danger lurking at every turn. When Bai Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself beside a river. This was his first time in the secret realm. He looked around, and although the water appeared murky, he was stunned by the surroundings and muttered, "So this is where I start, at the upper reaches." But the water, could it be safe to drink? The stench was overwhelming, making it impossible to even rest nearby. Bai Yi paused for a moment, then sighed, "I'd better find the others first." Just then, a rustling sound from the nearby bushes caught his attention. Startled, he wondered aloud, "What was that?" As he looked closer, a giant bear emerged before him. "And I run into this right away," Bai Yi thought with a wry smile. Drawing his battle sword, Bai Yi carefully focused on the creature ahead. "Looks like this time I can earn some divine power." Moments later, a massive creature, easily 4 meters tall, lumbered toward him. He hadn't expected it to approach so boldly. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Yi's eyes as he shouted, "Is anyone here to guard me?" At his command, Wen Song appeared instantly in front of him. The creature roared in surprise, clearly caught off guard. A moment later, it howled in pain as it was struck. A sharp blade pierced its waist, causing it to collapse instantly. Bai Yi quickly retrieved his blade, murmuring in confusion, "I wonder who did that." He shifted his steps, moving quietly to the right. As he moved forward to search for his teammates, the 12 elders of the Xi Shen sect had already gathered. Hai Long's intense gaze swept across the group. He asked, "The survival competition has begun. How are they preparing?" One of the elders immediately responded, "The 100,000 sects of the Dark Sect have successfully infiltrated during the competition." Hai Long nodded slowly, his eyes closing as he seemed to reflect on something. After a long pause, he opened his eyes and gave an order. They only have 3 hours. Once that time is up, they must leave immediately, no matter what. Combat will begin in 1 hour. The group responded in unison with a loud shout, then quickly dispersed. The large room, once filled with people, was now empty, except for Hai Long. His gaze became fixed again, staring far into the distance. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the secret realm, 2 senior generals were talking. "I wonder if the competition has started. Do you think Bai Yi can still win first place? But who knows? Their only task is to hold the secret realm." Just then, a figure appeared before them. The sudden arrival caught the attention of both generals. One of them, seeing Hai Long, was unshaken and called out loudly, "Who are you? This place is restricted. Leave now." But Hai Long only chuckled softly and replied, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, who are they?" As soon as he spoke, a red light flickered in his eyes. The 2 generals immediately froze, lowering their heads and muttering, "Who are they?" alone. Hai Long remained unchanged, calmly leading them forward. As they neared their destination, a flash of light cut through the air and 2 of the masters collapsed to the ground. Hai Long, however, continued muttering under his breath, silently wishing that Xi Shen would grant the others eternal life. With a gesture that resembled the insignia of the Xi Shen sect, Hai Long moved toward the entrance of the secret realm. From his chest, he retrieved a small crystal and spoke softly to himself. It should be fine to hold for 2 hours. He then tossed the crystal into the air, activating the formation. At Hai Long's quiet command, an ancient and potent cloud path materialized in the sky. In an instant, an invisible wave of energy surged outward, sealing off the entire area. Hundreds of kilometers away in Qin Tianfu's office, his pupils flickered with shock. A second later, his aura exploded, his gaze turning cold. He knew it was him. Qin Tianfu's presence expanded as he stomped his foot. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared not into the secret realm, but into an undefined space. There, someone was already waiting, blocking his path. This was the technique known as a spatial blockade, forcing another into someone else's teleportation technique. The man before him spoke with evident malice in his voice. "Long time no see." Qin Tianfu's expression grew serious as he assessed the man. His brow furrowed, and he spoke with a hint of disbelief. "I didn't expect you to still be alive. You're the leader of the 12 elders of the Xi Shen sect, Hai Long." Hai Long floated effortlessly in the air, a chessboard appearing in his hands as he grinned. "It's been so long since we last met. Don't you think we should have a proper conversation? How about a game?" Qin Tianfu said nothing. He raised his hand, a fire dragon materialized in the air. He had no words for Hai Long. The fire dragon let out a deafening roar and lunged at Hai Long. Hai Long smirked slightly. "It's been years since we last met, and this is how Qin Tianfu greets old friends. Why the rush?" With a casual wave of his hand, several black holes appeared, each one pulling the fire dragon into it in the blink of an eye. But before Hai Long could feel any satisfaction, his expression shifted. A moment later, a brilliant flame erupted in the void. Its intensity seemed to threaten everything in its path. Hai Long quickly teleported several dozen meters away, his gaze darkening as he turned his attention to Qin Tianfu. "It looks like he's really ready for a fight," he muttered. Qin Tianfu, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, grew anxious. Hai Long's arrival made it clear that he wasn't here just for a simple conversation. Qin Tianfu had already tried to leave the space, but there was no escape. Although Hai Long's raw power might not be the highest, his control over spatial manipulation far exceeded Qin Tianfu's. It wasn't just a matter of a small difference, it was a vast gap. Qin Tianfu's concern for Bai Yi grew. Realizing this, he immediately rushed forward, calling out, "Enough talk. Today, you'll take Hai Long's life." At the same time, in the forest of the secret realm, the sound of crackling lightning echoed as Rugstein unleashed a series of thunderous sword strikes. Bai Yi and the others, 6 in total, had gathered together after defeating a pack of wolves. With a smile, Bai Yi spoke. "This is the three-eyed wolf. Rug says lightning-based skills are truly an asset in team battles." Yang Han, rubbing his stomach, suggested, "It's already noon. How about we grab some food? I'm really hungry." Daxian nodded in agreement and quickly took a knife to cut a piece of meat from the wolf's body. The leg meat was fresh and perfect for grilling. The group began to gather materials to start a fire and cook the wolf meat. Soon the roasted wolf leg was ready, and it filled the air with an irresistible aroma. Everyone's eyes brightened, clearly hungry. Daxian added some seasoning and said, "Dig in, everyone." As they ate, Bai Yi sighed, "Daxian, your cooking skills have really improved." Daxian smiled, pleased with the compliment. Cooking had become something of a specialty for him, a skill he had mastered as a department head. He decided that from now on, he would cook for the group more often. The group relaxed and chatted casually as they ate, but suddenly Bai Yi's expression shifted. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the south, where a group of 108 people were running in their direction. The question of who was the hunter and who was the prey now seemed uncertain. Bai Yi's face grew serious. This was a large group that combined strength of several alliances. If they came with hostile intent, the group might not stand a chance. Noticing his change in demeanor, Ruixai, who stood behind him, nervously asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Yi turned to her and explained, "A group of soldiers from the allied schools is approaching. We should leave here quickly." Hearing that they were vastly outnumbered, everyone rushed to pack up their things and prepare to leave. Just then, an arrow shot toward their group. Bai Yi quickly pushed Ruixai out of the way, and at that exact moment, the arrow struck the spot where they had been standing. The arrow, glowing with a flash of purple light, gradually faded away in the air. Zhang Vexian yelled, "Dragon's radiant shield." He then drove the great shield into the ground. In an instant, a massive shield appeared before them, blocking the entire barrage of arrows. Ruixai furrowed her brow, confusion crossing her face. What had just happened? A moment later, hurried footsteps echoed in the distance. A woman sporting 2 cow horns on her head emerged, leading a group of people. Her tone was sharp and hostile, clearly showing that Tianfu University had responded quickly. The woman was Shen Baiku from Maiyuan University. Bai Yi recognized her immediately and scoffed coldly. So it's her, he thought to himself. He signaled for everyone to retreat, knowing that this situation would require more than just force. It would need strategy. Shen Baiku smirked, raising her hand. "Bai Yi, you're quite bold, but I suggest you hand over the bracelet. If we take action later, it would be unfortunate if someone gets hurt." Bai Yi, unfazed, smiled back, "And can you speak for them?" Before she could respond, one of the individuals behind her cut in. "The 18 schools have already signed an agreement. You won't be able to cause trouble." Bai Yi gave a cold snort that activated his Protector of Justice skill. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the speaker and threw him down from midair. He sneered, "This is a conversation for adults. Children should stay out of it." Shen Baiku narrowed her eyes, taken aback by Bai Yi's unexpected boldness. She stared at him, her voice tinged with disbelief. "You really dare to challenge them?" Bai Yi, however, merely sneered, looking down at them as if they were beneath his notice. "Are they even worthy of my time?" he said with contempt. "If they don't want to end up like Wu Lang, they'd better leave now." The moment his words landed, Shen Baiku's group fell silent, the tension in the air thickening. For a brief second, they forgot that Bai Yi was someone who would resort to cheating. If things didn't go his way, he'd simply call on his father to resolve matters. Given his father's impressive skills in the arena, it was clear he was no ordinary man, at least a professional-level general. But Shen Baiku couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk. This is his secret realm. Can he really summon his father here? Asterisk. Her mind raced, and then, just as suddenly, Shen Baiku burst into laughter, nearly falling for his ruse. "Call him then," she said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Let's see if your father can really appear in the secret realm." Bai Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold, dangerous glint flashing in them. He sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. "You really want to test it?" Shen Baiku felt a tight knot form in her chest, but she stubbornly pushed back, her tone unwavering. "Go ahead. Call him." Bai Yi let out a dismissive grunt and began preparing for what he had promised to be his ultimate move. A gust of wind swept through the air, sharp and intense, immediately recalling the scene from the previous day. Just as it seemed things were about to escalate, someone rushed forward, intervening. Turning to Shen Baiku, the person advised, "Forget it. He never plays by the rules." At these words, others nodded in agreement, murmuring, "It's really not worth provoking him." For a moment, Shen Baiku seethed inwardly, thinking to herself, "Asterisk, how annoying asterisk." Gritting his teeth, he snapped, "Consider yourself lucky to leave here with your life." In an instant, the situation shifted from defeat to victory. Everyone feared that if they were even a moment too late, Bai Yi's father would catch up and launch an attack. Daxian stepped forward, his voice full of admiration. "You scared them so badly they ran off immediately." Bai Yi flashed him a smile and suggested, "Let them continue hunting." Meanwhile, outside, the followers of the Xi Shen sect were launching an all-out assault on the heart of Tianfu City. The repeated cries of Xi Shen echoed through the air, setting off the city's emergency alarms. Bai Yi and his group, however, remained unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. They continued their hunt. After some time, they spotted a pack of white wolves. Bai Yi's excitement grew as he grinned and threw a few stones at the resting creatures, quickly taking them down. He earned 82 skill points and 200 divine power points. At the same time, Ruxtai used the Thunderstrike sword to take down several large bears with swift precision, earning rewards of her own. Yang Han and Huang Lu worked together to subdue a giant bear. It was clear they weren't struggling, so Bai Yi didn't step in to help. Instead, he watched as his divine power points steadily grew, his eyes glinting with anticipation. He realized he needed a place to practice his new skills. With that in mind, he suggested, let's head into the secret realm and see if there's anything useful there. The Brook nodded in agreement and followed his lead. Outside the entrance to the secret realm, a man appeared out of nowhere, followed by several members of the Shen sect. Without hesitation, he gave command, once we enter, kill anyone we find. The group responded in unison, understood. The masked figure nodded in approval before stepping into the secret realm, with the group of disciples following closely behind. Their voices filled the air, murmuring eagerly, Lord Shen will grant immortality to all of us. Within the secret realm, Bai Yi and his group had ventured deep into the forest. Bai Yi, trailing behind, quietly activated his newly acquired skills. Almost instantly, the system presented him with 3 options. What's that noise? The tower's still making a racket, barking endlessly. Seeing the 3 available skills, Bai Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. This time, he wanted to select all of them. Without hesitation, he pressed the button to make his choice. A soft, greenish energy enveloped him. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. The sensation was absolutely delightful. Just as he was still basking in his success, a voice rang out urgently from outside, sounding the alarm. They were in danger. Jide frowned and spoke in a low voice. There's another group of about 100 people following us, targeting the contestants in this competition. Ruxi, hearing this, furrowed up her brow and asked, Are you certain? Or could it be the new students that just arrived? Jide shook his head slightly and clarified. The insects confirmed it. They're after the students' lives. Bai Yi quickly tucked his system away and exclaimed in shock. It's the Shen sect. The moment the words left his lips, everyone fell silent. How could it be them? Bai Yi's expression grew serious, and he urgently instructed, We need to leave the secret realm immediately. He then turned to GD, ordering, GD, use your insects to gather everyone here. Tell them the Shen sect is attacking. GD nodded promptly and set to work, controlling the insects to spread out and relay the message in every direction. Ruxai approached Bai Yi and whispered, Who from the Shen sect is here? Bai Yi gave a slight shake of his head. He didn't know either, but he was certain their presence was one they couldn't challenge. The white radiance in his hand flickered, but he remained unmoving, nothing changing. Stepping aside, he sent countless insects scattering in all directions. Bai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, and everyone else fell into silence, unable to speak. As expected, the teleportation scroll had lost its power, intensifying their fear. What were they going to do now? Were they really going to die here? Only Daxian remained unshaken. He casually draped his arm around Bai Yi's shoulders and grinned. As long as you're here, nothing will happen. His confidence was unflinching. Bai Yi felt a sense of helplessness. He appreciated Daxian's faith, but he couldn't let them face danger. With a quiet sigh, he subtly turned his hand, summoning a large pink door in midair. The sudden appearance of the door startled everyone, and they instinctively stepped back. Bai Yi intended to open the door and escape, but a system notification popped up, informing him that opening the door would cost 50 points of divine power. He paused, cursing inwardly. This merchant is taking advantage of me, but what other choice did he have? He had to open the door. The door eventually led him to Qin Tianfu's office. However, Qin Tianfu was nowhere to be found. Instead, Bai Yi unexpectedly ran into Bai Tonghong. The two exchanged confused looks. Bai Yi was puzzled about why he had ended up here. Could something have happened in Tianfu City as well? The father heard the door open and immediately turned around. His face was a mixture of shock and confusion, and he seemed lost for words. When he saw it was Bai Yi, his concern grew, and he rushed over, gripping his son's shoulders tightly. Son, are you okay? He cried, shaking Bai Yi, making him dizzy. I'm fine, but things are about to go wrong, Bai Yi replied, trying to steady himself. He quickly pulled his father into the secret realm. Still disoriented, his father asked, Wait, have the people from Shen sect arrived here? Bai Yi's head was spinning, but he planned to explain everything soon. We need to get everyone out of here. That place is my house. The safest exit is through the villa area. The school might not be safe either, Bai Yi said urgently. His father wasted no time. He immediately gave orders to everyone. Tianfu City has issued an evacuation alert. Everyone stay inside and don't go out, he commanded. The response was quick and unified. Yes. One by one, the classmates hurried to find a safe place. Before long, only Ruxai and Daxian remained. Ruxai looked at Bai Yi and said, You go ahead, I'll follow. Daxian added, "You go, I'll stay." Bai Yi closed his eyes and sighed, then looked at them both. "Everyone leave. Trust me," he said reassuringly. Meanwhile, in the forest, Sinji Day's swarm of insects formed a massive Si Shen sect symbol in the sky. Bai Ku saw it, and Zen spoke up. "This is the insect swarm from Sinji D at Tianfu University," Zen explained. One of Bai Ku's subordinates was puzzled and asked, "What does that mean?" The orange-haired subordinate stepped forward, pointing at the swirling insects in the sky. "Bai Yi wouldn't joke about something like this. It's most likely true," he said. Bai Ku fell silent, deep in thought. She raised her hand, signaling to her subordinates, "We followed the trail of the 7 insects." The other students, who were also navigating their way through the forest, noticed the gesture and began to follow the path left by the insects. They moved along the forest's edge, heading towards the designated meeting place. Meanwhile, at Bai Yi's location, his classmate, standing beside him, spoke up. "Around 100 people have lost contact. Not everyone trusts us." Bai Yi let out a heavy sigh. "They abandoned themselves, not the other way around," he replied. The group from Si Shen's sect had arrived at the spot. One of them placed his hand near the hot stove, testing the heat. After pulling his hand back, he seemed to sense something. Judging by the warmth of the embers and the footprints left on the ground, it was clear they had been in a rush. One of his subordinates quickly caught on. "Are you suggesting our movements have been exposed?" The leader lowered his head, thinking for a moment before answering maybe. "But it's not a major issue. They won't be able to escape." The leader of Si Shen's sect pointed to the sky, which was glowing a deep red. "The entire space is sealed off right now. Even if Qin Ti and Fu were to come here, they wouldn't be able to tear through the space at will, let alone teleport those lower-level students." As soon as he finished speaking, the group from Si Shen's sect moved swiftly, determined to catch up. Wu Delang approached Bai Yi, clearly worn out. He called out, "Bai Yi, over here." But before he could say anything more, Wu Delang spotted Bai Yi's father and was taken aback. "Oh my god." Seeing the fear in Wu Delang's eyes, Bai Yi's father quickly reassured him there's no need to be frightened. Yesterday was just a simple misunderstanding. The 3 of them were engaged in conversation when a voice calling out Bai Yi's name interrupted. All 3 turned to see Bai Ku and her subordinates approaching. She asked, "Is the issue with the Si Shen sect you mentioned for real?" Bai Yi immediately responded, "Do you think I'm in the mood to joke with you? Right now, just go through the door behind me and don't waste any time." Bai Ku replied softly, "All right, thank you for your help this time." The classmate with orange hair approached and reported to Bai Yi, "All the students have gathered." Bai Yi then turned to Da Lang, cutting to the point. "Wu Da Lang, do you have any unranked equipment on you?" Da Lang, clearly confused, furrowed his brows and answered, "I have a piece of unranked defensive equipment. What do you need it for?" Bai Yi's tone turned serious as he threatened, "Right now, there's an army from the Si Shen sect chasing us in the secret realm. If you don't want to die, show it to me." Da Lang's face turned pale. "This is the thing my father gave me to protect my life." He then took out a golden armor with intricate designs. "This is the 9 Phoenix Black Gold armor. It's classified as defensive equipment, with a celestial grade rank, no level limitations, and no attribute requirements. It increases physical strength by 50%, adds 10% to speed, and boosts spirit by 40%. Special effect, 9 Phoenix Protection, which consumes durability to activate and defends against attacks." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Very good. No wonder you're the child of the strongest man." Da Lang stood there still stunned as the armor vanished from his hands. The armor was taken by Bai Yi. "All right, it's now requisitioned by me." Both Da Lang and his father were left speechless. Seeing the skeptical looks in their eyes, he quickly clarified, "I'm just borrowing it for a while." Bai Yi then asked, "Do I really look like someone who takes things without returning them?" Bai Yi's father spoke up, "Don't say that. Honestly, you kind of do." At that point, Da Lang was hesitant to lend it, but eventually agreed, though he warned him to be careful. Bai Yi grinned, narrowing his eyes. "Don't worry, I'll take good care of it. It's my little treasure." Afterward, Bai Yi walked over to his father and extended the coat toward him. "Dad, wear this." His father didn't quite understand what he was up to. He shouted, "What are you doing, son? Are you out of your mind?" Bai Yi kept holding out the coat with a smile. "Hurry up and put it on. If you get hit later, it won't hurt as much." His father sighed, looking at him with a mixture of disbelief and concern. "Do you really think you're invincible?" Bai Yi replied, "Their target is clearly the younger, more talented ones in our group. If we just run off now, what happens to everyone else in the secret realm? You're the top student among the freshmen. If you leave them behind like this, how will you face anyone after?" His father stared at him, his eyes filling with tears. Bai Yi sighed, closing his eyes, and said no more. You're a stubborn one, just like your old man. His father turned towards the door. Enough of this nonsense. Let's go. Bai Yi's expression darkened, and he firmly replied, No, I'm staying here. At this, his father grew furious. What exactly is it that you're so upset about, making you act like this? Bai Yi smiled and said, Trust me, if you die, I won't. The father, using his strength, grabbed a long staff with one hand while casually slipping the other in his pocket, exuding an air of confidence. Be careful, son. If a fight breaks out, I won't be able to watch your back, he warned. Bai Yi smiled at his father, filled with pride. The group from the Xi Shen sect was advancing toward them like a swarm of ants, with dust and smoke swirling in the air. The father gestured for his son to come closer and tightened his grip on the staff. Don't just stand there, son. Suddenly, the father's information panel appeared. Asterisk, asterisk, name. Asterisk, asterisk, Bai Tong Hong. Asterisk, asterisk, potential. Asterisk, asterisk, my talent is unmatched. Within a 100-meter radius, my aura alone will intimidate anyone around me. Asterisk, asterisk, level. Asterisk, asterisk, 51. Asterisk, asterisk, profession. Asterisk, asterisk, city guard. Asterisk, asterisk, attributes. Asterisk, asterisk. Strength, 400. Stamina, 392. Agility, 235. Spirit, 366. Bai Yi's information panel also popped up. Asterisk, asterisk, name. Asterisk, asterisk, Bai Yi. Asterisk, asterisk, potential. Asterisk, asterisk, surpassing talent with omnipotent power. Asterisk, asterisk, level. Asterisk, asterisk, 10. Asterisk, asterisk, profession. Asterisk, asterisk, passerby. Asterisk, asterisk, attributes. Asterisk, asterisk. Strength, 133. Stamina, 133. Agility, 133. Spirit, 133. Asterisk, asterisk, skills. Asterisk, asterisk. Guardian level 2. Attractive looks level 2. Magic door level 1. Tower survival level 1. Xi Shen sect members were closing in fast, charging toward Bai Yi and his father. The two stood still, calm and composed as they waited. The father grasped his staff with a firm hand, while the son held his spear tightly, both prepared for the impending battle. The group from Xi Shen sect stood across from them, and their leader glanced down at the ground where the grass was marked with numerous footprints before speaking. The scattered tracks made it clear that most of the students who had arrived earlier were no longer present. The leader of the Xi Shen sect raised his hand, signaling his subordinates to proceed with caution. He then addressed Bai Yi and his father. There's definitely something here. Be careful, everyone, he warned. Turning toward the father and son, he asked, Where are the students? The father stood tall and nonchalantly raised his pinky finger to scratch his ear before replying. They'd gone back to visit their parents. Meanwhile, Bai Yi raised his middle finger and smiled provocatively. Seeing that neither of them seemed afraid, the leader's tone grew threatening, still speaking arrogantly, even when death is near. Killing you both, then taking care of the remaining students will be no trouble. The members of the Xi Shen sect raised their hands in unison, shouting, We will fight and offer our lives for the great Xi Shen. Bai Yi's grip on his spear tightened, and he activated the Asterisk Tower of the Living Asterisk skill. A strange golden light emanated from the blade of his spear. His expression was cold, his eyes unwavering as he looked at the Xi Shen sect members. Dad, that fox demon you left for me, I'll make sure it doesn't die, he said with determination. The father, just as confident, replied, What are you talking about? You're the one who needs to be careful. At that moment, a notification appeared in their minds. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the tower, gaining 30% additional attributes for the target. The effect lasts for 10 minutes. Bai Yi charged forward, his spear raised high, aiming for a decisive blow to the fox demon. You're finished, you filthy creature. It's time to pay for your sins. The fox demon, his eyes glowing red, locked his gaze on Bai Yi as he closed in. With quick reflexes, he retreated just in time, narrowly avoiding Bai Yi's strike. At the same moment, Bai Yi's father moved forward, launching an attack of his own. A surge of green light burst from his strike, but the fox demon managed to dodge this one as well. Bai Yi, surprised by his father's move, realized that his father's power wasn't just offensive, but had a wide-reaching effect. It was clear now his father was at the peak of his strength. Bai Yi pressed on, thrusting his spear at the fox demon. As the spear moved, a figure materialized, an armored general, with long flowing hair and a powerful golden aura radiating from him like the sun itself. This time it's our turn, the general announced. Hearing this, Bai Yi acted quickly, launching a fresh attack with his spear and shouting, Fox demon, you slay trickster. Take this. but the strike missed, sailing past the fox demon. He let out a mocking laugh. Ha ha, you missed. Don't worry, I'll give you 3 more chances. Suddenly, the fox demon froze as though sensing something. His expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. Without warning, he shot upwards, curling his legs and spreading his arms wide, tears streaming down his face. As he soared into the air, he yelled in frustration, "Damn it!" Bai Yi, standing off to the side, couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Who said you couldn't land a hit if you were a moment too late? Still airborne, the fox demon cursed, "Bai Yi, I swear I will kill you." In a desperate attempt, the fox demon used a cloning technique, creating 2 duplicates of himself. 2 of the copies charged toward Bai Yi, while the original turned to flee, his face twisted in rage. Bai Yi, still gripping his spear, stood firm, ready to face the clones. He fixed his sharp gaze on the clones. "Clones might work on me, sure," he said coldly. Gripping the spear tightly, he drove it straight into one of them. The blow was hard and unmistakably painful. The man instantly recoiled, both hands clutching his... The subordinates were filled with doubt. Where is he? How did he appear behind us? One of them shouted in confusion. Bai Yi stood before them, holding a spear. His body was surrounded by a radiant aura of inner power. The hunt begins now. Get ready. The group turned around in surprise. One of them clenched his teeth in frustration. How is this possible? Bai Yi's eyes glowed a fierce red, and an aura around him began to grow, as though it might burst into flames at any moment. Where are my guards? Raising the spear high, his face twisted with murderous intent. Who among you will be the first to die? A notification flashed on the system screen. Congratulations, you have killed a dark sect follower. Level 25. You have earned 7,500 experience points and 5,000 divine power points. How? How could this be? One of the Si Shen sect members stammered in disbelief. At that moment, Bai Yi's spear plunged into the chest of one of the subordinates. The system chimed again. Congratulations, you have killed a level 23 opponent. You have earned 6,900 experience points and 4,600 divine power points. He continued to strike them down, one after another. The system kept sending notifications. Congratulations, you have killed a level 33 opponent. You have earned 7,900 experience points and 5,600 divine power points. Congratulations, you have killed a level 24 opponent. You have earned 8,800 experience points and 4,200 divine power points. Congratulations, your level has increased from 10 to 11. All attributes have increased by 1 point. The commander, clearly starting to panic, quickly gave an order to his subordinates. If you don't want to die, attack him now. I refuse to believe his powers can last forever. The group charged toward Bai Yi in unison, gradually closing in to surround him. Bai Yi remained motionless for a moment before a smile spread across his face. He feigned surprise and called out, "Dad, it seems your protector couldn't make it in time. He's probably caught up in a fight." As 3 men in black charged towards them, a flash of blue light appeared, blocking their path. The attackers froze, stunned by the sudden appearance of Teacher Qin, who had swiftly arrived to shield Bai Yi. The fox demon was caught off guard by this unexpected arrival. "What's this? Kill them all," it shouted. Without hesitation, the 5 men in black advanced, throwing punches at Teacher Qin. However, their blows were completely ineffective. Bai Yi turned to Teacher Qin and whispered, "You have 10 seconds. Understanding the urgency, Teacher Qin quickly unleashed a diamond tier move. The air around them seemed to roar as he dispatched the attackers with ease, but one particularly tough thug remained standing, glaring at the 2 teachers. Teacher Qin glanced at Bai Yi and encouraged him, "Kid, give it everything you've got." Now it was Bai Yi's turn. He fixed his gaze on the remaining thug, his eyes filled with menace. The thug, visibly shaken, gritted his teeth in fear. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yi lunged forward, driving his spear straight into the thug's neck. The speed was so swift that the man couldn't react. He was pinned in place, unable to move, and let out a final scream before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, in the illusory realm, Hai Long floated motionless in space. Teacher Qin appeared before him, speaking with calm certainty. "Your plan has failed." Hai Long raised an eyebrow, his voice cool. "Do you know where I've just been?" Teacher Qin responded from within the secret realm. "Oh, I also took the liberty of eliminating 50 soldiers. They were dressed in black, and one of the elders wore a mask." Hai Long furrowed his brow deep in thought. Asterisk, could someone really force him out of my sealed space? Asterisk, he wondered. Then a faint smile crossed his face as he realized that indeed something unexpected had happened, but to the other party really believed they had won. Suddenly, a beam of white light enveloped the teacher, radiating immense power. Hai Long's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk, this is bad, asterisk, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, in the secret realm with Bai Yi, A system notification appeared. Congratulations on killing Ho Thu, level 51, earning 15,300 experience points and 10,200 divine power points. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up from level 11 to level 12. All attributes have increased by 1 point. Current experience 22,230,000. Current divine power 24,800 points. Elsewhere, Bai Yi's father was engaged in a fierce battle with a man in black. After Bai Yi had killed Ho Tzu and tossed the body aside, the attacker had continued to target his father, leaving the elder stunned. Bai Yi approached, spear in hand, and asked, "What's going on, Dad? Haven't you dealt with him yet?" Bai Yi's father raised his fist to strike, but the man in black dodged the blow. He called out to his son, "Quit talking and get over here to help." Bai Yi flashed a playful smile and nodded. Guide. In the illusionary realm, a hand with long, sharp claws tore through the fabric of space, creating a gap. It was Hai Long, peering into the secret realm. At that very moment, Bai Yi was helping his father by driving his spear into the heart of the man in black. But just as he finished, he sensed something behind him. A cold chill ran down his spine. "This is bad," he muttered. Quickly, he spun around, a look of alarm crossing his face. You immediately shouted, "Someone, help me." In that instant, Hai Long's sharp claws pierced through Bai Yi's chest, making him cough up blood. Hai Long pulled his hand back, still dripping with fresh blood, leaving a large wound in Bai Yi's chest. Bai Yi collapsed to the ground. Hai Long, thinking Bai Yi was dead, let out a loud laugh. "Humph, for someone to force me to step in, you can at least die with some dignity." But no one could have expected what happened next. Not only was Bai Yi still alive, he stood up right in front of Hai Long. His shirt was torn off, revealing his muscular six-pack abs. He casually scratched his nose and said, "What are you babbling about?" Both Bai Yi's teacher and father, witnessing this, were left in complete shock. Hai Long broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in disbelief. This can't be," he shouted. "You will die today, no matter what." With that, he charged at Bai Yi, claws blazing with fiery intensity. Bai Yi raised his hands to block the attack, muttering, "You perverted old man." Hai Long's claws sank deep into Bai Yi's neck, 3 of them tearing through to the back. As he pulled his hand back, 5 small burns remained on Bai Yi's neck, each still smoldering with flame. To ensure his victory, Hai Long then unleashed a series of brutal punches, landing at least a dozen hits to Bai Yi's body. After the barrage, Hai Long threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I've won. No matter how powerful Qin Tian Fu is, this battle will end with my victory. Have you not eaten yet?" Bai Yi's voice rang out. Hearing Bai Yi's voice, Hai Long froze for a moment, his hands tugging in his hair in frustration, nearly losing his sanity. "Impossible. This can't be." "Absolutely not." Nearby, the immortal body teacher spoke with a note of doubt, while the father beside him exhaled in relief. "Damn it, you nearly scared me to death," the father muttered. With an entirely indifferent expression, Bai Yi pointed at Hai Long and mocked, "Even I couldn't kill such a useless piece of trash." A surge of anger boiled inside Hai Long. "Boy, are you daring to provoke me?" Before he could finish his threat, Hai Long suddenly coughed violently and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. He had been ambushed by Bai Yi's green dragon attack from behind. Unable to react in time, he stumbled, falling to the ground, his hands still stained with blood. Though severely wounded, Hai Long refused to accept his defeat. Confused about his loss, he asked, "Boy, how did you do it?" Bai Yi stood tall, hands in his pockets, and replied, "Do you think I'm an idiot? You should be more concerned about what will happen to you from now on." At that moment, Teacher Qin tightened a glowing purple chain around Hai Long, securing him in place. "Headmaster Xi Shen, Elder Hai Long, you've been captured," she declared. Half an hour later, Wu Zai Qi led a large force through the teleportation gate. No one had anticipated that the Xi Shen sect, which had disappeared for decades, would suddenly display such formidable combat strength. In an instant, the Xi Shen sect's followers were scattered and defeated. With Hai Long's defeat, peace was restored to the city of Tianfu. At that moment, Bai Yi and Bai Tong Hong entered a conference room alongside Qin Tianfu. Noticing Bai Yi lost in thought, Bai Tong Hong immediately slapped him to snap him out of his daze. Qin Tianfu, walking ahead, couldn't help but smile at the father and son. As they stepped into the room, he asked, "Is everything ready?" Inside, a group of people of various ages were gathered, with Wu Zai Qi leading them. As the 3 men, Qin Tianfu, Bai Yi, and Bai Tong Hong, entered, Wu Zai Qi immediately called out, "Everyone stand and pay your respects." Without hesitation, a row of soldiers behind them stood upright and saluted Bai Yi and Bai Tong Hong in perfect military form. Bai Yi, Startled by the sudden display, was momentarily speechless. The three elderly men seated on the podium only added to his surprise. Standing beside him, Qin Tianfu explained, "We're fortunate to have you here today. Without you, we would have faced a fierce battle with heavy losses." Bai Yi, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and replied, "They didn't need to be so formal. It's really the least I could do." Qin Tianfu chuckled and then introduced the three men sitting at the front. Wu Zaiqi was already known to them. The larger man was Wang Deshtet, and the one speaking was Liu Bingyang. Upon hearing this, Bai Yi respectfully bowed his head to greet the senior figures before turning to introduce Bai Tonghong as well. Bai Tonghong unexpectedly encountered the old man, who seemed slightly uncomfortable, his words coming out in a disjointed manner. Fortunately, the old man quickly regained his composure and offered a polite smile, asking for their guidance. Bai Yi and the others in the room fell silent, unsure of how to respond. Wu Zaiqi, sensing the tension, let out a laugh and quickly shifted the conversation. "They called you both here, not only to express their thanks, but also to discuss something important." Bai Yi glanced at Wu Zaiqi for a moment, immediately understanding his intention. Wu Zaiqi was likely eager to hear about the events in the secret realm, which had been truly extraordinary. Bai Yi, though curious, wasn't particularly shocked by the topic. Having been caught off guard, Wu Zaiqi didn't try to hide anything and asked directly. "Qin Tianfu mentioned that you might have the ability to summon either your biological father or your adoptive father." This ability was well known, so Bai Yi calmly acknowledged it. But after a brief pause, he suddenly turned to the three people before him, looking at them in disbelief. "You don't really think it's exactly as you imagined, do you?" As expected, the three of them, including Wu Zaiqi, nodded seriously. They were, in fact, hoping to become his adoptive father. Bai Yi immediately turned away, shaking his head firmly. "No way, absolutely not." Despite his refusal, there was a mischievous glint in his eyes, and his voice was unyielding as he added, "Even if you offer me treasures, it still won't happen." "Who are these three people in front of me?" Wu Zaiqi asked, eyeing the group. "They're all older men with childish personalities, but of course they know exactly what you want." Bai Yi looked at the playful expression on Wu Zaiqi's face and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You want a gift, don't you, kid?" he teased. The two men beside him had already prepared to give the boy something, and they no longer held back, pulling out their presents. Bai Yi, grinning widely, gathered the treasures in his arms and beamed at them. "From now on, I'll be relying on all of you. Godfathers," he said with a wink, then leaned in to kiss them. Satisfied with his success, Wu Zaiqi asked, "Is there anything else you want?" Bai Yi, seizing the opportunity, wasted no time. "Can I ask for anything?" he inquired, his voice full of hope. Wu Zaiqi nodded firmly. Without hesitation, Bai Yi made his request. "I want you to create a set of equipment specifically for Bai Tonghong." Upon hearing these words, Bai Tonghong, who had been standing nearby, was so moved that he nearly cried. However, the next comment from Bai Yi instantly wiped away all of his emotions. The reason Bai Yi wanted the equipment was because he felt his father was too weak. Without proper gear, he feared his enemies might eventually defeat him. Wu Zaiqi didn't hesitate for a second. He agreed to create the equipment for Bai Tonghong. Sometime later, Bai Yi and his father made their way back to Bai Yi's room. On the way, Bai Tonghong's smile stretched so wide it almost reached his ears. Irritated by the constant beaming, Bai Yi finally told him, "Stop smiling already." It is true that he is his biological father. As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp slap landed on his face. Bai Yi sighed in frustration and told him, "Go home and have dinner." Bai Tonghong, still unsatisfied, stood up and asked, "Aren't you his father?" He chose not to respond, lazily thinking to himself, "I'll discuss this with Mom when we get home." Meanwhile, Qin Tianfu and the others had not left. The four of them were still gathered in the principal's office. Wu Zaiqi, astonished, turned to Qin Tianfu and asked, "Did Bai Yi really defeat the Black Shadow in the tower?" Qin Tianfu gave a slight nod. In that moment, Wu Zaiqi realized that Bai Yi had probably been adopted because Qin Tianfu wanted to be summoned by him the next time they encountered the Black Shadow. Qin Tianfu considered this and admitted that Wu Zaiqi's assumption wasn't entirely wrong. When Liu Pingyang heard this confirmation, he eagerly exclaimed, "So, this means if Bai Yi can overcome the restrictions of the Tianfu Tower, they can enter it?" Qin Tianfu smiled smugly, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he anticipated the chance for revenge. He was looking forward to repaying a certain kick from years ago. At these words, the three older men in the room fell silent. "Why go to such lengths for revenge?" one of them asked. Seeing their reactions, Qin Tianfu realized he had misspoken. He cleared his throat twice before responding, but old debts still need to be settled. Wang Deji finally reacted, glaring at him in anger. If Qin Ti and Fu hadn't spoken back then, and if there hadn't been a vulnerable figure involved, they wouldn't have had to suffer through those humiliating past experiences. Qin Ti and Fu suddenly found himself the target of criticism, leaving him feeling both embarrassed and unsure of how to respond. Almost immediately, a series of sharp remarks followed. Given the painful history between them, Qin Ti and Fu could only manage an awkward smile before saying, "Let's not dwell on the past." He quickly changed the subject, shifting the focus to Bai Yi and his mysterious magical door. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, having some free time, began unpacking the gifts he had received. As he opened them, his excitement grew. There's emergency life-saving medicine, a Saphia necklace, a light arrow talisman, and several pieces of leather. "Bai Yi, you're going to look amazing with all this," he exclaimed. While he was celebrating, his phone suddenly rang. He frowned, wondering who it might be. As soon as he answered, he heard Qin Tian Fu's sleep voiced asking, "Have you ever used the magical door to enter the Tian Fu Tower?" Bai Yi was taken aback. After a moment of thought, he shook his head and replied, "I've never tried it." "You don't mean you want to use it to track down that shadow, do you?" Qin Tian Fu responded without hesitation, "I need to settle a few old scores." Bai Yi couldn't help but pout at this, teasing, "You old rascal. But you're not turning it down either. You're saying you'll give it a go inside, aren't you?" At this, Qin Tian Fu's eyes brightened. He asked eagerly, "Can you go right now?" Bai Yi, though somewhat exasperated with the man, didn't refuse. With a resigned sigh, he agreed, "I'll go climb the tower right now." Bai Yi spent some time preparing before making his way to Tian Fu Tower. He wasn't alone. In addition to Qin Tian Fu, the three elderly men, Wu Zai Qi, had also arrived. Qin Tian Fu gave him a brief instruction. "When you encounter that shadow, open the magical door. I'll hold him off for 300 rounds. Bai Yi raised an eyebrow, pausing to study him. He then asked, "If you win, who gets the reward?" Qin Tian Fu shrugged, clearly uninterested in the reward. "You can have it all. I just need a reason to keep the shadow here." With the matter of the reward settled, Bai Yi nodded and walked toward the tower. "If we meet the shadow, you'll keep him here." The four of them, including Qin Tian Fu, watched as Bai Yi entered the tower. It wasn't long before he had disappeared inside. Before Qin Tian Fu could take any action, a low voice came from behind. "Since you've arrived, we should begin." The voice caught Bai Yi off guard, and he spun around quickly. He saw only a shadow cloaked in black, sitting in the only chair in the room. Annoyed, Bai Yi snapped, "Why do you always appear out of nowhere like a ghost?" The shadow responded calmly, "Aren't they looking for him?" Bai Yi froze for a moment, his mind racing. He clenched his teeth, determined not to acknowledge anything. He tried to convince himself he didn't understand what the shadow meant. The shadow let out a soft laugh before continuing. "That person really has made progress. I'll give him another chance." Bai Yi instantly knew who the shadow was referring to, and his face shifted with concern. How does he even know about this? The shadowy figure barely acknowledged him, simply instructing him to bring the other person in. With that, Bai Yi hesitated no longer. A faint blue light flickered in his hands, and soon the mystical door appeared before him. However, when he attempted to open it, he noticed it required 80 energy points. Bai Yi cursed under his breath. He suspected the merchant was trying to take advantage of him again, but there was little he could do. Clenching his teeth, he used the points to open the door. As it swung open, Bai Yi saw Qin Tian Fu hastily entering the tower, muttering to himself, "After all these years, I've finally found the dark figure to avenge being thrown out." The spirit tower shook its head with a soft chuckle. Although Qin Tian Fu had grown stronger over the years, he still seemed far from a match. This only fueled Qin Tian Fu's anger. He snorted coldly, "You won't know until you try." Without wasting another word, Qin Tian Fu's aura surged dramatically. A powerful wave of elemental energy began to gather around him, causing the air to ripple violently. The spirit tower sensed the overwhelming power but remained calm, its smile unshaken. Bai Yi, however, instinctively backed away nearly 100 meters, a sense of unease creeping over him. The power of this emperor-level fighter was truly terrifying. Seconds later, a massive fireball formed above Qin Tian Fu's head, growing larger by the moment until it resembled a miniature sun. Its searing light illuminated the entire area. With a roar, Qin Tian Fu hurled the fiery projectile at the spirit tower. The intense heat made the space unbearably hot, yet at that moment, Qin Tian Fu's eyes suddenly turned icy, and he glanced over at Bai Yi, shouting, "Come and help me." Bai Yi listened to the words with a look of disbelief on his face. Wasn't this just a personal dispute between the two of them? Why would they ask him for help? Yet, what other option did he have? With a sigh, he quickly gathered his people to provide support. At that moment, Qin Tian Fu raised both hands, and the massive sun shot toward the spirit tower. A brilliant blaze erupted into the air. Both Bai Yi and Qin Tianfu stared in surprise at the sight. Bai Yi muttered, "Qin Tianfu, wasn't the spirit tower destroyed in that fire?" Qin Tianfu's expression grew serious as he shook his head. This person is extremely powerful. He wouldn't have fallen so easily. Just as he finished speaking, an invisible force suddenly surged, and the flames were instantly snuffed out. Through the smoke, a figure emerged, his voice low and measured. "Though there's some improvement and the power is decent, there are still weaknesses." The Spirit Tower then offered them a challenge. If you can withstand one of his moves, you'll have passed this test. As the Spirit Tower spoke, it extended a finger. A moment later, a massive ball of fire sped toward Qin Tianfu. Qin Tianfu's expression darkened slightly, and he clenched his teeth, silently cursing, "Damn it, this time he'll understand the real difference." The same technique, when used by him, would require a full minute to properly release, while the Spirit Tower had completed it in less than 10 seconds. Qin Tianfu stood frozen, watching the flames surge toward him, utterly bewildered by what was happening. He bit his lip hard, accepting the inevitable. But in that moment, Bai Yi suddenly shouted, his voice piercing through the chaos, "Living Tower!" Without warning, Bai Yi pushed Qin Tianfu out of the way, startling him. Then he commanded with urgency, "Move aside, leave this to me." As he finished speaking, a surge of power radiated from his body. Despite only having 30% of his usual strength, there was an undeniable air of confidence, as though he were capable of overpowering anything before him. The minor challenge posed by the Spirit Tower was hardly worth his attention. He continued to summon fireballs, launching them toward Bai Yi. The familiar sound of explosions filled the air, but each blast was effortlessly blocked by Bai Yi's summoned flames. He moved fluidly, circling around, effortlessly deflecting the powerful strikes from the Spirit Tower. This display left both Qin Tianfu and the Spirit Tower momentarily stunned. Unable to defeat him, the Spirit Tower finally retreated with a deep relieved sigh. Bai Yi stood with his arms crossed, his expression cold, and asked the Spirit Tower, "Does that count as passing the test?" The Spirit Tower narrowed its eyes, then responded, "Just hurry up and put some clothes on." Bai Yi blinked in surprise, realizing he was completely naked. Flustered, he quickly retrieved a set of clothes from his space and dressed himself, offering an awkward explanation. "This skill is great, but it sure does wear out clothes fast." The Spirit Tower did not respond to Bai Yi, but instead turned its attention to Qin Tianfu, as if awaiting something further from him. With a deep sigh, Qin Tianfu asked, "Can you tell me what level of cultivation you've reached?" The Spirit Tower smiled faintly and waved its hand. The world around them seemed to blur, and in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted. It had been ages since anyone had spoken to it like this, so the Spirit Tower decided it was time to engage in conversation with the two of them. Before long, the space transformed into a vast, open plain with a dining table placed neatly in the center. The Spirit Tower gestured for the two to sit, and they complied. As they settled down, the Spirit Tower began to speak, its voice calm and deliberate. In this world, the base level is the highest attainable for most it began, but there are still many treasures left untamed, scattered throughout the world. Bai Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. "What do you mean by untamed treasures?" he asked. Though unsure himself, Qin Tianfu understood the meaning immediately. Untamed treasures referred to objects of great power, like the Tianfu Tower itself. These treasures existed all over the world, yet no one had ever managed to claim or control them. The Spirit Tower shot Qin Tianfu a disapproving glance. This tower was originally called the Heavenly Tao Tower, but because of you, it ended up bearing your name. This is the real reason why the Spirit Tower expelled you. It said, its tone sharp. Qin Tianfu could only chuckle awkwardly in response. "Wasn't that how it was recorded?" he replied, his voice tinged with a hint of defensiveness. "Then what level of strength do you truly have?" Qin Tianfu pressed further. The Spirit Tower took a slow sip of tea, its gaze distant. "Beyond the base level, there were many other realms," it said, its voice deepening. "This world is far more complicated than it appears. The truly powerful individuals remain hidden in the shadows." Bai Yi, hearing this, asked with a hint of skepticism, "Is your duty to confine the powerful individual in the secret realm?" The Spirit Tower nodded in acknowledgement, but expressed regret, noting that none of the individuals in Qin Tianfu had advanced beyond their basic levels, which left him feeling deeply disappointed. Bai Yi then inquired, "Who is stronger, you or the one in the secret realm?" The Spirit Tower paused, contemplating the question for a moment before responding, "Within the tower, that person would not stand a chance against me. However, I cannot leave, so there's no real comparison." Bai Yi looked at him in slight surprise. "Why can't you leave?" she asked. The Spirit Tower sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. "I truly cannot leave the tower. I don't even know how many years it's been since I last stepped outside. Bai Yi cast a brief glance at Qin Tianfu before turning back to the spirit tower. With a mysterious look, she said, "You can help him." At this, Qin Tianfu immediately realized that Bai Yi was suggesting using the dad skill to bring the spirit tower outside. The spirit tower, upon hearing the mention of this skill, looked uncertain. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you talking about using that skill?" Without hesitation, Bai Yi nodded. If it's used, it should be able to break this restriction, but only for a moment, probably just 1 second. Qin Tianfu, hearing this, pouted. What good is 1 second? However, the spirit tower appeared quite satisfied. Regardless of the result, he thought at least they could try the method Bai Yi had proposed. Bai Yi smiled gently, then clasped her hands into fists. I respectfully asked, "Spirit Tower, will you accept me as your adopted child?" Spirit Tower let out a soft chuckle, and in an instant, its adoptive father was successfully summoned. Soon, he would be able to call upon him again. Bai Yi saw the notification and quickly spoke up, "Adoptive father, Spirit Tower is able to leave now." But Spirit Tower shook his head, signaling that it wasn't urgent. A sphere of pale yellow light appeared in his hand, and he gently pointed his index finger to the center of Bai Yi's forehead. An energy stream began to flow into his body. "This is your reward for completing the level." Bai Yi's eyes widened as he felt the energy course through him. He received 105 points in free attributes, 105 points in skills, and an enhancement to his innate talent. Once the energy fully integrated within him, Bai Yi hesitated before speaking up. "Spirit Tower, did you give me too much? I only passed 1 level." Spirit Tower let out a soft laugh in response to Bai Yi's words. "The upcoming levels won't be that difficult." Without any trace of embarrassment, Bai Yi proudly declared, "Those questions were nothing for me." Spirit Tower studied him for a moment before suggesting, "Why don't you try that method?" Bai Yi nodded slightly and began to form an energy stream in his hand. "Spirit Tower, is there anywhere you'd like to go?" Spirit Tower didn't insist. He simply wished to experience the world outside. Soon after, a strong gust of wind blew in, and the mystical door appeared before the three of them. Bai Yi had originally planned to open the door and step outside, but just as he reached for the handle, a notification appeared, stating that opening the door would cost him 60 skill points. Frustrated, Bai Yi gritted his teeth. This was nothing short of a scam. Still, he decided to open the door, and together with Qin Tianfu, they stepped into the outside world. Before them stood a sprawling city, its towering buildings packed closely together. Qin Tianfu took one look and immediately recognized the area as the most famous part of Tianfu City. He had intentionally chosen this spot. Bai Yi didn't object. After a brief pause, he called out, "Summon the foster father Spirit Tower." Only for 6 seconds. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook violently, sending both Bai Yi and Qin Tianfu into alert. A powerful surge of energy descended from the sky and struck the earth. In that moment, the Spirit Tower materialized, and after scanning the area, it let out a joyful laugh. At last, it had stepped outside. The Spirit Tower glanced at Bai Yi and asked, "How much time do I have left?" Bai Yi hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, you only have 3 seconds." The Spirit Tower didn't press the issue, simply nodding in agreement. 3 seconds will be enough, it said. It wanted to tell Bai Yi that whenever things got difficult, he could always come to it for help. But before it could finish its thought, the Spirit Tower vanished from sight as quickly as a passing breeze. Qin Tianfu stood still for a moment, then sighed. "I can't help but feel a little sorry for the Spirit Tower. Bai Yi is the same way. You should take it on more often when you can." He glanced at Bai Yi for a while before saying, "If it weren't for you, they'd still be stuck in their narrow view of the world like frogs at the bottom of a well." Bai Yi merely smiled softly, then encouraged him not to lose hope. "Give it a few more years. By then, no matter who or what they are, they won't stand a chance against you." Later, Bai Yi returned home and settled in his room. As he sat there, the notification board flashed with a message. Asterisk, would you like to exchange 1,000 points of divine power to transform your appearance into upgrade materials for Bai Yi level 3? Please note that this operation is irreversible, so proceed with caution. Asterisk. Bai Yi selected asterisk agree asterisk and soon received a success notification. Asterisk, congratulations! You have reached Bai Yi level 3. The incantation now allows you to summon your father, including adoptive fathers, regardless of distance or space. The duration depends on the spatial distance and level, with a minimum of 6 seconds. You may summon up to 2 people, but it can only be used once per day. After all, your father's time is precious. Asterisk. Bai Yi glanced at the notification and smirked. "So, does this mean I can summon 2 fathers at once?" "Ha! He rested his chin on his hand, scrolling through the announcement while pondering what should I do with the remaining 240 skill points. Without hesitation, he made up his mind. Level up the skills. He tapped the screen repeatedly. Notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations, 60 skill points successfully deducted. Character leveled up from level 2 to level 3. Force control time increased from 5 seconds to 6 seconds. Congratulations, 90 skill points successfully deducted. Character leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Minimum time increased from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. Cooldown reduced from 5 minutes to 1 minute. Congratulations, 90 skill points successfully deducted. Character leveled up from level 1 to level 3. Maintenance time increased from 1 second to 5 seconds. Bai Yi let out a deep sigh of relief and collapsed onto the bed, finally addressing the rewards that had been piling up for over 2 months. Just as he was about to settle down for a nap, the doorbell rang. He glanced at the clock and frowned. It's 9 p.m. Who could it be at this hour? He made his way to the door, but the screen only showed 2 cat ears. No person in sight. He looked around, but saw nothing. Could it be? Am I seeing ghosts? A voice suddenly rang out from the other side of the door. You're the ghost. Bai Yi was confused. Why did he hear what seemed like the voice of that annoying cat? The door swung open, and there she was, holding a stack of documents, her face clearly angry. Bai Yi, did you do this on purpose? She commanded, pointing directly at him. It took you this long to open the door. Are you up to something shady? Bai Yi bent down slightly, smirking as he teased, maybe it's just that you're too short for the camera to catch you. He stepped aside, inviting the cat inside. What brings you here? He asked. The cat's expression softened, though her tone remained serious. I'm here on behalf of Commander Q. There's a mission that requires your involvement, and naturally, the reward will be generous. She handed him the stack of papers. Bai Yi took them, still puzzled. What kind of mission is this? The scene shifted into a building engulfed in flames, its structure in ruins. The cat explained a horrifying event took place at the border between Nation H and Country H. After investigation, Chu Kai and the team suspected it was the work of a right-wing faction within Semina's government. However, they don't have concrete evidence. They wanted to cross the border to investigate further, but their request was denied. The authorities there warned that anyone attempting to cross the border without permission would be seen as declaring war. The scene shifted back to the room, where the bodies of the fallen lay in piles. Bai Yi slammed the papers down onto the floor, his fists clenched tightly. I'll take the mission, he said with grim determination. The one responsible must pay. The cat lady continued, at the moment, those individuals are still in talks with Country H, which is why I'm here. Also, since this is a covered operation, both you and your team must be extra cautious about your safety. Mio. On the table was a photo of a young girl lying in a pool of blood, looking pitiful. Bai Yi gritted his teeth and said, don't worry. Whether or not they did this, their attitude clearly ties them to it. The cat lady spoke while sipping some water. This time, the team should be small, ideally just 3 to 5 people. 3 to 5 people. President Saya, are you planning to join the mission too? Bai Yi asked, confused. The cat lady smiled. I'd love to, but people in Country H are extremely sensitive to half-beasts. If I went, I'd leave traces behind. Haven't you heard of Showa University, the well-known one in Country H? If I showed up, I'd be the most stunning cat there. Bai Yi, hearing this, couldn't help but smile and give her a thumbs up. You really have a high opinion of yourself. The cat lady handed him a photo. All right, I've given you the mission details. Once you get there, find this person. They'll provide you with more information related to the mission. Bai Yi took the photo and turned to leave. Got it. I need to go gather my team. Take care, President Saya. Seeing him leave, the cat lady quickly called out, wait, I'll go with you. The scene shifts to a busy street at night, filled with people. A man dressed in black, his appearance suspicious, walks quickly with his head down. He makes his way to an old house hidden in an alley. Pausing in front of the door, he mutters something quietly. A blond man opens the door and says sharply, come in. The blond man pours a glass of water and asks, the special envoy has come to handle the investigative team from Country H, hasn't he? The man in black reveals that he is an envoy from Country H, secretly involved in the situation. He responds, isn't this information coming from you to us? This blond man is Bao Jin Shuai, my trusted fellow spy. He presses his hands together and whispers to the envoy, I'm just a merchant of information. Whoever offers me more, I'll sell my loyalty to them. The envoy finishes his drink with a snort, then opens a gleaming gold box. This is the deposit. Once we capture those children, the rest will follow. Jin Shui's eyes gleam at the sight of the gold. Haha, thank you, Special Envoy. He bites the gold with his teeth, his face full of greed. Don't worry, Special Envoy. As soon as those kids come to me, I'll let you know right away. Upon hearing Bai Yi's account, Dexian's anger flares. These people are truly despicable. The girl with orange hair looked extremely frustrated. That's right, Bai Yi, when are we leaving? We can't let those people from country H stay for another moment. Bai Yi crossed his arms and paused, deep in thought. I have a feeling this is more complicated than it seems. Ruixei, what do you think? Ruixei seemed uncertain. I have the same feeling. Logically, the strength of country H shouldn't be on par with our nation H. Even their strongest base-level warriors are only 3 people. But right now, they have such overwhelming momentum. Either they have powerful backing, or there's something more going on. Bai Yi held up a photo. Yes, I think so too. He stared at it with growing suspicion. Moreover, my intuition tells me this person may have already betrayed us. Ruixei frowned. Are you saying we're not going to meet with this person anymore? Bai Yi nodded. That's right. The investigation at the border is complete, so there's no need for us to go again. This time, I plan to head straight to Shower City. Everyone go back and get ready. We leave at midnight. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. Understood. At midnight, the 4 of them gathered in a room, dressed in ninja-like outfits, looking quite impressive. Bai Yi asked, is everyone ready? He then summoned the mystical door, silently thinking, Shower City, Shower City. The door opened, and they were immediately transported straight to Shower City. Daxian stepped out and was immediately taken aback by the sight before him. Oh my god, this place looks terrifying, he exclaimed. Bai Yi scratched his head apologetically. Sorry about that. This door of mine tends to open in the strangest places. Shinji D quickly asked, Brother Yi, where are we heading next? Bai Yi handed Daxian a photo. For the next few days, follow this person and see if you can find any clues related to him. Daxian took the photo with a nod. Understood. Leave it to me. Bai Yi addressed the group. We'll split up. And remember, try not to speak in our native language. At that moment, an insect landed on one of their classmates' finger, interrupting them. Brother Yi, something's wrong, the classmate said. Without hesitation, Bai Yi and the others sprang into action. All right, let's move out. At an intersection, a black and white car was waiting at a red light. Bai Yi and Ruixei pursued it, with Ruixei glancing out of the car window. It's him, she said. On the sidewalk, 2 people were talking. The man with blonde hair was Xiao Niao Yu, an undercover agent from Country H. Bai Yi gave quick instructions. Everyone, get ready to follow him. The car had only 1 occupant, and it soon turned onto a deserted road. Ruixei used her phone to jam the communication device. She glanced at Bai Yi and said, We're about to begin the operation. Bai Yi accelerated, quickly closing the distance between them. He was now tailing Niao Yu's car. It seemed the blonde man had sensed something was off as he kept a sharp eye on the rearview mirror. Bai Yi overtook the spy's vehicle. Seeing this, the spy's irritation flared. Asterisk quo is this reckless fool daring to cut me off, asterisk, he thought. In that moment, the 2 cars were driving side by side. Seizing the opportunity, Ruixei jumped out of the car. The blonde-haired man stared at her, stunned. Without missing a beat, she leaped through the air, chasing after him. Realizing he was under attack, fury washed over him. He reached for the button in his car to call for backup, but it malfunctioned. Asterisk Dan at asterisk, he cursed inwardly. Frustrated, he jerked the steering wheel hard, yanked open the door, and jumped out, attempting to flee. But luck was not on his side. Daxian was already waiting. You're not getting away, you little brat, he muttered. Daxian kicked him so hard it felt like his neck might snap. Clutching his throat, the spy gritted his teeth and asked, Who are you people? From behind, Bai Yi swung a red brick and smashed it into his face. I'm your father, he said coldly. The man immediately lost consciousness. Bai Yi opened a portal and dragged him through. This place isn't safe. Let's move, he said. The portal led them into a small room. Daxian splashed a basin of water onto the man's face, jolting him awake. He coughed and spluttered, clearly disoriented from the shock. As his senses returned, he looked around at Bai Yi and the others, feigning confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? Bai Yi, still holding the brick, glared at him. You're a prisoner now. Tell us everything you know, or you'll find out the hard way what happens next. He wasn't being cooperative either. You people are from Nation H. How did you end up here? Bai Yi swiftly slapped him, nearly knocking his jaw loose. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't want to suffer, tell us everything that happened now. He clutched his cheek, but still sneered. Are you going to kill me? This is Semida, not your Nation H. Enraged, Daxian kicked him in the stomach. How dare he act so smug? One of the group quickly stepped in to restrain Daxian, urging, Forget it, forget it. Calm down, don't kill him. The man groaned, still clutching his stomach, and taunted them, You idiots, if any of you have the guts, go ahead and kill me. You'll never get the truth out of me. Bai Yi sighed after hearing that. Well, didn't expect you to have some courage. Let's see how much you've really got. Upon hearing this, he panicked. What are you going to do? A faint buzzing sound filled the air as a bee flew over and landed right on his nose. He screamed in terror, "Ah!" The brutal Bai Yi hadn't done anything yet. They just watched the bee hover around him. But when he saw the entire swarm coming, he panicked, almost wetting himself, shouting, "I'll talk, I'll talk." Bai Yi leaned in and threatened coldly, "Speak. If you lie even once, I'll let these insects crawl right through your pants." He quickly admitted after hearing this, it was Country Ace that found an egg with unusual patterns at the border. Some radical elements from the right wing learned about it and sent people to eliminate the entire village. As Bai Yi listened to the story, he thought to himself, an egg with strange patterns. If it were just an ordinary monster egg, Country H would never risk offending Nation H over it. But the fact that they dared to make it public means that this egg must hold significant value. In fact, it could be powerful enough to shift the balance of power between the two countries. Ruixai asked, "What does this have to do with your country L?" He replied, "I am no longer a citizen of country L. I become a naturalized citizen of country H. Our primary task now is to assist them with the research." Ruixai pressed further. "So, does that mean you know what it is?" He sank back in his seat. "Unfortunately, up until now, we still haven't been able to determine exactly what it is." At that moment, Teacher Kin appeared. For an unnamed egg to have caused the massacre of our entire village, it must have been that man, Park Gup Jang. Bai Yi turned to him. "Park Gup Jang?" Teacher Kin nodded. "Yes, he is the leader of the right-wing faction in Country H. If it's him, this matter is likely going to be difficult to resolve." Bai Yi spoke up. "If they're after this egg, could it mean that we might?" They arrived at a fairly crowded street, and Bai Yi's group immediately sensed something unusual in the air. The man with orange hair spoke up. "There are at least 3 special agents nearby. We can't afford to act recklessly or make a scene." Shinji D suggested, "I can send out the flying insects to scatter and cause explosions in other areas. That should draw the attention of the special agents." Bai Yi and his girlfriend exchanged a look, as if contemplating the idea. After a brief pause, Bai Yi nodded in agreement. "That could work, but be careful not to harm any innocent bystanders." Chidi clasped his hands together, preparing to summon the insects. "Don't worry, I've got this." The swarm of insects appeared quickly and immediately began their task. Chidi spoke again. "Everything's in place. I've set the bomb insects along the pipelines. When they trigger the explosions, there won't be any trace left behind." Hearing this, Bai Yi gave the signal. "All right, let's get ready to move." Chidi reminded him, "Prepare for the fireworks." Moments later, loud explosions erupted in multiple locations, setting off a chain reaction. A series of explosions followed, and chaos broke out as people fled in panic. Several special agents quickly reported, "Attention, attention, there's a terrorist attack underway. Notify the relevant authorities immediately." Bai Yi raised his hand in appreciation, praising GD. "This technique is exceptional." GD scratched his head awkwardly. "It's just a small trick, nothing to get excited about." The scene then shifts to a tavern where Bao Jin Shuai sits alone, clearly frustrated. "Damnation H. They promised me a team would come to meet me yesterday, but they completely broke their word. Now I've lost so much gold and silver. Does anyone here understand that?" At that moment, Bai Yi and his group arrived behind Bao Jin Shui. Just as he was about to take a sip from his glass, he felt something. Out of nowhere, a brick hurtled toward his face. Luckily, he managed to dodge it just in time. He quickly asked, "Who are you people?" Ruixai acted swiftly, using the golden thunder serpent's binding skill to restrain him. He was instantly bound, unable to move, foam beginning to form at the corners of his mouth. He collapsed beside GD, who was already holding a bag in hand. Bai Yi and Ruixai exchanged a satisfied glance and clapped their hands. "Good teamwork." Ruixi, feeling a bit bashful, replied, "It's not just you getting better. I've been working hard to keep up with you." Upon hearing this, Bai Yi's nose began to bleed. "Ruixai, you're just too cute." The scene shifts again to Bai Yi's house. The group steps out through the magical door. Daxian, looking uneasy, asks, "We weren't spotted, were we?" Bai Yi responds with a calm tone. "Bao Jin Shuai disappearing will definitely raise some questions. Everyone, go find Principal Qin and set up an urgent meeting. Wait for my call." You then opened the information board. This time, the military base required 100 skill points to be located. On the other side, the envoy from Country X let out an angry sigh. "Damn it, who did this?" His subordinate reported, "Your Excellency, we've just checked the cameras around the area, and there's no sign of anyone entering or leaving the bar. Do you think it could be a powerful figure from space who came to take Bao Jin Shui?" The envoy gritted his teeth. "No one with that kind of power would need to take him secretly. If I find out who's behind this, then I'll regret it." I'll make them wish they were never born. Someone brought Jin Shui and Master Qin and forced him to kneel. Ru Xiai approached Master Qin and said, Principal Qin, Bai Yi asked us to inform you that you can begin the meeting and he will call you later. Master Qin gave a kind smile and replied, You've all done well. But then his expression darkened. He lunged forward, grabbing Jin Shui by the collar. At the very least, you traitor's accomplice, tell me everything you know now. Jin Shui broke into a cold sweat. I swear I won't hide anything. Master Qin turned to Bai Yi's group. You all rest for now. We'll take it from here. The scene shifts to the military research facility of Country H. Bai Yi and Xiao Neo. You are quietly observing from a distance, standing just outside the gate. Bai Yi watches the base for a moment, carefully calculating the situation, while Xiao Neo, you warns him. Inside, there's a strawman at the base level, 2 at the method level, and 3 at the master level. I bet anything, if you go in now, you'll definitely be invited to take part in some slice and diced experiments. Bai Yi responds, only a fool would walk in right now. We need to come up with another plan. Xiao Neo, you rubs his hands together with a grin, then adds, Well, now that I've brought you to the base and shown you where the egg is, how about letting me go? Bai Yi turns to look at him, smiling but with a trace of mischief in his expression. You're right. No problem. Bai Yi here is very trustworthy. Without warning, Bai Yi swings his hand and strikes him. Xiao Neo, you manages to mutter, Huff you. After the hit, Bai Yi casually remarks, So, I've decided to send you back to Mother Earth. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room, Bao Jinshui is handcuffed and reporting to the directors of various institutes. He trembles as he recounts the entire event. That's exactly what happened. This is all I know. One of the interrogators speaks up. So, it's true that the right-wing faction of Country H killed everyone in the village just because of a strange egg. Jin Shui nods. Yes, that's exactly what happened. A bald man persisted in his questioning. What kind of evidence are we talking about, and what level does it hold? Do you know? The other man answered, I don't know. In fact, not even they know. The man with long white hair shouted in anger, How vile! Whether it's about this evidence or seeking revenge for the villagers, this debt must be paid. One of the group spoke up, then I'll call the others back. We can't let the villagers die without justice. Everyone nodded in agreement. That's right. Master Qin, who had been standing quietly beside them, interrupted, No, we can't call them back. If the others on the battlefield realize we're missing, it will create chaos. The group turned to Master Qin and asked, Then do you have a better solution? Master Qin raised his phone and said, Let's not forget, we have a highly resourceful adopted son. From the phone, Bai Yi's voice echoed, fathers, here's the situation. The plan is fine, but Bai Yi will be careful. He then reassured them confidently, don't worry, fathers. There's no time to waste. We'll leave soon. Meanwhile, inside a military research base in Country H, a red-haired man listened intently as the subordinate reported, Did you say Bao Jinshui was taken by someone? The subordinate confirmed, Yes, that's correct. Before he could say more, the red-haired man kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the wall. He angrily reprimanded his subordinate. What good is this useless thing I've kept around? The subordinate fell to his knees, pleading, My lord, please spare my life. Give me one more chance. The red-haired man frowned. This can't all be your fault. The enemy might have secretly captured Bao Jinshui. It's likely someone with advanced skills in manipulating space. Take your men and secure the entire base. The subordinate nodded. I'll make sure not a single fly gets past this research base. Please don't worry, my lord. The red-haired man then dismissed the subordinate and walked over to the strange glowing egg. Kid, come out now. I've taken so many risks for you. Meanwhile, on the street, people were talking in hushed tones about the latest news bulletin. What's happening? Is something big going down? On the broadcast, a television station reported the breaking news. At 1832 local time, Nation A suddenly amassed hundreds of thousands of soldiers at the border. This is clearly a troubling development. What does this aggressive move mean? We'll have to wait and see. The reports didn't stop there. More updates came in. Breaking news. Our country's strongman base has appeared at the border. It's suspected they're preparing for a confrontation. Our station has contacted a national expert to explain the situation. The people are in utter confusion. What's happening? Wasn't everything calm earlier this morning? In the lower realm, 2 factions, Xua and Tianfu, are standing opposed. They represent 2 distinct human worlds, and the tension between them is unbearable. The leader of the right-wing faction from the nation of Jiang Wu Jian shouts angrily, Wu Zai Qi, what exactly is your nation A trying to do? Right now, all of humanity is united against us. To the Xena people want to start a civil war. He demands, his voice brimming with frustration. At this point, the representative of the left-wing faction from the nation speaks up. Kim Jong-kyu, Mr. Wu, what exactly is the goal of this formation you've set up? Both of them are still deeply confused. Wu Zai-ki finally begins to explain. Why, you ask? Haven't the two of you figured it out by now? Kim Jong-kyu and his allies exchange puzzled looks. Wu Zai-ki, growing more agitated, adds, wait, let me make this clear. The image before you shows a street in Nation H utterly destroyed with countless casualties. If you can't explain this, you've crossed into Nation H and your lives are forfeit. Kim Jong-kyu, realizing that Wu Zai-ki is not joking, feels a sense of dread creeping in. Behind Wu Zai-ki, countless warriors stand ready, prepared to defend their nation at all costs. The people of Seachen struggled to contain their anger towards those from Nation H, while everything around them descended into complete chaos. Kim Jong-kyu heard the commotion and glanced at his two colleagues. It was clear something was amiss. They had undoubtedly done something that could not be allowed to come to light. Wu Zai-ki, growing increasingly impatient, asked, do these people have anything more to say? His face was tense with concern. Jong-kyu, not wanting the situation to escalate further, clasped his hands together and said, Mr. Wu, I believe there's been some misunderstanding. This matter is too serious for us to take one-sided accounts at face value. How about we calm down and form an investigation team together? What do you think? Wu Zai-ki, appearing thoughtful, seemed open to the idea and nodded in agreement. All right, let's discuss it then. Meanwhile, on the other side of the front lines, Mr. Qin and Bai Yi were working tirelessly to prevent the crisis from worsening. Upon receiving the news, Mr. Qin relayed, the other side has agreed to negotiate. At that moment, only Park Guk-chang remained at Nation A's base, a fact Bai Yi was well aware of. Ready to take action, they were preparing to leave. Now Mr. Qin had taken on a fatherly role. The playful Bai Yi handed him a sock and said with a grin, Dad, put this on and you'll be the most dazzling person there. The purpose of the sock turned out to be simple yet effective. It was meant to be worn over the head, obscuring the face, much like a bandit's mask. Bai Yi demonstrated the idea first, then urged, Mr. Qin, don't hesitate, just put him on. Mr. Qin appeared frustrated, his voice sharp as he addressed his son. You wear a black sock and you give me a fishnet one? Do you think they won't recognize me? This is ridiculous. Bai Yi remained calm, exuding confidence as he prepared to step through the mysterious door. Oh, please don't worry about the details. After all, you're the main character in this story, he said. A smug grin on his face. Still concerned about the reckless child, Mr. Qin reminded him, Bai Yi, you have to be cautious. Nothing is more important than you. Bai Yi reassured him, don't worry. I know my limits and the tower is still intact. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully selected the tower, gaining an additional 35% attribute for the target, which will last for 15 minutes. 15 minutes is plenty, Bai Yi said, his voice steady. I'm heading out now. If you need Mr. Qin later, just have him attack with everything he's got. As he opened the door, he added, we can't afford to lose anyone else from this base today. Mr. Qin's voice followed, filled with concern. Bai Yi, stay safe. After stepping out the door, Bai Yi found himself in an unfamiliar space. What am I doing in the women's restroom? He thought. Flustered, he quickly covered his face, his cheeks turning red. How did I end up in the women's restroom? He muttered in frustration. However, he soon composed himself. All right, focus. Time to get to work like the professional I am. He was in the women's restroom on the second floor of the base. His destination was the research room on the fourth floor. Across from that research room was Park Guk-chang's office. Observing his surroundings, Bai Yi couldn't help but think, they're really thorough here. On the fourth floor, two doctors were working in the research machine room, monitoring both the equipment and the data connections. They didn't hold back in mocking the H Nation. Haha, those fools from A Nation, by the time they figure things out, will have already hatched this egg, one of them laughed. The other one joined in with a sneer. Exactly. This morning, Chief Bai made it clear that he wants it done as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the special envoy felt a sense of impending misfortune. The two doctors, still in high spirits, were unaware that their fate was about to take a dark turn. Bai Yi quietly appeared behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned in and whispered, "You're really unlucky, aren't you?" Startled, the two doctors spun around, only to find Bai Yi standing there, a calm but intense presence. He asked, "Who are you? And where did you come from?" A hand gripped his head tightly. Then, with a swift motion, Bai Yi twisted the necks of the two doctors, snapping them instantly. The system immediately sent a notification. Congratulations, host. You have killed the level 32 CEO, earning 9,600 experience points and 6,400 divine power points. The remaining target is level 23, granting 10,500 experience points and 7,000 divine power points. Looking down at the two men, now lifeless and bruised on the floor, Bai Yi felt a twinge of guilt. "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't control my strength very well," he muttered. However, the guilt was short-lived. Bai Yi quickly shifted his focus to disrupting the enemy's communication network. Well, they were going to die anyway. Let me see where the egg is. He sat down to examine the base's map, and the system reminded him they will contact every 3 minutes. It is recommended to move quickly. After checking, Bai Yi immediately destroyed the communication line. 3 minutes? That's more than enough. With that, he hurried off. Upon reaching the target location, Bai Yi scanned the area and saw a heavily guarded post. He paused to catch his breath, observing the number of soldiers stationed there. A sense of regret washed over him. If I hadn't tried to save some points for the magic door, I wouldn't be so worn out now. This is more complicated than I thought. Eventually, Bai Yi found a side route and quietly made his way to the front of the base, where the egg he had been searching for was being studied. Surrounded by a glass enclosure, the doctors remained focused on their task, diligently following their plan to complete the research as quickly as possible. Bai Yi believed there was no other option but to dive in head first, fully aware of the risks. Suddenly, a reminder appeared on the system. In front of him, a Grandmaster-level defensive formation was activated. Breaking through such a formation typically required a significant amount of time, even for someone with a powerful base. Bai Yi hesitated, thinking, wouldn't this be a waste of effort? This approach doesn't seem practical, and immediately reconsidered. Panic set in, a Grandmaster-level defensive formation. At this stage, there's no choice, Bai Yi thought, determined to move forward. He decided to channel his energy to summon the magical door, still confident that speed would keep him undetected. As long as I act quickly, no one will notice me, he reassured himself. However, to his surprise, with so many doctors in the research room, their eyes met and the atmosphere grew tense. The silence felt thick, and Bai Yi realized the awkwardness of the situation. He smiled, trying to play it off, ha, as if no one saw me. In that moment, Bai Yi made a bold decision. He punched through the glass enclosure containing the egg being studied. Clutching the egg tightly, he sprinted away with all of his might, raking through the programmed barriers. The guards sprang into action, doing their best to catch up to him. The guards at the research facility displayed impressive skill. They fired directly at Bai Yi, who narrowly dodged the shots, but the egg was knocked out of his hand. Frustrated, he muttered, "Is this some kind of sneak attack?" As soon as the boss heard the news, he rushed to the scene. Watching the chaos unfold, he shouted, "Damn it, give me the egg." Bai Yi watched helplessly as the egg fell, unable to stop the tears from welling up. It continued to drop, driven by inertia, and his plan to destroy it was beginning to succeed. The room fell silent as everyone stared, waiting for the egg to shatter. With an awkward smile, Bai Yi said, "Well, you were the one who told me to hand it over." Furious beyond reason, the boss ordered Bai Yi's immediate capture. With no other option, Bai Yi bolted, running for his life as the facility's guards pursued him relentlessly. "Stop chasing me already. Don't you guys ever get tired?" Bai Yi yelled, breathless. The boss, determined to settle the matter, was convinced that today would be the day he would bury Bai Yi and the egg together. In a panic, Bai Yi quickly summoned his magic door, but before he could escape, a powerful force surged forward, shattering his magic door into pieces. Destroyed without mercy, Bai Yi wept, consumed by regret. Bai Yi's anger flared. He stopped in his tracks, no longer trying to escape. These people have guts. Whether they end up buried with me or not is still up in the air. He turned to face the enemy, his voice dripping with mockery. "You cowards from Country H, I'm right here. Come and try to catch me if you're so confident." The leader and his group from Country H were fully prepared, their resolve firm. "No matter what happens today, you will die by our hands." With that, they charged at Bai Yi. He looked at them with nothing but contempt. As their power surged toward him, Bai Yi calmly issued an order. "Where are they? Protect me." Out of nowhere, the leader saw a decoy appear in front of him. Stunned and powerless, he watched as the real Bai Yi moved to a different spot. Panic set in as the leader found himself paralyzed by a spell. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" Before he could react, flames engulfed him, reducing him to a charred, lifeless heap. Bai Yi approached, confirming the strike had landed, his surprise evident at how effortless it had been. But just as he thought it was over, a powerful force slammed into him. The leader wasn't dead after all. He had been waiting for the right moment to ambush Bai Yi. Luckily, Bai Yi was quick on his feet, blocking the blow just in time. Not willing to give up, the leader struck again, this time with all his fury. The sheer force of his attack seemed strong enough to shatter the ground beneath them. These enemies really know how to underestimate others. The cunning Bai Yi flaunted his 9 Phoenix black golden armor, a piece of flawless craftsmanship, all while giving a provoking glare that only added to the irritation. The boss, fuming, "Friend, you're about to die, you still dare to speak so arrogantly." Unfazed, Bai Yi shot back. Is this man talking about himself? The boss swung his long saber, his movements sharp as he summoned all his strength. "You arrogant brat, take a hit from me." Blinded by anger, the boss was slower than Bai Yi anticipated. In a flash, Bai Yi pulled someone from Country H in front of him, using the person as his shield. The force of the blow tore the unfortunate soul in half. Bai Yi was stunned by the sheer strength of the strike, but he wasn't ready to back down. "Still can't see through the boss's moves. You people from Country H don't hesitate to kill your own." The boss continued his rant. "Bai Yi, stop with the nonsense and take the hit from my blade now." With a fierce shout, he swung his saber again. But Bai Yi remained calm, giving a soft pat to his own head as he reminded, "Boss, look up." The boss sneered, his confidence unwavering. "What does this little brat think he's doing? Ha! Calling for help won't save you now that your end is near." He gathered speed, his blade crackling with an almost fiery energy as it surged toward Bai Yi, threatening to burn everything in its path. With a powerful leap, he aimed for Bai Yi directly, but Bai Yi stood his ground without flinching. A deep voice suddenly echoed through the air, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was stopped, held firmly between two fingers. Someone had appeared to save Bai Yi. A powerful force surged, quickly overpowering the unfortunate demon lord. Hundreds of slashes cut through the air, seemed to tear apart the very fabric of space. The demon lord was struck again and again, unable to react. His body was soon covered in deep wounds, and blood poured from him relentlessly as he screamed in pain. After the surprise attack, the demon lord had lost an arm, his body torn and bloodied. Shock and disbelief flooded him. How did this happen? The person who had intervened was none other than the master of the Tianfu Tower, and the power of this protector was far greater than he had anticipated. The man spoke, his voice booming, a frog in a well. "There's so much you still don't understand." Bai Yi stood silently beside him, bowing his head in gratitude to his foster father, whose demeanor was often stern. The man, however, was polite in return. "This small matter is nothing. I'll leave this to you now. It's time for me to head back." With that, the Tower Master raised his hand, casting a spell, and vanished. After watching his foster father leave, Bai Yi smiled brightly and rubbed his head. "Sorry about that, foster father. I'll try to keep you out of it a little longer next time." It seems the Tower Master has been confined for too long and hasn't been able to step outside. A simple task like this might no longer be enough to satisfy him. After sustaining heavy injuries, the boss conceded defeat to Bai Yi. "This time you've won. You may leave now," he said. Bai Yi felt insulted. "Leave? If by that you mean entering, then yes, I can leave. But it should be you who leaves, not me." The boss appeared somewhat confused, unable to understand Bai Yi's words. "What do you mean?" Bai Yi pointed upward again. "Who is it this time?" It turned out that his adoptive father, Qin, had arrived. It had been a serious mistake to involve his son in this. Qin was gathering all his strength to form a fireball, while Judy was urging Bai Yi to leave the area. The boss was startled and panicked upon seeing this, yet he showed no signs of regret and still dared to challenge Bai Yi. Doesn't Mr. Qin fear causing a civil war among humans? Bai Yi found this idea laughable. A civil war, when your people have been slaughtering innocent civilians, did you ever think about that? Right now, each enemy they face is avenged by me, Bai Yi. The boss nearly lost his composure. As Bai Yi stepped through the door, a massive explosion rang out, seemingly wiping everything in its path. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the two races were still deep in negotiations. Wu Zai-Kini turned to Captain Kim and asked, "Captain Kim, what happened to you all? Did you eat something that upset your stomach?" It was clear that the two individuals standing behind them were visibly unhappy. One of them couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up, "Hey Wu, do you have any idea what you've done?" Captain Kim calmly gestured for his colleague to stop, then responded, "Mr. Wu, we admit that we were at fault first, but everything can still be negotiated. You took advantage of the situation to separate us, then ambushed us. Can we interpret this as you declaring war?" Another voice from the opposing side added, "They don't understand what you're talking about. Is there something going on in Country Q?" Kim Jong-Q, clearly upset, responded, "Mr. Wu, Country Q has been attacked. Park's 2nd Division, which was stationed there, is likely lost. We ask that you allow them to leave." Wu Zai-Kai replied with equal courtesy, "If that's the case, we won't make things difficult for the people here, but we must address the issues separately. As for the situation at the border, those at the other side owe them an explanation." Captain Kim understood the underlying concern. With 4 strong figures from Country H standing before him, he knew they wouldn't back down without a clear explanation. With a sigh, he stepped forward and apologized again. "We deeply regret what has happened to Country Q. This may have been the work of underground organizations within their borders. They will investigate the matter thoroughly and provide Country H with an official explanation within 3 days. Additionally, this is their responsibility and their military will compensate country Q. We hope this will be enough. The four aging strongmen listened and nodded with some satisfaction. Is that so? Given the recent losses, including the death of one of our own, we should move forward with this plan. The news about the underground organization in Country H spread quickly, leaving the public in shock. Unbelievable, is Country H really resorting to such tactics? How despicable! One young boy even looked up to them, thinking that when he grew up, he would want to be a hero like Mr. Kin. On the battlefield, Mr. Kin and his son had already taken care of everything, leaving only two survivors. Mr. Kin praised him, saying, "This time, it's thanks to Bai Yi. Without him, the loss to Country H would have been catastrophic." Bai Yi politely replied, "There's no need to be so formal. It's simply my duty." Mr. Kin asked, "So, the credit will go to you, right? This is a chance for your reputation to reach new heights, not just in Tianfu, but throughout the entire country." Bai Yi declined, "I consider myself just a passerby. For someone like me, being a passerby is the happiest thing." With that, he turned back toward the magical door. "All right, it's time to go to class. I should return to my studies now." Mr. Kin sighed, a little helpless. Such a brat.